Tell them do it if you want. Be damn if they do. Won't lose sleep if they don't. See, I done paid my dues. I had to struggle too long.
Big value.
I came this far, but I'm planning to go farther.
I'm on a roll now.
When you work this hard, you deserve to party harder. I came this far, but I'm planning to go farther.
Było na gębo, ja?
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main events
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are on day 5 of the main event. It's the penultimate day of the festival, it's the penultimate day of this tournament. 16 remain from a record-breaking starting field of 1,458. Today, we're playing down to the final table, the final 6. We're at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's me, James Hartigan, with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
I'm glad you could be here, Nick, before you have to spin and go.
That's true.
The Spin and Go Championship starts today. Nick will be playing, but he's with us for the start of the day. As we try and get down to 6 players, tomorrow we have to get down to a champion. Tomorrow will be the final day, and the final table starts at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. Central European Time on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. And whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, there is, of course, the live chat available for you to use. Questions and comments will be gratefully received. I can't guarantee that some of them won't be treated with utter contempt. Plus, we are on X, we are on Facebook, and we are on Instagram. So with just 16 players remaining, we are able to show you the stacks of everyone left in the tournament. This is the bottom end of the leaderboard. No one is super short. Demetrius Gatsis is officially the low man, but 19 big blinds is not unplayable.
Plenty.
We've still got half of the level to play out, half of level 26. The blinds will be 25k, 50k with a 50k big blind ante for the next 45 minutes. Then we'll take our first break of the day, and then the blinds will go up. Of course, we have got some pretty big stacks in the field as well. No one here overly comfortable, but look at this. All of these players are above average, and Paul Runken, the chip leader, has 100 big blinds, a stack of 5 million. And he is going to be on the feature table today alongside another Romanian, Dan Kishu, who is one of several former finalists. We mentioned yesterday, Joe, that we haven't got any former champs in the field.
Nope.
We've got lots of players who've made final tables before, like Bergstrom and Marques. And one of the things I'd forgotten yesterday is we talked about Marques making the final of EPT Barcelona. I'd forgotten he was at the FT of the PSPC.
I knew that we saw him super deep in multiple events, and not exactly back-to-back, but Barcelona, PCA, not that far away from each other, really, on the, there's only one event in between them.
I mean, they were several years apart, but of course, otherwise...
I don't know the difference.
They all blur into one, and of course we are going to start paying out 6-figure scores today. Tomorrow we're going to pay out more than €1 million to the winner. That is first place prize money in this year's EPT Prague main event. So yeah, full lineup on the main stage. Obviously only 2 tables remaining now, 1 outer table, 1 feature table. We have got Josh McSwinney from Australia, Sylvia Studniarz from Poland, 2 Romanians, Dan Kishu and Paul Runken, Georgios Vrakis from Greece, Anton Bergstrom from Sweden, Pedro Marques from Portugal, and Alexander Sokolovsky from Serbia. That is our 8-handed final table, and we are restarting the action midway through level 26. Blinds are 25k, 50k with a 50k big blind ante.
I don't feel the need to correct every single thing, but I don't want to confuse people. This is not the final table. This is the feature table.
Yes, indeed.
So action folded to Dan Kishu. Ace Queen, and he raises to 100k.
Dan, a pretty entertaining player to watch. Doesn't do everything by the book. Kind of seems like a bit of a feel player to me, and that, for me, oh my goodness. I'm going to shut up now.
Very first hand of the day, and the chip leader has Ace King. 3 bets from the button. Re-raises to 350,000. This is a chunky 3-bet, Nick.
It is indeed.
Is that clapping for your arrival in the Spin and Go Championships? Is that what that was right there?
I mean, actually, very well might have been. I'm not joking, but not for my arrival, but for the speech that was given just beforehand. Yeah, there was an announcement, sort of excitement to kick that off. In any case, yeah, it is on the larger side. It's 3.5x, but these guys are quite deep, James. I think that might be an adjustment for the fact, you know, we're starting around 51 effective.
So a 10-6-5 flop. I guess the key thing here is that Dan Kishu has pretty much bricked this flop. So should Runken decide to c-bet, he might be able to get away from it pretty cheap.
Yeah, and if you do c-bet here, I don't think we need to go big. I think we could go like just like a quarter. I mean, maybe it's more standard to go a third if you do want to have a c-bet. I think checking also acceptable. You're going to be beating some of these ace combos that need to defend. I would argue ace-queen off from the hijack versus the button. Yeah, probably still defendable, actually. No comment on that. Not 100% sure how that's affected by the ICM as well, but as played, check on the flop.
I think it's very easy to assume that when you get like insta 3-bet here from the button that someone's making a play at you.
I think that's exactly the point, Joe, right? Like if this was under the gun versus under the gun +1, it starts to get a lot more interesting, a lot more unusual, a lot more, a lot stronger, shall we say. I think both players just want to get to showdown now.
Yeah,
great.
It's gone check on all three streets. Oh, no. Kishu's checked a third time. Runken is deciding whether he wants to bet river.
I mean, Kishu sometimes he seems like he's putting reverse tells out there. He does seem very keen to show down right here, and I might go for a bet at this point myself.
He does, and I don't know if like the action. This might be a legitimate value bet, guys. Like, you know, he might really be like, this feels exactly like ace jack, ace queen.
400,000 into a pot of 825,000, so 50%. And this would not be an egregious call.
No, it wouldn't be, but I can't help but think that this is definitely a value bet. Oh, show him the good news.
Runken gets paid off.
That was kind of spicy, guys. I'm not going to lie. That little value bet on that river is pretty outrageous.
And Runken now closing in on 6 million chips. Increases his chip lead with 16 remaining. And we are on a money jump right now. And that money jump is the better part of 10 grand. You're looking at 47K for a 16th place finish, 56K for a 15th place finish. Very soon we'll get to the point where there will be a jump in prize money with every single elimination, once we're down to a single table.
Josh McSwinney introduced himself to me this morning, and I had no idea who he was. He's like, hey, I'm Josh. And I was like, okay.
Well, unless he's wearing the hat.
I know.
The hat would be a giveaway.
But also, he doesn't have those braids in real life.
No. Well, McSwinney's opening under the gun here. Queen suited, 100,000. And 6-5 suited for Studniats. We're starting early with the bad lookalikes. Toby Shu pointing out that Vrakas is a bad lookalike for Ricky Gervais. I will allow it.
You're saying he looks exactly like the Duke of Vrakas?
The Duke of Vrakas.
Sokolovsky in the big blind. Nick, what do you think about this flat from under the gun +1 with the 6-5?
Yeah, unusual to say the least. And, you know, not nearly as stacked as we saw before. We were kind of giving quite a lot of leniency before to some wider calls from some weird positions in previous sessions because she had all the chips.
Yeah.
Under these circumstances, I would say that this is probably a considerable leak just because there's too many players to act behind. 6-5 suited, beautiful hand to play for sure. Does have position against McSweeney here. But, you know, the one thing that she's been consistent in is even if we've seen some more unusual things pre-flop, she's found interesting ways to play a post that seems to be aggregating chips. And here you go. Great example.
Yeah,
you couldn't get it.
it's comfortable for it. No, I have. Thanks.
I'd like to see more players wearing purple at feature tables.
Start wearing purple, wearing purple. Don't sing it. You know that song?
Did you just tell yourself not to sing the thing that you were singing?
Yeah, I like to talk to myself sometimes.
Funnily enough, I do not know that song.
That's a great song. Yeah, Go-Go Bordello. You don't know the band Go-Go Bordello?
I actually drove the band Gogol Bordello from Long Beach Airport to
No
their
way.
hotel in Los Angeles one time. Yeah,
That's one of their more well-known songs, but they got some other bangers.
they're a pretty good band.
They're
in general.
great. They're a great band.
And extra name drop in this story. A certain cast member of The Lord of the Rings was dating one of their dancers, and he helped me load the luggage into the van.
That is so cool. That is. Why have you not told me this story before? And where are the details?
That I met Elijah Wood.
Was was it really like?
Yeah.
My guess would have been McKellen.
Yeah. Magneto is just using his powers to lift the luggage.
I could easily see Sir Ian. I'll help you with the bags, young man.
You shall not lift.
Runken opening with 9-7 suited from the hijack. Sokolovsky, ace queen in the small.
5.
All in.
Sit down all in.
And he is going to shove for just shy of 30 big blinds.
1.
Gets a fold from McSwinney. And Runken folds as well.
6.
Only ace.
Only ace queen.
Always just ace. You have deuces, you can call.
No, sometimes I know. Sometimes you shove jacks and tens as well. I know. Even queens will not surprise me.
Really?
Yeah.
I definitely need to hear more about this later on, Joe.
I mean, that was basically the whole story.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that was the
Dangerous.
story.
No.
Like, he
That's-
didn't ride in the
no.
van with us.
No,
He
no.
drove separately.
No. How did you find yourself in this situation? What was the lead up to it?
I mean, I was just sort of in my 20s in LA, and a friend of mine who worked in PR was like, I kind of am at
Last one, I fought you. You
at
saw
a dead end here. I need someone who can drive a passenger van. I need someone to drive from Long Beach. I had to drive down to Long Beach, pick them up, bring them back to LA.
Yeah.
They paid me $150.
Yeah.
I was making like $500 a week at the time, so that was like a huge bonus.
Is it even better?
I think they were playing one of the late night shows, like Kimmel or something, or maybe the Hollywood Bowl. I don't know. I'd never heard of the band.
Yeah.
They were all super nice,
5.
which was rare because many of the bands that I encountered at the time, like the Strokes and Puddle of Mud and one other band, they were really nasty, like just not nice people.
Oh man, it's a shame.
So we've had the raise from Pedro Marques with pocket fives, called by Alexander Sokolovsky on the button with king queen, and we have an ace queen 8 flop. Sokolovsky takes the advantage.
I could say some nice things about some acts. Nelly, who plays a lot of poker, awesome, super nice dude.
It's on me.
You've heard my chimp speech before, right? Like when a chimp comes on set and they're like,
Yes.
don't look at the chimp, don't do. We got the same speech from Marilyn Manson's people.
110.
Don't look at Manson, don't speak to Manson. If you must address Manson, don't call him Marilyn, call him Manson. It was, I mean, it was really, we all had to like have a seminar. Anyway. I would really, really hate this if I was Sokolovsky.
10 call.
He's a better poker player than me, so he just doesn't fold the queen here immediately like
Yeah.
I would.
Calls the 110K. Turn card is a 9. This might take multiple bets from Marques to push Sokolovsky off second pair.
What a poker face.
Couldn't have a friendlier and more warm face off the poker table, by the way.
There's definitely a theme of this particular event. We've got a lot of stone cold killers at the table. Teddy bears off. I feel like Lena's kind of like that as well. I don't think I've ever seen Lena off the table not smiling.
10 check.
Action goes check, check. 6 on the river.
Five.
375.
Sit 8 bet. 375,000.
He knew it. He knew it. This feels like a queen to him. This feels like he can get him off it. But does it feel like a queen? And Sokolovsky can call.
Nah, I'm calling.
5. 10 plus.
Sokolovsky is not calling.
This feels like a great time to introduce the fact that it is Chat Pro Saturday. Chat Pros, have at it.
We veto Chat Pro Saturday.
Why?
I'll give you one reason, and it's in seat 2.
Okay. I think that might have a reverse effect, but all right.
There is the other table, the other 8 players. Once we're down to 9, the field will merge to a single table up on the main stage.
Five plus.
Please.
6 raise. 100.
Brunken's still dunking.
8 plus. Five.
250. 250.
Sit 10 raise.
Okay, let's have a little 3-bet ski.
1 plus.
Ace 4 folded in the small blind.
Better this time, yeah?
And Kishu has folded the big blind.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
And a quick fold from Sokolovsky.
What is happening?
We are playing street poker.
Runken has got a game plan, and he is sticking to it.
Yeah, Runken really seems to have a good grasp on where he's at this table.
Runken up to 6.2 million now, more than 120 big blinds. I think that's a good answer to that question, Joe, by the way. Arta asking if you can come and watch the action here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. And yeah, I think it's worth coming into the poker room to experience it, but trying to watch the feature table. First of all, there's no rail you can stand around.
Not-
like they have
not
in other
here, yeah.
events.
You are always right.
So you have to stay at the bottom of the stage, really, to look at this table.
Yeah.
And I will say,
You have to go
too,
wider now.
you can't just breeze in and breeze out of here. You do have to sign up for a casino card to be able to get in the room, that kind of thing. So just be prepared to do that. But yes, if you want to come in and soak in the room for a little bit, I think there's like a 3:30 event happening today also that has registration up till 6 p.m. Might be worth taking a whack at that.
Oh, yeah.
So a little action if you have to.
Of course, if you pop in today, guys, you'll also have a chance to see the
course.
little mini spin and go tables that we have set up. We
And
have
that you will be able to rail.
Yeah.
Hobbit poker.
Hobbit poker, indeed. Yeah, they're really cute. If you guys haven't seen them, check out my Instagram. I posted some stories about the shape and size and the sort of space over there that they've set up in the main room.
Yeah. Arta confirms he was asking about the rail. There is no rail. You can't go on the stage. You can't go around the feature table. The stage is too small here in Prague. Vrakas with Jack 5 of strawberries.
Five. Six, five, four. Heads up.
Ace, 8, 7. Pretty decisive.
Great.
Sokolovsky better than a 9-1 favorite here.
Ooh, ho, 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 ho. I don't know. I thought that was Sokolovsky for a second. Never mind. Not really a reaction you need to have. The checking Jack high here. My bad.
I don't think you needed to justify it. You just make random noises and...
135.
Oh!
Wow. Wow. Oh, wait. Nope. That's also pretty reasonable. What? Hold on. Let me freak out when he folds here.
Oh, dear.
Sokolovsky wins that one with 30 minutes left on the level. And a reminder, there will be another free roll later today and the final free roll tomorrow during our coverage of the final table. What's in the prize pool? $2,000 in tickets to the Power Path Open, a tournament that runs on December 29th, awarding gold and silver power passes, plus Sunday Million Anniversary tickets. It's a satellite, but you can buy in directly, and you can't normally buy into a step 4 to give away power passes. So this is the first time it's ever happened. It's a $109 entry, so it's $109 tickets being given away in today's free roll, and the details on that tournament will be revealed later on, the start time and the password, with a reminder that it only runs in certain territories.
I think it'd be cool if you could mostly not buy in at that stage, and then every once in a while you can. I kind of like that.
I think that's the idea. So when did Power Path launch? Summer of 2023, Nick? So it's been running for 18 months now?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah.
So the only way so far you've been able to win silver and gold passes is via the Step 4 qualifier, which is ticket only.
Yeah.
It's the very first time. I don't disagree, Joe. Maybe twice a year?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is a feature, right? That is a feature of the Power Path,
Yes.
which I think makes it quite unique and actually much more friendly to individuals trying to qualify who perhaps are a little bit less experienced. And making it a bit more fair. People who have really put the time in, not just buying their way straight in. But I think Joe is right. A couple cheeky, fun ones a couple times a year sounds good.
Oh, boy. Now I know what normal people would do here. Okay, he's being normal.
Yeah, I think maybe if Bergstrom wasn't in the pot, we might see some fireworks, but...
So Bergstrom, the under-the-gun raiser, called by the button and the big blind, and we have a 9-7-4 flop. Sixes, still good.
Man, Anton Bergstrom is so unbelievably good at poker, and he just gets it so quietly. He's just like a little silent assassin, nothing, no flash, all just winning chips all the time.
It's funny because the young wizards of yesterday now all look like adults. Well, not all of them, but he does. And so if I just sat down with him, I don't think I would rate him much, as I'd be like, oh, here's just a dude. Here's just a dude.
Well, with the action checked around, we get a queen on the turn, and Dan Kishu takes the lead.
Yeah, has position here as well. I think fairly often goes check, check, bet. And the one thing we know about Kishu is he likes to just put in those chunky old bets. Not necessarily a student of these sort of micro sizings. Does decide to go for 120K into 375. Very reasonable.
Do you expect the guy who named his movie #DogPoopGirl to be subtle in his bets?
No, never. And I think that's quite cool. And we talk a lot about high stakes players trying to find edges over other very good high stakes players. They have to change their game in interesting ways that people are, don't expect. in many ways, people are so studied in the sort of way of the GTO or like conventional poker now that even larger average bet sizing suddenly sort of throw things into a bit of a blender for players that, you know, have just been looking at the charts, as it were.
I love that game plan, though.
Yeah.
Turn top pair, bet it, win.
I mean, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off for him.
Dan Kishu hovering around the 45 big blind mark, 2.3 million. Average stack, as it was at the start of the day, 2.7 million. So more than a 50 big blind average right now. Blinds up in 25 minutes.
I had a dream that I was in Dune last night, like the Dune universe.
I love the fact that I say, Duke of Rakis, you have a Dune dream. I'm wondering what dream I can accept for you tonight.
This is what I'm saying, and I don't know if that's a good sign for Duke of Rakis at the table here, but...
While we're talking dreams, I had a really weird one that I was at a wedding, and the reception afterwards was compartmentalized, like you had a ticket, and it was either blue, green, red, or blue, and depending on your ticket color...
Blue, green, red, or blue?
Yeah, you were blue, green, red, or yellow, sorry.
Yeah,
and depending on your
okay.
ticket color, you went into a different room. And it's like, I'd never been to a wedding before where the reception, you weren't all in one single space.
Oh, wow.
And it was basically like how they felt, how the couple felt about you, as was basically like which room you were in. And they would want to be with their closest friends and family, and like next door were the people who are maybe like the next...
Okay,
sort of,
yeah, the next echelon.
yeah, and so if you were
Which room did you get?
Yeah, that's the important part.
I never got to find out. My alarm went off.
Oh, it was yellow, wasn't it? It was yellow. He was in the yellow room, Joe.
I don't know. James is VIP in real life. He probably is in his dreams also.
He looked down at his ticket, and it was just a card key that takes him to the 8th floor of the Hilton.
You know, if I had the wrong ticket, you know there's going to be hell to pay. And you know I'm getting upgraded.
Man, if I go to a wedding and I'm not even at a table near the front, I am out of there, let alone a different room. Forget it. I'm taking my gift back, too.
Oh, man.
And if I sent it to you online, I'm going to come ask you for it.
I don't know, Joe. If they put me at the back of a wedding, I'm like going to revenge be the best guest there. I'm going to be the most invested until they regret the fact.
Wow. This was a button raise from Vrakas, called by Anton Bergstrom in the big blind with 8-4. He has flopped 2 pair, and Vrakas has top pair. Vrakas the effective stack here with about 30 bigs behind.
The Duke's about to puke.
He's continued for 100K. Now, a 2-pair hand like this, Nick, there's a certain amount of vulnerability. Is this a good check raise spot?
I think you have to check raise these ones. I think it would be unusual not to.
And there is the raise from Bergstrom.
When you think about the ways we want to check raise in the modern game, James, like we want to be able to check raise bluff very efficiently, and that means if we're not check raising hands like 8-4 here on this texture, we're just not check raising often enough, right? Or all of our check raises become too bluff heavy, or they become too value heavy, you know. This is one I think you have to check raise most of the time, and that will balance out the times we check raise with hands like 6-7 or 5-6 or deuce 5 and all that kind of stuff.
Vrakas calls. He's got top pair. What's not to like?
Yeah, yeah. And you're playing against a really good opponent. There's no chance you're folding ace-10 yet. Turn is... Oh.
Queen of spades. And Vrakas has the better flush draw of the two.
So Bergstrom has bottom 2 and also has the spade blocker, which is very relevant. I think Bergstrom probably goes once more because we can still get value from ace combos. We can still get value from... some 1-pair plus flush draw combos if he has like 8-9 with a 9 of spades or something like that. Without the spade, I think we need to be a little bit more cautious. But against that button open raise range, we're not concerned necessarily about him having ace-queen suddenly or whatever. So I think we just go again. 2-2-5 is a great sizing choice here as well. We're really milking some of those weaker aces. We're keeping some of the weaker hands in still. And we're also not exposing too much dead money in the event that we're encountering an actual made flush.
Vrakas calls. We go to the river, which is the 5 of hearts. So Bergstrom still with the best hand.
This is an interesting spot now, James. You might imagine him going kind of small again. What if he just makes it like 500K here? Or does he want to go for all of it? 985K behind Vrakas.
That is an excellent bad lookalike, Ed. John Culshaw, the impressionist from Dead Ringers. Appreciate it's a little bit niche, but it's a good one. And John Culshaw could probably do a good impersonation of Anton Bergstrom.
Bergstrom opts for more of a blocker bet size. Oh man, this is actually a really smart line. I really prefer this to the larger bet. We can still bet fold. All the hands that we want to call, just call. All the hands that want to raise, just raise, and we find out where we're at. I think people are quite honest in this situation on this texture. Does Varakis ever just decide to turn his hand into a bluff? That would be super weird with ace-10 with a 10 of spades, right? All right, nice work. Does get paid.
I mean, that was an exercise in getting value from your hand. And Anton Bergstrom is going to chip up to over 5 million. He's now playing more than 100 bigs. Georgios Varakis just saw his stack halved in that hand. He's now playing 800K. He's got 16 bigs.
He has the look of a man that was not expecting to see 8-4.
So Varakis now the low man at the table. And his stack is going to get shallower in 90 minutes time when the blinds go up. Still have 90 minutes at 25K, 50K.
Harold over on Twitch chat asking, is SK still in? Yes, indeed. Geno is still in, but on the other table. Not here at our feature.
One thing I would say is if we play a decent amount of time still at 2 tables, there will come a point where we will flip them.
Yep.
Not literally, but effectively this will become the outer table. The other table will become the feature table. So there's a very good chance midway through the day we get to see the players at the other table.
I've got this image in my head now of you storming in there and flipping a table just for funsies. Chips
Hulk
everywhere.
Smash.
Hulk smash.
Sokolovsky opening with Queen Jack suited. McSwinney 3-betting with Ace 5 suited. Round to the short stack. Georgios Varakis, Queen 5. And now round to the big blind. That's a fold from Pedro Marques. So back on Sokolovsky.
I do like the fact that people have been digging their knuckles into sourdough today. One time it didn't work out.
You got to go knuckle deep. Sokolovsky makes a very disciplined laydown.
You can tell how frustrated he is, how handcuffed he must feel.
What the fuck happens here?
He's all in a call or something. He's interested.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
It's double.
Maybe he expects the
What
bust
happened?
left hand.
He just wanted to get
You
Nick's
expect a
autograph at the
bust
Spin and Go Championship.
I don't know.
I'm out there. I'll be out there shortly. Signed headshots at the ready.
Yeah.
No elimination at the other table. We are still at 16, 2 tables of 8.
Chip one fold. Chip fold.
Eight, 6 of diamonds. Too early position.
Canada's Batman on Twitch chat asking, will we be able to watch the Spin and Go Championship Not on this channel. However, there is some behind-the-scenes action happening on Flix's Grind Live stream. They'll be filming some of that today as Flix is also taking part.
So we've got the poker in the ears hand for Georgios Vrakis, the James and Joe, the JS, the JH. It's a raise to 100,000. Bergstrom folds ace deuce. Marques folds the small blind. Sokolovsky in the beg. Queen 5 of diamonds. King, Queen 10, Sokolovsky with second pair. Vrakis open-ended. Has backdoor spades working for him, but so annoying to see the King and the Queen out there.
I think you do fine just checking here, James. I don't think you need to do much. You're going to have the best hand here a lot, and you're going to run into a King and a Queen sometimes, which isn't ideal.
Yeah.
I don't know, at this stack depth, I'm not sure if I like this bet, guys. You're just going to, if you check, you kind of look weaker. Sometimes, too, you improve. I don't know. Actually just convinces the Queen to fold right here, right now. That's unexpected, but it worked out on this occasion. I think probably betting is always going to be okay. Generally speaking, I think I prefer a check.
So we talked earlier on about the Power Path Open on the 29th of December. Of course, as we come to the end of 2024, we bring you the New Year Series, which takes us into 2025. Starts December 22nd, runs till January the 14th. Want to highlight again that there is a $55 Red Spade Open on the opening weekend of this series. This is where there are bounties on PokerStars ambassadors, the Red Spades at the table. And then, of course, there are 3 main events on Sunday, January the 12th, each with a $1 million guarantee. Different price points for each one.
I will be taking part, guys. There will probably be a bounty on my head. I'm pretty sure that was the idea.
That's the nature of the Red Spade Open, Nick. Sadly, I am in a part of the world where I can't play on PokerStars.
Too busy jet setting, I understand.
It's Christmas!
It is Christmas, you're right, mate. It just so happens I'm going to be at my mom's in Surrey, so I'll be ready and rearing.
I did many a Christmas at my mum's in Surrey, so...
Yeah.
Sixes for Bergstrom. It's a raise to 100,000.
This guy is way too good at poker.
Sokolovsky folds the small blind.
Jess Alice says, Surrey, new EPT spot confirmed. There you go. Should we have in Guildford, James?
Sorry, maybe I shouldn't have laughed at that.
EPT Guildford.
EPT Cobham. EPT Woking.
I tell you what, we could have it at Sandown Racecourse. We could have it in Esher. EPT Esher, that has a good ring to it.
EPT Epsom.
Epsom, that's right. It's Epsom, isn't it? Out of the services. Nice work. Macchio, I'm headed to Godalming. Beautiful, scenic Godalming.
Home of the WWF.
That's true. Also, the shooting location for many scenes from the movie The Holiday, which my mom loves to remind everyone.
Amoeba, Slough is not in Surrey.
Yeah, get out of it.
They say about the hat as well. Yeah.
Staines, however.
Staines massive.
Man, it's good juju, right? I'm still here. So. I'll milk it.
Jungle is massive.
7, fold. 100. 6, 8, 100,000. Raise.
Marques opening with ace-7 of spades.
Can we shove this hand, guys? Can we shove this hand? Okay, he decides against it.
Oh, that's what Josh McSwinney looks like.
There you go. This is a shovable hand.
All in.
We love a shovable hand.
We do.
Snowman's.
Nom nom.
Nice and easy. Ocho's no problem. Get it in there.
Take 8 fold.
Quick fold.
While we're
It's just about loops. Noise cancelling. Get him up. Sure.
Yeah, you broke all the rules.
Oh man, I'm pushing the limits.
Yeah, you do. This, that. What's this watch?
The guy who doesn't play online poker
about
is
that
the one
watch?
that's fucking pushing the limits. Isn't
Sorry,
it?
You actually
what about the watch?
can't watch the stream with noise canceling
allowed to
headphones
watch
because
it.
you won't be able to hear
Is it-
Griffin.
Smartwatch.
As well. Fuck, you know.
While we're discussing mythical EPTs in the county of Surrey, Kay has a legitimate question about
I
EPT
believe you have
Paris.
2-3 phones in your pocket as well. Yeah.
In case anyone's wondering.
Maybe in half an hour you start texting something.
And we've talked about this a few times, the unfortunate cancellation of EPT Paris, and Kay asking if there will be
Okay,
a
we
tournament
have break in 10 minutes. We
in
will ask
its
for a
place.
message after the break.
This is something outside of our control. We've seen some changes in French government policies. We've seen some changes in regulations in Paris. It kind of came out the blue, and there's no way the event can go ahead in February. We are hoping that maybe, possibly, it could be rescheduled for the end of 2025, so watch the space. But as we've established several times, it's too late now to start from scratch to get a new event going off the ground, so there will be no EPT in the month of February. The first European Poker Tour event of 2025 will be Monte Carlo, but that will not be the first PokerStars live event of the new year. More details to be revealed soon.
Sorry?
1.5.
She said all in.
1.5.
110?
Yeah.
150, I think she meant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one,
one
She
and-
said 1.5, so.
150. Yeah. 1.5.
1.5, yeah.
I'll say 150.
She definitely said 1.5.
150.
Yeah, I don't love.
He says that all the time, so. It's her thing.
Because yes,
But yeah,
you only said like that.
logic is 150.
Always say how.
5 seconds.
It is an odd way of saying it, but you know, people are all working in languages that are not their first.
Yep.
5.5.
That's a raise and a 3-bet. It's a big old 3-bet too.
Yo, everybody out there saying you can get an event off the ground between now and February. You cannot. It's insane.
5 seconds.
You people have no idea what you're talking about.
Thank you, sir.
If you've ever been to an EPT, you would know it's not the sort of thing you can just throw together. There's a reason why we're announcing stops a year in advance a lot of the time. Hold me back, Jimmy.
No, I'm not going to. I think it needs to be said. And is it possible to put together an event somewhere in the world in February? Yes. Would it be any good? No. Would it meet the high standards that we try to achieve on the EPT? No chance. And it would be something. And sometimes nothing is better than something if the something just isn't good enough.
That's how most of my exes have described their rationale for breaking up with me. Sometimes nothing is better than something.
100,000.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm afraid you're just not meeting my high standards.
6-10. Fold.
Raise from Marquesh. Ace Jack of the suited variety.
1 fold. 6-3. Fold. 6-4. Fold.
Canada's Batman says, when is the Canadian Poker Tour? We do operate the North American Poker Tour, which was brought back last year. So far, we've had events in Vegas in 2023 and 2024. Come 2025, I'd like to think that we will see the NAPT expand and maybe go your side of the border. Who knows?
I would love that. I've never been to Canada.
Really?
Yep.
We will eventually stand on guard for thee.
I've never been to Canada. Oh, it doesn't work.
The NA PT.
Oh dear.
Only 5 minutes left on the level. Only 5 minutes until the break.
Boy, this full 90-minute level went by so fast. Six high, bro. I once put together a poker home game in 2 weeks. Was exceptionally high standard. It can be done, man. We had little sandwiches cut in the shape of triangles and everything.
McSweeney has raised with ace-8. Stydniarz is re-raising. It's a 3-bet from the cutoff. With Queen Jack off.
It really feels like she wants to create chaos.
And
well,
Kishu just 3-bet her moments ago.
Yep.
Chaos with a capital K.
Cold 4-bet from the button. Kishu with the goods. Pocket kings.
Ugh, so annoying. This was probably a really nice spot for Stydniarz.
1.5 behind.
Nice.
What?
Nice.
You will see it anyway. You want me?
I know, aces.
There's kings.
Choose one.
Only one.
Ace.
All right.
You choose the other one.
Can I?
Typical showman. Always gotta make it dramatic.
Dan Kishu, Romanian filmmaker who has around 1.5 million in live earnings. Several deep runs in Monte Carlo and a final table appearance in London in 2022.
Do we know if Dan has like grandchildren?
You didn't have.
That's a great question. I think so.
I feel like he does, and I feel like he'd be like the coolest grandpa ever.
Three in your hand?
He'd be like, "Come here, I'll show you my films. Come here, I'll show you my poker trophies."
Yeah.
You know, you go around his house and he tells you stories about that one time he won. You know,
I'll let him be my grandpa. I'll try it out.
If you wanted to see the cards I showed you.
I'll let you know.
No
I
more
feel like he'd be a
requests,
really
please.
cool grandpa
You shot your.
or uncle.
Okay. Let's be polite. We have only one lady at the table, so.
Sit and fold.
Anyway, I aggressed the last time, and I don't want her to see that to understand that I have something against.
Spider on Twitch says Dan Kishu is quite a character even in his youth. I believe that. He's told me a couple of stories. Sounds like he had a pretty fun couple of years.
Nice.
The Duke of Rackus. Right there, the D for Duke.
15 big blinds now after he puts in that min raise. Oh man, Runkin could just put him in the blender here. He just clicks it back at him. Oh, just click it back. Just make it like 210. Just a mega tilt play.
250.
Ooh, I love it so much. I love it so much. This is the move. This is going to be so unbelievably effective.
Why do you hate Rackus so much? Why are you doing
I don't. I really want the Duke of Rackus to win. I like that. I like that bit that we're doing. I don't want it to go away. I'm just saying I can't help the King 5 suited being such a perfect setup against such a short stack.
Shake your maracas for Georgios Varakis.
Definitely not an unbelievable reshove, though. The 4-bet jam would be really cool as well, but this is an absolutely brutal spot. for the Duke.
Do you want to get frisky? Do you want a 4-bet jam here? No.
Oh!
Break so difficult.
Too spicy.
You did one more hand
Break.
or break?
One more 10 seconds. We play.
Break.
Let's play. No break. Well, no break.
Well, we're going over to the other table where there is an all-in.
Oh boy.
It's Sergei Alonsov who's moved all in against Dimitrios Gatsis. And Gatsis will be at risk if he calls. So it's all in to call for Gatsis. The board is ace, king, deuce with 2 spades.
Seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pass.
Gatsis folds.
No.
No?
Jack Queen of Spades is good.
Sorry?
Jack Queen of Spades is good.
Were you asking if you can only show him the cards? Yeah. I wanted to show both.
Yeah, I feel
It's too much information for you guys.
Queen of Spades.
Show one, show all.
Yep, that's right.
No.
I like Jack.
So we're going to keep the same feature table for the second session. Here is the lineup, and at the new blind level, 30-60, it's got a little bit shallower, putting the pressure on players like Sokolovsky and especially on Vrakas and Studniarts, 12 and 11 big blinds respectively. This is a short break, 14 minutes, and then we'll be back with more action from the Prague leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. And we'll be joined in the booth by Sam Grafton.
Hell
That's
yeah.
right, the Squid will be here to analyze the action. Nick, good luck in the Spin and Go Championship.
Thank you so much. You guys can follow me on Instagram. Check me out, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
Yeah, and hopefully you won't be here tomorrow. Hopefully you will be winning that darn thing. Okay, back after the break from here in Prague.
There was kind of nowhere else to play in London at the time, pre-internet. The only place where you could play was the Victoria Casino on Edgware Road, which had a great little card room run by a legend called Jeff. I don't know if he's still around.
Yes, I know Jeff. I remember Jeff very well.
Yeah. And you could play, there was a club in St. John's Wood that you could play in that I never went to. I was loyal to the Vic, but we only all knew about the Vic even because we were disciples of Tony Holden's Big Deal. And in passing in Big Deal, he mentioned that there was this place where you could play poker. So we all piled in there, hoping to meet Tony Holden. And we did. And we all became friends with Tony, rest in peace. And years later, Tony started another game after the Tuesday night game that we all still play. So that was part of his legacy. He started a game and we play that now. But we've just reformed the Archway game as well. Just
nice.
A pure coincidence.
I'm going to pitch you a new player for that game at the end of this interview. Another friend we have in common. I'm not sure if you know we have in common yet, but what stage of your career were you at, your like writing, acting career while this was going on? Like, is this where Dealer's Choice maybe came from?
Yes, definitely. The irony of Dealer's Choice is that the player in the game who can't play in the fictional game of Dealer's Choice was kind of based on Barney Boatman.
Oh.
It was
That's amazing.
Wow.
and the character's called Muggsy. And Barney was, it wasn't that he won or lost any more than anyone else did, but he played like a lunatic in the early 90s. He was, he'd play any hand, take any risk, had no discernible discipline. I'm sure he would say now it was all strategy. But
that's amazing.
Barney the Mug became the best player of all of us is a very pleasing irony. I mean, there's another player in the fictional play, Dealer's Choice, who's a poker professional.
Yes.
And that's what Barney's become. But to go from being the Mug to the pro is an incredible journey. I hope you don't mind me saying this. And I love him dearly, and I'm so happy for his poker success. But Ross was clearly the best player back in those days.
So I was lucky enough to see the revival of Dealer's Choice, Patrick, when Ross Boatman was in the cast, along with Roger Lloyd Pack and Malcolm Sinclair. Right. I do not understand how this play has not been turned into a film or a TV adaptation. When you consider, especially in the mid-2000s, poker was so hot and there were so many bad poker stories being put on screen. Were there ever any conversations? Did anyone ever talk to you about it?
Well, what happened was, back in the 90s when the play came out, a friend of mine who was a film producer said, "Why don't you turn it into a movie?" I said, great, give me the money. And they paid me a lump, and I couldn't write it. I didn't know how to. I couldn't be bothered. I gave the money back. And I've had various approaches since, and I'd be happy for someone to do it, but it has to be, the right people. It has to be the right combination of writer and director, and for you to think, oh, this is worth selling at this point. It's still a play that gets done all over the world. I've had a good ride with it. Next year, there's a theatre in London that's going to give it its 30th anniversary production.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm very excited about it. So it's coming back next year.
Oh, brilliant.
And it's sort of, I don't know, there's something about your first play is very special to you. It is like a child. And so I'm not averse to someone adapting it for TV or movie, but I'm quite fussy about that.
Eric's raising
130,000.
130,000 with King, Queen of Diamonds. Pocket fives for Hans Erlandson.
He's already getting the stare down.
7 call, 8 pass.
Calls on the button. Round to Barney Boatman in the big blind.
4 is the record, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who?
Darren Elias.
10 call.
Literally the guy we call end boss.
Yeah. Barney calls as well with Jack-9 of spades in the big.
Oh, fair fight. Look at these beautiful hands.
Yeah, and we have a Jack-8-3 flop with 2 diamonds. So top pair for Barney.
6 red.
Well, I don't feel so good.
The diamond draw for Afriak, who bets 250,000.
7 pass.
Barney calls. 980K in the middle. Turn card. Deuce of clubs. Barney now better than a 2-1 favorite.
But Afriat has remarked, nay, declared that he's going on offense. And with 2 overs and a flush draw, expect
750.
Eric to bet big here. And there is that big bet. G. That is about an 80% pot bet.
750,000.
And represents a near quarter of Boatman's remaining chips. It's a great size. I mean, it's going to fold out pretty much all the 8s and then really put jacks, pardon me, in a blender. But Barney makes the call, and we're going to a river here, 2.5 million chips in the pot.
Huge pot, huge river card, which is the deuce of spades pairing the board. Afriat does not get there.
And I'm just looking forward to the blow up if Afriat loses this pot. Should recognize that at this stage, Barney Boatman has a jack in his hand.
Can I see how much you're playing?
Can I see how much you're playing? Knows he's going to have to put it all in there.
Barney's got 2.64 behind, and as you highlighted, Griffin, there's roughly the same in the pot.
It's not a very strong jack in the jack-9, you know. Afriat could play ace-jack like this, and he does it.
Eric Afriat shoves on Barney Boatman. Can he find the call?
I think he can.
Oh, I don't know. It's very tough. You know, with spots like this, when you feel a deep uncomfortability, it's easy to slip into old habits. And, you know, of the years he's been in situations like this, maybe more often than not, he's been shown the goods, and this is a massive stage. Do you really want to call here?
Well, Barney's boasted that he hasn't used the time bank card yet.
This could be all of them.
This is a good time to use them, yeah.
Cool. Yes! He calls!
Let's go!
Barney Boatman makes an incredible hero call. He is right, and he is going to double up through Eric Afriat. That is the biggest pot of the tournament so far, 7.75 million, and we have a new chip leader, UK poker legend Barney Boatman.
Let's go. Everybody get on the boat.
Great call. Thank you.
What a call, what a hand, what a result.
I'm tired, I want to go to bed. What? I'm tired, I want to go to bed.
The level ends in 10 minutes and he's tired and wants to go to bed.
Marques in the small, limps in with ace deuce. Anton Nijinsky in the big, checks his option.
1.75.
Thank you.
How about you?
3.5.
With Jack 4, and it's an 8-4-4 flop. Nijinsky with trips.
And a huge flop for him. It's Marques who starts with a check. He's got ace high. Won't be too unhappy to try and get closer to showdown. Not going to be easy though. Nijinsky reaching for chips.
75,000.
Very standard call here for Marques. Don't see much merit to ever raising here.
Ten of diamonds on the turn, has Marques drawing dead. Checks a second time. Imagine Nijinsky might go for a little bit more value.
And wouldn't be surprised to see Marques call again. It's very easy when it's a limped pot and you've just checked in the big blind to start firing into your opponent. So he can reasonably expect Nijinsky to be bluffing 5-7s and 6-7s and jack-9s and 7-9s and heart combinations. There's plenty of bluffs around. Ace high has decent showdown value.
And Nijinsky going big on the turn, nearly full pot, 300k into 330k.
I think what he's doing here, he's kind of polarizing himself. Like, he's never going to have an 8 for this size. He could definitely have some 10s that bet the flop and now they've turned it, but more often than not, he's just saying I either have 4 or I have Aaron. There's a lot of bluffs out there.
Marques calls. 5 on the river.
5 river makes things a lot more difficult for Marques because we just spoke about all those potential bluffs. Well, the hearts just got there. 6-7 just got there. Hands like 5-7 and 5-6, which are natural bluffs with the gut shot on the flop, might slow down now they make a pair.
Did you ever see Marques turn his hand into a bluff versus a smaller sizing?
It's possible because some of the time he is going to check call the flop with the nut flush draw, in that he has ace high for showdown value and keeps some flush draws in his check call range on the flop, so he could reasonably represent a flush. I don't think it's a river, as I just said, where a few of the bluffs get there, be it for a straight or make a pair. I don't think it's a river he's going to want to call.
So Nijinsky's gone for 650,000, 2/3 pot. Marques buying time.
I mean, on the 5 of hearts, it's just so hard for your hand to be good now, right?
You'd think so. You'd have to dig really deep and start finding queen 9s and jack 7s and queen jacks and all of these hands, some of which might even raise pre-flop.
Yeah, okay.
Not all are going to barrel 3 streets. The 5 of hearts is a particularly awkward river.
Wow!
What?
He's pulled the trigger.
Marques announces all in, turns his hand into a bluff, and Nijinsky now in a horrible spot.
And now it becomes incredibly difficult for the 4, because who bluffs here?
He's even got the jack of hearts in his hand. He blocks so many of the boats. This is a crazy bluff with the 2
He can
of
certainly
hearts.
slow play some pocket 8s, some 4-5 even, maybe pocket 10s.
He's folded.
Wow.
He's laid it down.
You'll see it later.
Oh, sicko.
You'll see it later.
And that will see Pedro Marques move over the 9 million mark. 9.3 million chips, more than 150 big blinds, more than double the average stack with 14 remaining. A ridiculous bluff that works.
And 6 years later, we get to see Pedro Marques in action again. He is at our feature table on day 5 of the EPT Prague main event. Yes, it's the PokerStars European Poker Tour here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague on the penultimate day of the 5K main event, playing down from 16 to the final 6. We still have 2 tables of 8, including the lineup at our feature table, headlined by the current tournament chip leader, Paul Runken, who's got 6.1 million, more than 100 bigs at the new blind level, 30K, 60K, with a 60K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Sam Grafton.
Hi everyone.
Good to have you with us, Sam.
Yeah, good to be here.
The business end of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Final 2 tables. Everyone can smell that title. Yeah, it's a moment of real gravitas in the tournament.
It is a legitimate so near yet so far moment, and I'm not saying for 1 second that 47,250 euros is not a lot of money, but it pales in comparison to the 1.1 million up top, and it just feels in many ways so wrong that you've cut through a field of more than 1,400 players, and yet there are these ridiculous money jumps coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's one of the ways tournaments are structured where we really reward those top 3 places. Makes for, it makes for all guns blazing poker, The ICM not so heavy in the earlier stages, and so it's a really nice way to play. But yeah, as I've finished 12th myself in Prague with $1 million up top, and it's a experience where the pride you feel is diminished somewhat of not making that final table.
Yeah.
It would, I would love to say I'm an EPT final tableist. It doesn't, saying I came final 2 tables doesn't have the same ring.
We saw the 10-9 suited folded there.
Wow, and Pedro picking up a hand in the big blind versus Sylvia's open.
Yeah, and she's got 8 bigs behind. This looks like a flat from Pedro.
And to be honest, it may pay dividends here because one of the advantages of raising, she could have thought about just jamming, is that you get dominating hands to defend in the big blind. A queen would spell disaster, of course, for Pedro. Oh, my days. And this, of course, having hyped it up, is the downside of letting people defend in the big blind.
You spoke too soon. It is domination rotation, and with the action check to her, Sylvia Studniarz continues.
Yeah, and it's quite natural to see bet. You're opening a very tight range, which connects really, really well with this board. And look how strong Pedro's hand looks with the Queen of Hearts as well. He just has to decide whether he wants to go for all the money now or to allow the weaker parts of the range to potentially fire or bluff catch. And that's bad news. You can see it in Sylvia's eyes. She's not enjoying this. And it's very hard to decipher now. Am I up against a Queen 10? Am I up against a Queen 9 with a heart? You know, can I fire all in here on a sort of semi-bluff and fold out a 6-7?
Yeah, worth highlighting that there's 640,000 in the middle and she only has 425k behind. Checks it back on the turn. River for free. It is not a 10, but it is an ace.
Yeah, and Pedro, obviously a seasoned pro. Don't think we can... maybe I'm projecting, but I feel you could see it just a tiny bit in his face. Obviously, the one card he really didn't want to see. Hearts aren't a factor, really, but when Sylvia checks back, we're going to imagine hands like ace queen. Yeah, he's not even.
Barry Greenstein to the rescue for Sylvia Studniarz, who wins that pot and chips up to 17 big blinds, just over $1 million. She is no longer the shortest stack at the table. Sokolovsky's got to post the blind and ante next, so he'll have 15 bigs behind. Vrakis with 12 bigs. And we were talking about the prize money. We were talking about the big money jumps coming up. And once you're at that final table, it's 100k and up. But there's $1 million separating 9th and 1st.
Yeah, and by the way, Pedro will be loving this spot. There's obviously a lot of strong players left in, as is often the case with final two tables. But Pedro, you know, as we saw in the clip on the break, a very, very accomplished tournament player.
Yes.
Won titles on the EPT circuit, side events and the like. Won big online tournaments. He'll be really relishing coming into the day with a considerable stack and an opportunity to go for that huge money.
Absolutely.
Also a bit of a sweetheart as well. Very nice demeanor at the table, friendly and warm.
Yeah. And as we were mentioning during the opening session today, in addition to the final table in Barcelona, we showcased during the break, he was at the final table of the second PSPC, January 2023.
Yeah, he's got an amazing resume, actually, Pedro.
Action has been folded around to the chip leader. Paul Runken with 6-4, folds.
Paul Runken, he sounds like a Blue Peter presenter.
That's Peter Duncan.
Are you sure? Have we checked?
Who was also in Flash Gordon. We have Anton Bergstrom on the button. Raises with Queen 9. It's Sokolovsky's big blind. He folds the Jack 3, raise and take it. Bergstrom, another player with an EPT final table appearance. Barcelona, 2005.
Oh, wow.
Patrick Antonius was also at that final table. That was his big breakthrough result before he won Barden a couple of months later.
2005, mate. I didn't even know the rules of poker then. It's incredible. What a legend.
It's funny, you go back and watch that final table and he looks like a teenager.
It probably was.
Dan Kishu has the Grafton.
Oh, go on, Kishu. Come on, mate. You got 3 million chips. There we go.
He got the memo. He knows the rules.
Yeah.
120k. King Jack off for Varakis, playing 12 bigs.
Yeah, it's pretty optional. I mean, we can see that Kisu has one of the weakest hands he'll open, but the offsuit version isn't that exciting. And yeah, and I think this is a genuine tank. It is a close spot. You know, better hands will fold behind, of course. But you do just want those suited properties just to give you the extra equity against top of range. If I had to guess, I would say Varakis is going to... Oh, he's done it. He's gone for it.
Wow.
And it's reasonable for sure. You know, if the big blind wakes up with ace-jack, they're forced to fold.
Well, the big blind has nothing, and Kishu with 10-9 suited.
We'd love to see him gamble, but I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
Not the optimal play.
Not with 16 left in EPT.
You can't be doing stuff like this for memes.
And yeah, Kisu's just going to not want to reveal any information about the slightly weaker open. Taking a moment. Making Varakis sweat. And as so often in poker, it's going to be a question, you know, a question of aggression rewarded there, making the brave shove.
Varakis keeping his head above water. We've got 4 players, 50% of this table with sub 20 big blind stacks. McSwinney, 18 big blinds. Varakis, 17. Studniart's 15. Sokolovsky, 14.
Yeah, and it's a difficult navigation for the bigger stacks because if the majority of players are short, you're essentially playing a short stack strategy yourself, opening sort of high cards to prevent getting shoved on, trying to make top pairs, and you have to be a bit more careful with the, you know, the more playable hands that you want to play at 190 big blinds. It's what makes tournament poker so dynamic. Really gonna sort of cater your strategy to who's in the big blind, who's in the button.
Pocket threes for Kishu under the gun.
I think he may have learned his lesson. This would be a loose open.
Ace 4 for Varakis.
He's got to be careful there. I thought that was all in. Just moved his stack forward.
Yeah, got to be careful with the whole forward motion thing, buddy.
Yeah. I was just resting my chips out there in the middle of the felt.
Round to Pedro Marques. Ace Queen.
120.
Raises to 120,000. Sokolovsky folds ace 6 on the button. Josh McSwinney has ace jack in the small blind.
Yeah, and with 18 big blinds versus a big stack open, McSwinney might think this hand is good enough to shove. But he does take the slightly more conservative option and just flat.
No, it's a 3-bet.
It's 3-bet. Okay,
and
that's committing 3-bet, yes.
It is. Half his stack's just gone in.
Yes. And Pedro going to recognize that ace-queen is very high in the opening range. It's a hand that beats the rejam range.
So he's announced all in. He's shoved on McSwinney. Now, something I would point out to you, Sam, is that throughout the opening session, McSwinney has been basically doing a dance between this table and the other table, keeping an eye on the action there, seeing if there are any short stacks, and we are on a money jump. There's a difference in around 10,000 euros in prize money between 16th and 15th. So do not expect him to make this call anytime soon.
You saved a long time for this, right?
It's kind of interesting because...
I saved him for this.
No, just for the...
Actually...
In case I get a tough one.
That's why he made it like only half the stack instead of like 80%. Because
oh, he's doing a bit of acting.
Now the floor is unsure.
Yeah.
This is
yeah, but it is, and that's why.
You remember yesterday, someone...
the lads are chatting about it because
sorry guys.
in actuality, the
but they didn't
time bank chips aren't there for any use that you, they are there for sort of legitimate, inverted commas, decision. Now, some players would say, you get the money at the time banks, they basically have a value,
No, exactly. That's why he made it.
so you can use them how you want. I tend to lean another way and think there is a sort of honor code where you use them.
People have like 3 bets.
You can't just run down the clock for a whole table.
They're not very good, but still.
I mean,
it's legal.
we could say that there's some small chance McSweeney's got a decision, but no, I think it's quite obvious he is calling off. Yeah, you can see Pedro's like, what am I supposed to do here?
I mean, one thing that could happen is the floor could say, right, we'll just
I honestly don't know what I'm doing here.
pause the action at the other table. Once they've finished the hand, right, don't deal the next hand until this guy's made up his mind.
Yes.
I just made it like 400 and just folded.
10 tournaments, you said, right? Yeah, but I was 25th in this one last year. Didn't spend any.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing I want to say, just to round it out, obviously I have a sort of take on it, but the other thing to say is for Joshua McSweeney, whatever his circumstances, this is obviously real money, and you know, even though we're in the context of playing for $1 million, it might not seem a lot. You know, to McSweeney when he goes home to New Zealand, it's obviously significant money where he's willing to sort of pay the cost of time backs, and we can have some sympathy for that. Poker is about optimizing the money that you make. But what do you think, James?
Yeah, I kind of feel at this point the tournament staff have to be enforcing what we call soft hand for hand. If they see that one table is playing faster than the other, and if they see there's an all-in and we're waiting for a call, I would recommend pausing the deal at the other table so there is no value in him stalling the action. And then he can use the time banks if this is a legitimate decision, but I kind of feel you've committed yourself. You know you've got a call here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, perhaps viewers at home are thinking, well, he has got ace-jack and he is up against ace-queen, but it's just a case of the pot odds. You're going to be against nines, you're going to be against tens, occasionally you're going to be against king-queen suited, etc., etc. So, yeah, Bergstrom is getting up from the table, and it's just not really in the... it's not about us and even the viewers at home. It's just not in the spirit of the game exactly.
Well, I guess now they know that I'm doing this. So, yep.
There we go. There we go.
Band-Aid. That's great news for me. Great. I'll do it one time. I'll use my actual life one time.
It doesn't count after 8 time banks. You don't get the option. The one time's only available on first time bank decisions, unfortunately.
I've never said that in a tournament before, eh? One time.
So McSweeney at risk and behind. And he has flopped a gut shot. He has 3 tens working for him.
Yeah, it's not over.
I really don't want to fly out of Prague today.
He seems like a nice lad.
4 diamonds on the turn. So 3 outs for Josh McSweeney. Needs to spike a 10 on the river to survive. River card is a jack. Too little, too late. And Josh McSweeney is the first player eliminated today. Out in 16th place, did not get the ladder. 47,250 euros.
Looks like he's just wandered in off the hilltops here. He's moving around. Giant character. GG to him. A theatrical exit for the beginning of the day. A character we won't forget. And, you know, as I mentioned, Pedro, amongst the most accomplished players left in the field, adds to his considerable stack.
So we are down to 15. Everyone's now locked up 56,700 euros. And Alexander Sokolovsky remains the shortest stack at the table with 14 bigs. What's Marques playing now? 5 million, more than 80 bigs.
This EPT Prague will pay 572,500 euros.
Now 13 is the next one, right?
Sorry?
13.
Correct.
Yeah.
Please. 15th and 14th pays the same. Money jump when we get to 13.
No need to use your time banks.
But again, this is something that we've seen time and time again. We play pretty deep average stack throughout day 2, day 3, even into day 4. 50 big blinds plus is the average stack. The moment you get to 2 tables and the moment those money jumps, A, become significant and B, become more frequent, everything grinds to a halt. And we'll see. Right now, the average stack is around 50. I guarantee it will drop to 40, probably down to 30.
I mean, they must use soft hand for hand because we use it in all the high rollers.
They do.
It's just a case of informing the players as well and making sure they're aware of what soft hand for hand is. And the most they're going to get is a one-hand advantage as Sylvia finds a blind-on-blind jam. And Kisu with one of the bottom hands he can think about calling. The big blinds, is it exactly? No, 15 bigs he's not going to be calling with an offsuit king like that. Makes sense, especially at this delicate stage of the tournament.
Those are the denominations. We've got the baubles, the tinsels, and the crackers.
Very nice.
The 5Ks, the 25Ks, and the 100K chips.
Wow. A stack of 100Ks, that's a nice feeling.
With ace-5 suitor or something, yeah.
What was the hand leading you to be sure?
I don't remember, actually.
You don't remember?
No.
Oh, really?
I probably do if I think a little bit, not at the moment. It was on this table, though, on your seat, so be careful.
My seat?
No, his seat.
So you want to say I'm busting next?
Yes. Unfortunately.
I will try not to.
So for people talking about the use of time bank cards and the fact that players can use them however they want to, that's not actually true. If you read the T's and C's, and this is in the main lobby section, if you go to the PS Live app, players are required to make decisions within a reasonable time. And here's the key clause. Players who are found to intentionally abuse time, deliberately stall, or purposely slow down the game's progression will be subjected to a 5-second shot clock for all subsequent decision making.
Yeah. It's a privilege, not a right. We can take your time back cards.
Rising Funny asks, how many time banks can you have? The answer at this stage is a lot if you haven't used them, because the shot clock came into play on day 3. So you've got 6 at the start of day 3, 6 at the start of day 4, and 6 at the start of today. So you could easily have 18 time bank cards right now.
Yeah, and Vrakas with the decision here. I do think that actually versus a big stack shove is probably the play here. We could see it would work, so I might be just being results oriented. On the other hand, he can sort of call and try and navigate post. But these smaller pairs, I think, make good jams. And Vrakas has found it. And, you know, this isn't an easy play to make, by the way, with final 2 tables of the EPT. Yeah.
Yeah, but a very long time.
As we get someone blow their nose.
I played one 19 years ago or something.
Yeah, that's a real nice shove to find.
Then made family and then just playing online or what?
No, just playing online mostly.
This is my first in the money main event.
I played like EPT main 2005, 2006, 2007
Oh, wow.
a little bit, and then nothing for 15 years.
I mean, how old are you? You don't look so old.
39.
Sorry?
39.
And still can play 2005?
Of course.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
outside of Vegas, right? So 2006 Vegas.
Wow. It's pretty brutal that he played in 2005. He's still younger than you and me, James. It's pretty cutting. Wow. What was I doing with my life? Jeez. Now, Pedro making a tight fold there with the Jack-10. Guess it makes sense.
Sokolovsky, relatively short, pocket 10s.
Actually plays it as a shove, which is interesting. Certainly one of the stronger hands we're going to want to shove. Maybe raise jacks.
I love it. Take the guesswork out of it.
890,000.
Kisu just managing the clock himself a little bit.
Round to the blinds. Rakus in the small with 9-8 suited. Folds.
Down to me, yeah.
What's the chip leader got?
Let's wait until we have 10 seconds, then we look.
Not very much.
Looks like looks like twins, yeah?
A little bit. But you can
Looks
call,
like
you can
it.
still call, no?
The shove gets through. Magnus Christensen watching on YouTube has a question. What's the most important thing to learn in poker as a beginner? That would be the ranking of hands. Thank you for your question.
Well, you want me to call with Queen 6?
Of course.
Yeah?
Going to be Pedro Marques who's first to act on this hand. Folded to Sokolovsky, who's got King Jack.
Yeah, and this might make a nice open, I think. A sort of raise fold hand.
120.
Sort of matches up with the times we have kings and jacks. You have to be a little bit careful because if you open shoving tens, then your raises can get quite weak quite quickly. But you also need someone to be able to take advantage of that. I think this is a nice play.
Round to the button. Rakus with Queen 9. Jack 8 for Runken.
And Bergstrom in the big blind, who, as we've established, is a very experienced player, but won't do anything with the 8-4 off.
Exact same hand, but early position.
No good.
Oh, good.
Quite a little jovial
Same suit.
table.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry?
This 2005 is like...
It's like 19 years ago, yeah? No, too much experience, this guy. I played only 1 year, he played 25 years.
Yeah, but not much live though.
Still, you played, no? My
No,
first
I'm not
cash.
well live.
My first in the money, in the main event.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, well then win.
I will.
It's a good story.
First in team, eh?
Yeah.
For the main event.
At the best day one or win the whole thing?
My first ever EPT was here exact 10 years ago. I made 36 in this one.
Okay.
Yeah. Exact.
Yeah.
First one exact this year.
Four deuce suited.
First you played?
No, I played. This year I start playing.
EPTs, you mean?
It's quite sweet from Runken that he's sharing. You know, normally they tell you when you go play a big tournament, don't give any information away, that it might be new to it. And he's just like, oh, I played no poker. This is huge for me. I've never been here. Really emphasizing his amateur or beginner roots.
Raise.
A matchup of two of the biggest stacks. And Marques will come along.
Okay, so a battle of the big stacks. We love it. Queen 10 deuce. Second pair for Runken, but Marques has bricked it.
Yes. I mean, obviously, when you defend 5-4, you know this is going to happen a certain amount of the time. And Runken playing cautiously in relation to a talented pro will check back. It's not entirely necessary on Queen 10 deuce. You can see bet this board pretty liberally as the pre-flop raiser, due to the lack of two pairs that the big blind will have, will delay. And now will protect his holding.
Well, we're going to go over to the other table, Sam, where there is a hand in progress between Siegfried Capella and Barak Oz. And we join the hand on the turn. There is Oz. Capella facing an all-in. It's actually on the river. So the board is deuce 7 4 9 4 with 3 hearts. It's all in is for 2.18 million.
2,180,000.
What I just said.
Yeah, big old pot, consequential moment.
Thankfully, with a good observation, he's wearing a pink hat, and that screams strength.
Yeah. A lot of people hiding under scarves and hoodies. Oz looks ready for the beach. This is what poker's all about. Making big decisions deep in big tournaments. And will let it go. Oz
shows pocket sevens.
No, or he just shows a one card.
Good enough or not?
There was a 7 on the board?
It's good enough?
Yes.
Wow. So shows that it wasn't a bluff, or either a thin value bet or a very strong hand. Oh, and Ruggeri's out there as well for back-to-back.
Yeah. He's claiming, now he only showed one card, but he's claiming he had pocket sevens there. He's claiming that he flopped a set and rivered a full house.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Well, he's playing just under 5 million now as we come back to the action on the main stage. We had a Bergstrom button raise and then a 3-bet from Pedro Marques in the small blind.
Yeah, and two of the most experienced players in the tournament, and both flopping significant equity.
375.
We'll come with a sort of more traditional third pot sizing. There is sort of ICM in play at final two tables. So, you know, this is a board sometimes you might want to go bigger. Feels like third is enough. And Bergstrom will decide to call.
Does have top pair, does have the best hand. He's a 2-to-1 favorite here. Marques now with a pair of 8s to go with the flush draw.
Yeah, that's interesting. Outdraws pocket 7s, pocket 5s. A sort of ace-jack of hearts type holding as well that will be in Bergstrom's continuing range. And now Marques in a position where he doesn't need to bluff. He sort of shows down for a certain amount, but does he want to continue with the betting lead? Does decide to check. And Bergstrom hand versus a check gets slightly stronger. Needs protection as well against overcards. Yeah, and Marquez would have loved to have seen it check back. It's unlikely that a hand as weak as 5s or 6-5 bets. But with a pair and a strong flush draw, we definitely can't go anywhere. Doesn't seem like we would want to raise. And so we go to a big river. I had to say it, James, but a king would be quite a card.
Oh, be a disastrous card for Marquez. Jack on the river.
Yeah, and that may save Marquez some money. Goes check, check. And you see a bit of honor amongst the guys. He says 8, and Bergstrom just tables his hand. Probably these guys played a little bit together over the years.
So Bergstrom has just taken the chip lead.
Wow.
Up to nearly 6.8 million, more than 110 big blinds. More than 500,000 ahead of Paul Runken.
Yeah, and a very strong player with a very big stack.
Marquez has dropped down to 3.24 million. Still has more than 50 bigs and is still an above average stack.
Yeah, and you know, again, I'm just sort of speculating. I wouldn't want to say too definitively, but you know, we've got players sort of looking for pay jumps, stalling and such like. And if it were me as a 20-year vet of the game with 113 big blinds, I'd be thinking this is an opportunity to really chip up, take advantage perhaps of people looking to ladder, and go into the final with a really, really big stack. Obviously, it's poker. You can't just sort of walk on water if the cards don't cooperate.
Of course.
Bergstrom in a strong position.
Seconds. 4 plus. 5 plus.
Round 2, Bergstrom, the new chip leader. King Jack in the cutoff.
Raise. 120. 8 plus.
Raises to 120k.
10 plus.
Round 2, Sylvia Studniats in the big blind. 7-4 of spades.
Yeah, and it's not exciting at this stage of the tournament to defend the low connectors like this. I think that's a reasonable fold. Some of the power of a hand like that is just flopping a flush draw and going with it.
Yeah.
Which is less appetizing as pay jumps loom. What do we know about Sylvia?
Very little, and actually does not have that many live caches. You look at her hand mod page, you'd think she's new to poker.
Right. I mean, could be.
Could be. Maybe she's more of a cash game player. Maybe she's just played a lot of tournaments and just not had any breakthroughs.
Yeah. And Sokolovsky with a tight fold on the button, just because I mean it's going to pay. It's a good fold because I think Sylvia would have rejammed.
5 seconds.
So here again she has an opportunity.
Raise.
And decides this time to come with raise, offer 15 bigs.
130,000. Queen 4 for Dan Kishu. He's going to defend.
Yeah, and there are some downsides to raising here. Because when we shove, we just get called by a7 anyway. And when we do this little mini raise, sort of live cards come along. We'll see if it pays off. See, there are great flops. The main thing, yeah, is to not let your opponent outdraw you.
Well, he hasn't. Ace high is still ahead right now.
And I think given how strong our range is to come in raising, we want to maybe just c-bet here.
100.
Forcing out 2 live cards is a great result, if we can do it. And nice from Sylvia. Gets an extra big blind that I wouldn't have.
Yeah. Quite a few people watching the stream from the Polish poker community saying she used to be a poker journalist.
Oh, wow. That's great. See, one of the countries I spent a couple of years living in Poland, in Warszawa, so always rooting the Poles at the poker table.
Oh. Sorry. Yeah, that's why I was confused.
Because he put 60.
Yeah, he put 60.
Runken has folded. Bergstrom's out. Markesh passes. Sokolovsky has the spraggy ace-7 offsuit.
Will he play it, James?
5 seconds.
He knows better. Tis a cursed hand.
Raise.
6 for raise. 130.
Look at this, Kishu racing small to big with 5 deuce offsuit.
That's cheeky. The gut shot powerhouse.
Miraculous.
I mean, if you got 5-2, you want to just play a larger pot out of position.
Yeah.
That's that's day one poker strategy there. You know, on the Right Ones videos, that's the first thing. Yeah, let's not knock it though. Nice little pickup.
Don't knock it till you tried it, love.
Yeah, and you know, obviously sometimes it's hard to chat at the feature table, mic'd up and such like, but even more, I think you can feel the seriousness of the table. Everyone glancing at the outer table, seeing if anyone busts. You really feel on the cusp of that final table. I mean, this guy, do you know Phil McGill, the English poker player?
I don't know him, no.
But he does, I mean, English viewers will not. I honestly thought it was him.
Yeah, you have to remember the rules of bad lookalikes, though, Sam. You can't compare people to other poker players. You have to do a lookalike who is legitimately famous in the mainstream world.
But, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, chap, but he really does look like Phil.
Okay, we're blind v blind. Vrakas in the small with king 10.
Wow, he folded king 4 suited after raising 5 deuce. Wow. Yeah, so Vrakas
5 seconds.
can go either way here. I think limp is traditional at this stage of the tournament.
130.
It's interesting because one person sort of min-raised blind on blind, and then the next player did it, and now a third player's done it. Because in general, you would think perhaps you want to just limp or go big here.
Oh.
And Runken, with a premium, immediately uses the time bank card, because you only get 15 seconds on your first decision. Going to want to take an assessment of the stack depth. Almost certainly, we imagine, going to 3-bet. I think this min-raise speaks of not, you know, exactly of this kind of sort of medium strength hand. And we want to put more chips in here and now with the ace-queen. And goes 330. And this is the sort of problem with coming in for a raise. I think limping and then calling. No, he's jammed. I did not expect that.
Wow. Well, Vrakas,
I mean, he did only have 17 big blinds, so it's kind of understandable.
He's got live cards as well. But officially he is behind, and he is at risk. Roughly a 2-to-1 dog with 5 cards to come.
Yeah, he could have open shoved or so. So I mean, it's not too bad a spot. These are two strong hands, blind on blind. I wasn't quite aware of the stack depth. And Vrakas gets there on the flop at least.
He does indeed. Out flops Runken and is now near enough a 3-to-1 favorite to double up. Just has to fade aces and queens. It's an ace on the turn. He goes behind again and now needs a king or a 10 on the river to survive.
Yeah, Vrakas deflated. Almost took that like a bullet in the chest, leaning back in his chair. His tournament life hanging by a thread.
The river card is an 8, and Georgios Vrakas is eliminated in 15th place.
GG to him. Seems like a nice guy, giving everyone a wave and a handshake for his opponent.
So Vrakas cashes for 56K.
And it's a big old score. 56,000. Not easy to win that much in tournament poker, of course. Within touching distance of the final table, will be a little disappointed.
Yeah.
But
hopefully I win.
Sweet relief for everyone else as that final table comes all the closer.
Vrakas.
Runken regaining the chip lead for what that's worth.
Indeed. 56,700 euros to be precise. And of course, 14th place will pay the same. And then there's a money jump of more than 10K, 68 grand if you can ladder to 13th place.
Don't encourage any laddering. You want them putting their time banks out there, James, for no laddering.
I would like to think everyone still in this tournament is well aware of the payouts and what their optimal strategy should be.
I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right.
So we're going to have to bring have to bring a player up to the main stage from the other table so that we're balanced. We need 2 tables of 7.
Yeah, 2 eliminations on this table.
Meanwhile, Pedro Marques is open with ace-10, and Sylvia Studniarz has got 5s.
Call. Call.
Oh, she calls. This is... I would have expected fold or shove here. And she's actually sort of a cascading effect.
Yeah, because now Kishu's coming in with queen 10. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Family pot?
Yeah, it's a little unusual to see people flatting off such a stack. See if it's rewarded. Marques gonna be a little concerned. Occasionally a flat here is a very, very strong hand.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he has an ace.
King, queen, 7 with 2 clubs. So it's Kishu who flops best, second pair.
Yeah, Marques going to be a bit worried about king, queen is obviously a hand that people do like to flat. I think if he had a club, he could consider a c-bet, but probably begin with a check. We shall see. Just going to take his time. And you see how Sylvia now sandwiched between 2 players. The 5s just lack in playability a little bit. See, just an unfortunate board in some ways, but...
Someone busted there. Someone busted as well.
I think we're hearing there's been an elimination at the other table.
And this is really interesting. Sylvia with a hand that people aren't really even going to expect her to be in there with. Will come out with the bet.
250K called by Kishu.
It's quite a hefty one as well, by the way, half pot. And I tell you what, if she starts running a bluff here, I'm loving it.
Okay, we get the 7 hearts on the turn. Kishu's going nowhere. Second pair, plus the flush draw.
I mean, wow. I mean, it's very hard to do. Yeah, checks over to Kishu, who checks back.
And we get a queen on the river, so it's a full house for Kishu. Sylvia has been counterfeited. She's playing the board.
And in general, when you are sort of bottom of your range, you unblock jack tens, unblock flush draws. I don't think she will, but it wouldn't be an unreasonable bluff, by the way. It's got to be tempting when you find yourself with 5 high.
She is bluffing.
Oh, I mean, this is just...
Oh my God, she's bluffing all of it. Snap call from Kishu, and she is eliminated.
Yes, and I do feel for her. I actually think that's a very brave and very good bluff, as, you know, a smile crossing her face. Inside, she'll be heartbroken.
And just to clarify, because we did hear the players discussing it, as that hand was being played on the main stage, we did just lose Demetrios Gatsis from the other table. So she got the money jump. Gatsis was eliminated in 14th for 56-7. And Sylvia is our 13th place finisher, so she got the money jump to 68K.
It's playing like a 1K hyper turbo, James. We're getting eliminations faster than we can record them.
I don't quite know how, but we're already down to 12. Joe Stapleton, welcome back.
Hello, Joe.
Is there anything left to do? Are we done for the day?
I mean, yeah, that was pretty remarkable hand, by the way.
So this was the hand which saw the elimination of Demetrios Gatsis. He got it in with 7s against King 9. And it's a queen on the river to give Geno Esquez a straight. So that's both Greek players eliminated. We lost Vrakas, we've lost Gatsis. And we are now at 2 tables of 6. Right now we've got 5 players on the main stage, so someone's going to have to come from the outer table to the feature table.
Yeah, it's all happening. All happening.
Can't believe we lost the Duke of Rakis.
Couldn't believe it. I was stunned what people are playing.
We do have the Marquess of Pedro, though, so.
Yeah, like $25
Marquis.
tournament on GG. It's probably like 7x harder than the first.
And a little bit of chit-chat.
Was insane.
Obviously, it's kind of nice for the remaining players. Releases some tensions, some tension as players are eliminated.
He gifted me like 100K in blind 100. And then he said to me, bro, Merry Christmas, but it's over. I'm finished. And he wrote them
100,000 in the first blind.
I had
Looks so similar to Phil Mickel, I can't get over it.
I wasn't sure if you were saying they look similar or if like you think he's playing under a different identity here in Europe.
They just look so similar.
But I had like in big line 100, I had like...
I only have yesterday.
Look at this. This guy's trading war stories now. Like Broadway Danny Rose.
I mean, it really did get people chatty, didn't it?
Sure.
The topic of conversation is how wild some of the play we're seeing in the late stages of an EPT main event is.
Well, we had this discussion off the air last night once we ended play, and we were like, hey, there's not a ton of known crushers left, but that tends to mean that we're going to see some
wild poker, yeah.
Some off the books type stuff.
I don't approve of this because I know this is what they do to me when I punt off. You leave the table. Imagine immediately everyone's coffee housing about how bad did that guy play. I thought he's a super high roller. How can he do
The only way it's worse is they immediately start, hey, deal now?
Yes,
Okay, so we can see it's Sergei Alonsov who is going to be taking a seat at the feature table.
Poor Drea Carlson in the YouTube chat trying to defend the bluff.
Welcome.
By the way, that 5's
It's
bluff.
a great bluff. What I'm saying is that you're just fighting like an ocean of idiots right now.
I mean, I think that it's a sort of pre-flop mistake, perhaps, that sort of compounds on itself. You know, you don't call with 5s. So sure. The only thing I would like to do, would have loved to see her do, which is so hard and just comes from a bit of experience, is just leave 1 chip back. Just leave 1 chip back. You're going all in with 5 high. They then put you in. You survive. You might not have got that pay jump, for instance, and you've got 1 big blind is actually worth a lot. And
I mean, with all the poker I've watched, I still don't think of that.
Yes, I mean it's a very hard thing to do, but you know you've basically got a full house or nothing there, so you can't be exploited. Just keep the 1 big blind back, but very courageous. To be honest, if I was going to bust, I mean, by the way, I have buzzed in final 2 tables. I think doing it on a courageous bluff, you know, where you're going to generate certainly plenty of folds, is much better than bleeding out. Here again, we see 2 bigger stacks sizing each other up. Pedro going to certainly defend the Queen Jack. Matches up well against Runken's actual holding.
And let's see what the first 3 cards bring. 6, 5, 4.
Yeah.
Ace high out in front.
And it
now.
might be difficult with ICM, but this is actually the best board for the big blind. Maybe 5, 6, 7. And it isn't unusual to see a lead here. I don't know whether you get it with range, but yeah, Pedro will just put some money out there. It's a function of the fact that it's so frequently checked back by imposition. And we can see the efficacy of it as ace-10 already not excited to continue.
All right.
And yeah, you see how these top players navigate, finding little wrinkles like that, being aware of the way ranges interact.
Bad bit. She have top set, he have quads. Was unlucky.
Don't listen to it.
And I first straight flush. I know.
You got straight flush?
Yeah.
This is quite the yarn.
Yeah, of course, when you lose like this with top set, it's not easy. You go home, you think.
I can't believe they're being mean about that. I think that, to be, you know, whenever you get there with the with the counterfeited hand.
It's almost as if some people face more criticism than others do in certain situations, Sam.
Indeed. It's definitely
pretty wild that people who wear purple.
Yep. It is a problem for the community sometimes. I mean,
yesterday good as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really it's a jam I would have made myself for sure with that had I reached the river with that holding. You know, not interfering with the straight draws, not interfering with the flush draws.
But she bluffs too much when not necessary.
I haven't played.
This isn't.
You have the worst hand, you have to bluff first.
We'll do the commentary, Joe.
Speaking of what's not,
should we tell them?
Well, speaking of what's not necessary, this conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
Not necessary.
No, but this was a good one. I mean, which one? The one she did.
Let's say you feel this way. Keep it to yourself.
I was gone from the table, then I came and just see this.
And I will say her aggression is part of the reason she got to this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Seemed to play great to me.
I know a player very well who almost never bluffs, and he's a min cash guy.
But I mean, she could have a flush draw.
Yeah, if that. If that.
Oh, yeah, at best is what I mean.
Yeah,
at best.
Exactly.
He might be in the room with us right now.
I got very lucky against her yesterday in a huge pot.
In a huge bluff?
No, in a huge pot. I made a straight on the river when she checked raise turn with trips.
Okay. Ah, it was you. Okay.
It's you.
It does sound very ominous in that accent.
Crazy
It was you.
Sweden. You're from Sweden.
Yeah.
Crazy Sweden guy. You remember now, yeah? Romanian. No, we didn't know.
Yeah,
No,
and the winner of that pot with the full house. It's not like she got hero called either, by the way. It's like, yeah, he had a full house. So.
Right. I always say, if you're gonna lose big.
Yeah,
run into the absolute stones.
Yeah. And here comes Runken with the offsuit ace. And we are down to 12, though. I mean, that is significant. Really close to the big money now.
Yeah, we're on a pay jump.
No, are we? Yeah. Yeah.
A big one, 13K.
Yeah. I mean, final 9 get over 100.
120, yeah?
Yeah, chip for you.
And straight into the action
Just have a feeling, you know.
for our Belarusian friend, Alonsau, I believe we're going to say.
Queen 5-4. That's Belarusian. We do a little V at the end for the U.
Alonsav.
Alonsav, whatever. Yeah, not going to.
Oh, no, I like it. I like to know. Of strong Belarusian players. Runken with the ace of clubs. Nice card to have. Dampening the check raise frequency. And threes, you know, as we saw with the pocket fives, the pocket pairs, a little hard to navigate. We'd love to have threes with a club, just for that little bit of extra equity. I think it's pretty close there. I think with the 3 straight, maybe we want to just call one. Occasionally turn our hand into a bluff, but I don't blame them for folding.
Say maybe jam those threes if they get counterfeited on the river.
Yes, exactly. Hope what you want to do is play threes, hope to get counterfeited, then you got a great bluff.
Then you're just like, well, that's probably the only time that I do bluff these days where I'm like, oh, my hand literally doesn't play at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a good way to, just like when you're at the top of your range, you never fold. Like you never say, this guy's, I'm out. Like if you've got the best possible hand you can have, basically, or close to in a line. And also when you've got the worst possible hand that you can have, you will
never
always
check.
bluff.
Right.
Yes, exactly. And that's just a nice sort of mechanic, beginner's mechanic to understand how to approach things.
Actions folded to Sokolovsky. No, who's folded? We got the small blind here.
120.
Sergey Alonsov.
Yeah, and continues with something we've seen quite a bit at this table. Coming in for the min raise, a little unorthodox. Maybe sort of blocking your opponent taking aggressive action or hoping to do that. So it just doesn't really, I mean, it does generate a fold on this instance. So there you go.
Happy to get a fold there.
Bergstrom chatting about how he played his first EPT in 2005. He's 39.
So
and was at the final table in 2005.
So we have him cashing 2 events in 2005 and then not showing up again on Hand and Bob till 2017.
If you're saying he went to prison, keep it off air.
Sam!
Keep it off air. You know what
I'm trying to be subtle.
How he spends.
All I'm saying, the love and hate written on his knuckles is a dead giveaway.
Sure. Eastern promises. If you see his knees. And, yeah. Hey,
oh, baby. We have a hand brewing up here.
Yes.
Ace King suited for Markish. Pocket Kings for Sokolovsky.
Yeah, and he will jam. And unless someone picks up, or maybe even a couple of players pick up hands behind, Markesh with the incredibly strong ace-king suited.
That ain't a hand. Big blind, chip leader still.
Yeah, and Pedro ready to snap.
Nay. Well, that's all the king's done.
Yeah, and
good luck.
Sokolovsky at risk.
I don't think I say good luck in this spot.
Ace King looks kind of powerful suited, right? Somehow.
Sam?
It just does.
Don't do it.
The butchers.
Markish.
Phlegmatic.
Can hit an ace. We know there's no kings left.
Yeah, and Sokolovsky awaits his fate.
Is a heart. Just one at least. Runner, royal. What odds you want to give me?
That would be a good way to do it for sure.
Turn card. No heart. Good news for Sokolovsky.
Yeah, that's a big old brick. Barry required, otherwise Sokolovsky will double.
Wow. I can't believe it, Vince. That is disgusting.
Moreover, I fired one ace.
That's brutal. Really, really, really brutal for Alexander.
OMG. Alexander Sokolovsky. Alexander sucked out on Olovsky.
Yeah, I mean, he's done his job there.
5 marks, yeah?
You know, all you can want for, you know, probably one of the biggest days of poker in his life is
Because we cannot play 4
to get it in good, get it in with an absolute premium.
That is the grossest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I sat front row for the substance.
But there's no short stack on this table.
Yeah,
So they have to do it on
and
that table.
more chips in the hands of Pedro.
I don't want to bust. So.
By the way, Pedro Marques, who's fourth in chips at this table, fourth of 5, with 73 big blinds.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I mean, we've had 4 bust outs, I think, in the hour that I've covered, which, given the delicate stage of the tournament, and, you know, I mean, there were short stacks, but, you know, given that there's a bit less defending, a bit less shoving, a bit less calling at this stage of the tournament, it's quite remarkable. Quite fun now to see these guys play some deep stack poker, but yeah.
Remarkable that we are down to 11 players, 5 at this table, 6 at the other. 6 is here for Alonsov.
I mean, it can't keep up this rate of elimination.
No, we could be in for a quote-unquote boring couple of hours with how deep everyone is right now.
What, Griff's coming on comms?
You know what's funny is he's my little punching bag too, but I go for other style of insults. I said you can't wear noise canceling headphones to listen to the stream, otherwise you won't be able to hear Griffin. It's like Bergstrom is defending. Oh, by the way, someone on YouTube very hilariously said if he had been in Swedish prison, he probably could have still grinded online.
They give you day release.
Yeah.
If you say, but it's a really big tournament.
6 is still good after this jack high flop. Alonsov's going to bet 80,000.
Yeah, and Bergstrom wrapping around the jack quite nicely. And look at this. I like this. Reaching for... Oh, I thought he was going for a check raise. That's an option as well. Maybe with Heart Club we want to do it. We'll just call... And that's why...
Bingo, bango, bongo, if I'm going to keep quoting Mike Sexton.
You take one off. And Alonsov reaching again for chips. Got to be a little bit careful with this kind of strategy, because good players will eventually start seizing on it. If you sort of... It's quite nice to bet against small with 6s. You can get called by 5x, of course. But if you do it too often, you'll start to get check raise bluffed. You know, if you're just betting exactly what your hand wants all the time. Of course, they've got to find that. And hearts come in, so you diminish the showdown value you have with 6s. Once you get called twice, doesn't show down for much.
It's got to sting a little bit seeing a queen there. Yeah. It always feels unfair.
Unreasonable, yeah.
They don't flop it.
What happened? You check raise on the flop?
They used to say back, you know, when I first started playing the game, someone won like that, you'd say, good call on the flop.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. You like that turner, huh?
Yeah.
That's funny. So these are the 5 chip counts here at our short-handed feature table. Kishu looks like the short stack. That's 64 big blinds, my babies.
Days from the beginning till the end.
Yeah. So he played 45 years, imagine.
They're still going on about that.
Minus
it really is the year of Romania.
And next
I don't know, a Swede is always... I mean, these guys...
Connor in chat. Nice catch. That's the other one.
And 20 of these years are online, which are multiplied with tens. So...
Just avoid playing with him, yeah?
Yeah, it's no point playing with him. Just fold as I do.
Okay.
I'm not even looking at my
Congrats
cards.
on your deep run, Undersea Monkey.
I just fold, no problem.
So Runken giving it the chat that he's not playing any hands, then coming in for a raise.
He's been pretty active.
We'll get it through. He's kind of like that German kid who was at my table whose name was Philip Wood. Paul Runken. It's a very English name. Sounds like he would have a...
But it would be like R-U-N-K-I-N in England.
Yes.
Originally Run King or something.
Yes. My grandfather was the king of Runkenshire.
Yeah, right.
The mayor of Runcornshire.
"23 minutes left on this level. As we stated, 11 players. If it keeps up like this, we're going to play down to 6. But lots of options for ending the day today. Could be 6, could be 7, could be 8. I think in some extreme circumstances, maybe 9.
Yeah, I think we'll get through 9. You would imagine so. There'll be collisions eventually.
6-6 raise 120,000.
I do want to give the password. Another brilliant, clever password today. EPT Prague, all lowercase.
Wow.
How much do you think the marketing executive makes? Came up with EPT Prague, all lowercase.
EPT in lowercase. EPT in lowercase. It doesn't sit right with me. It's the EPT. It's not the EPT.
It's EPS Prague. The EPT in America is actually the emergency pregnancy test. So plus means you're pregnant. Minus means you're not. I've heard. It's not like I bought 10 of them one time.
The password is Plan B.
All lowercase. Runkin. It's going to fold 9-6 under the gun. Anton.
If anyone can run, can. Yeah, and Bergstrom, confident.
120,000. Sit 8 pass.
Just using the blocker. His hand's a little less valuable. Now we're at a deeper stack.
Sit 1 pass.
But when we get through to the big blind, it's a nice spot. Position, range advantage can be leveraged down the streets.
Sit 4 call.
Kishu is in.
The nut.
This might be the only position I don't mind King 9 in. 7-5 deuce, couple of hearts.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, just a case when no one flops anything. The advantage. Jeez, Kisu just...
He's like really hoping he had the King of Hearts under there. No heart.
Sit 7, check.
Just think check back for Bergstrom.
And neither player has a heart as the 3 of hearts peels off on the turn.
Kisu checking and rechecking his cards. And interestingly...
I think that not a lot, but some of Dan's game is actually performative to sort of throw off tells and reverse tells and stuff like that. Like, I think him checking his cards twice there is intentional.
Donut? Yeah, he's doing a little like, I could have something trying to... Oh, look at this.
Yeah, see, this is all... I think that he sort of makes up for what he lacks in GTO in his game with like a little bit of panache.
And theatrics, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a completely irrelevant part of the game. You know, there's still those ancient arts of poker come into things.
You know, I think when you are playing against GTO players and you don't play that way and you act funny, it will throw them a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, and you can see Bergstrom's like, what hand?
Yeah, it's pretty confusing. Bergstrom checks again. Kishu does often seem pretty content to get to showdown. I wonder if he will bluff this Jack of Diamonds on the river.
I mean, I think having done the theatrics thus far, it seems okay to maybe take a stab at it.
Is this going to be enough? It's like around half pot.
Sit 4, bet 195.
It's kind of interesting.
A little more than.
The size up to 195 kind of speaks of Jack. I mean, a 3 wouldn't necessarily want to go quite this big. Bergstrom will hit the Jack himself. So he'll figure that he's very low in his range, right? Almost doesn't have a worse hand than this.
There you
go. And as you quite rightly say, Joe, he's sort of earned that pot potentially by keeping his opponent a little unnerved, let's say.
A little
I mean, also, Bergstrom's only been playing 19 years. We know that, so, you know, maybe...
He's definitely got that beat. He still thinks Hold'em is new.
It's no limit. No limit, Hold'em. We can put in more than 3 bets pre-flop. Wow.
It's incredibly frowned upon when it was first invented to do 3 bets pre-flop.
Yeah, of course. Mate, I earned my living, so I didn't say I was a pro, when I used to pay for rent. I played 1-1 pot limit Hold'em. That was the game, because again, it was like imagine just being able to go all in pre with aces. You're not giving your opponents a fighting chance, you know. They want to play
unfair
suited. So I'd be limping in with ace king and hoping someone else raised so I can repot.
I mean, Hold'em was still new enough that when I started playing, and I guess that you go through this too when you're younger, is that like, if someone comes to the table and they start moving all in every hand, you're like, come on! What's wrong? You're ruining the game.
Yes, absolutely.
And now you're like, wait, no, please, by all means, go all in every hand.
Yeah, I mean, I speak with Ike. I mean, he began by playing, he was like playing, when PokerStars first opened, it was like, there was just, you know, like a 5-10 limit Hold'em game, and that was like the biggest game on PokerStars. Duncan with the very playable 10-8 of diamonds.
Heads up to this flop. Wow, baby. I forgot you could hit a flop this hard.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Top pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, and the 10-9 does interact very well with the opener's pre-flop range. You know, they're opening 10x offsuit, and we can see the queen jacks, king queens of the world hit this board hard. Marquez may elect to c-bet for that reason.
85. 85.
I mean, that would sound very intimidating if I didn't have top pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, so Runker could go either way here. It's such a strong hand and plays well down the streets that we can just call.
He's been so aggressive this whole day, though. I'd kind of like to see him keep it up and just keep everybody guessing. But when you have it locked up this hard, it's pretty tough to.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still bad cards can still come. Obviously, we can see Marquez 23% even against this, and so it's going to be interesting when Runken checks whether Marquez decides to start firing. We don't really want club in hand, but we can just really begin to pressure 5x, 9x. Obviously, at this stack depth, there's pocket pairs in there. We can even imagine a hand like ace-jack that might check call the flop. And I suspect Marquez might fire again. We can imagine how difficult it would be to continue with, say, 9-7 of hearts. Checks back just to realize that equity.
River, it's a diamond.
Yeah, and Runken, it's almost hard to value bet now when you block the top pair and you have the flush. What do you want to size as?
Do you ever make your decision based on what will make you feel like less of an idiot? So betting and they can't call you versus checking and they just check back?
Normally you put like a pair in a small sizing and a flush in a big sizing. So the flush with the pair, I think you want to put into the small sizing so you have some protection. And now like maybe king queen with a diamond will raise you. Exactly what he's done. I really like this. You sort of match this with the 10 or match this with the 9 in the block sizing and hope to get bluff raised. And Marquez beats queen jack and king jack. You see, a good player like this doesn't immediately release. Always considering, is this a hand we can ever bluff? But no diamond in hand will release. I think that's nice. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense with that flush to like power in
go
pot.
huge, yeah.
It's just a nice, again, a sort of mechanic, card matching mechanic in order to make sure you got some flushes in the small sizing.
When I make a flush, I'm going to use this advice.
Yeah, it's very, very common. It's also, you know, let's say you have top set, you always put that into the like small sizing, or if you have top 2, something that sort of interfere, and then the times, let's say you have a straight where you don't interfere with any sets or any pairs. You're like powering in money.
Okay.
It's yeah, something, and Donut showing he knows what's up, as we kind of expected from what we've seen of him so far.
Dan really taking his time with the fold here at the king tray. Back to the two biggest stacks at the table, Runken and Bergstrom. Got a good bad lookalike for Bergstrom. David Caruso, I'll allow it. Looks like this pot
I don't know, David.
just got pushed. Wow! Remember from CSI Miami?
I guess.
No.
From NYPD Blue? That might have been on your list. No?
I had a good hand.
Bro, come on.
NYPD Blue? That was like original prestige television.
I didn't watch any TV pre The Wire, like anything. I mean, I even came to The Wire, like, I was just against television as a sort of point.
My favorite thing is like not you, but people sort of your ilk would be like, I don't watch television, and then they'd be like, except for The Wire, and then all these things that are like on TV. Like just because you watch them on DVD doesn't mean you don't watch television.
But it is a good way to sometimes catch
Breaking
up
Bad.
with things. Wait until The Guardian's written 5 think pieces on them, and then I get to them.
130.
And also it messed me up because once I enjoyed The Wire so much that I ended up watching hours of terrible TV because people were like, you've got to watch it.
It's the next Wire.
Yes, chasing that same.
You must like Generation Kill also, I would guess.
I didn't see it actually. I would watch anything David Simon did.
Well, I wasn't the biggest Treme fan, but We Own the Night was awesome.
Yeah, We Own
was
the Night
awesome.
It was nice to see the Wire repertory theatre.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
as well.
The Wire universe.
Sure, people switching it up.
Alontsov opening under the gun with ace-8. Kishu is in with king-queen. And flops top pair.
Yeah, things going well for Chisu. Making connections left, right, and center. And Alontsov will recognize how well this board connects with Chisu's flatting range. You know, again, we don't have a spec. Chisu with a little bit of a deceptive check back. Gets even stronger on the turn. Alontsov won't get enticed.
Bet 100,000.
Bang, bang. Top 2.
Yeah, I think if we had ace deuce or something, or ace 3, we could bet to try and fold out actually 8s, or which is a hand, but having the 8, it's not so good. Just relinquishing sometimes without a fight.
I mean, you really drill down that far, huh? You just think
Definitely.
That's what you guys are thinking about.
Yeah,
when
of
you
course.
are like have 4 time banks, you're like, oh, maybe I can get 8s to fold.
Yeah, I mean, this flatting range is very specific, right? It's Broadway and it's pairs, basically. It's ace-10, king-queen, king-jack, and then 7s, 8s, 9s. And there's a so if you've got ace-deuce, you can target 6s, 8s, 9s. If you've got ace-8, you're only targeting 9s and the power of it's diminished, you know?
Every once in a while, I feel like I'm getting somewhere, and then you say something like that, and I'm like, dang.
Yeah, it's a very delicate operation because every chip you put in the pot at this stage is worth a lot. Because also, once you get into one barrel, sometimes you're getting into firing again. So you just want to be really sure that you got the right combination.
6, 7 pass, 6, 8 pass.
7-6, looking beautiful in the big blind.
Runken, who has been quite active today and is chip leader, understandably raising Jack 10.
Yeah, 125 big blinds. Let's put them to work.
And this is somewhat of a cooler at the moment. Top pair for Runken, second pair for Alontsov.
Yeah. And Runken with the diamond as well is nice.
6 bet 90,000.
90K, the continuation bet.
Yeah, I think we can, you know, I know we do sort of downsize the deeper we get in the tournament, but I think we could go a little bit bigger on a board with the straight draw like this that interacts so much with the big blind. Especially as, yeah. Anyway, goes 90K.
The 90K is called. Turn card is an 8. This thing is getting spicy.
Yeah. And Alonsav picking up additional nut equity. And elects to lead. I don't know whether this happens. And then says raise afterwards.
He's raising from 0 is what I like to think of it as.
And I think this definitely would have been a case on a 4. I don't know about on an 8. But anyway, Runken a little unsure what to make of this. It is fine to hedge, I think, when the ace-kings, ace-queens, ace-10s don't improve. And with the jack, with sort of maybe the worst kicker, might open jack-9 on occasion, just decides to call.
River is an ace. It's the ace of clubs. Running clubs come in.
Yeah, and Alonsav not happy to see that card.
He looks not happy to see that card.
Not only did, you know, ace-x of diamonds get there, you know, gonna probably get bluffed when our opponent has 9-10. Very tough spot. And Runken, we imagine, would want to check back here. See that many hands we can get value from. Very occasionally we're up against Queen Jack. Does seem like, yeah, he's just, it's sort of a spot where you feel like I've got the best hand, but it's not enough
Jack
equity.
7, I guess you still call, yeah?
Wow. Did he just call out 6-7?
Jack 7.
Oh.
6 or 4.
Runken does check back. He's going to show down the winner and add even more to his chip lead. Over 8 million now. Sam, have you ever played VR poker, Vegas Infinite?
I played it a little bit in NAPT, very briefly, yeah.
It's super fun. I just want to give out my friend a shout out. My friend Jesse won a VR MTT last night.
Oh wow!
And he says I played it a bunch of times. It's super fun. He said I had no idea that when you make a final table, you go to the TV table. Then after they win, they take a winner's pick and give you a trophy and champagne.
Does a virtual Joe Stapleton come on and make?
I was waiting for VRU to come out and interview me.
Yes.
I actually did do a broadcast in VR once.
Wow.
And the way they broadcast it is, so in the VR, there are cameras, right? You can like create a camera and then take pictures. And what they do is they generate a bunch of cameras and place them around the room and then broadcast from the cameras in VR.
Wow. Yeah. I'm learning about the future. It's like, you know, there's those moments where people first told you about Facebook or this.
Yeah,
like,
no, Vegas is super cool. Lucky, shout out the guys at Lucky VR. Those, it's a really fun product.
Ah, that's super cool. Do you ever worry if this is maybe we're in the virtual world right now and there's a Joe Stapleton saying...
So I was voicing an old broadcast recently of like Liv Bury, Phil Hellmuth, Phil Locke, Bill Lee, all at this TV table, and they talk for like an hour about how we're all probably some simulation that's been left on by like some alien kid.
Sure.
It's like we're like in his Minecraft, and he just like went to dinner and forgot about us.
Yes. There's the horrible Black Mirror Star Trek one.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty rough.
Yeah.
They're going to make a sequel to that one actually in this newest season. The
really?
First Black Mirror sequel episode. Top pair for Alonsav here.
Yeah. And it's just a very strong hand.
He's going to take his frustration in
against
the last hand out on
weak
Dan
hand. Chisu, they're going to do a little bit of chip dancing, as is his wont. What's he got? The city? Is that the city of Miami? Is that
Yes, he's just repping the whole city. Bienvenido a Miami.
It's Miami, which is just on the Romanian-Moldavian border, though. It's a little less.
It's Miami.
Yeah, Miami. Yeah. It's,
You will see anyway.
And actually, Jody, who is a big fan of the stream and goes by Growler, I believe met her partner in PokerStars VR. Like, so this anecdote, he goes, when I usually log on and play at night, it brings me to some random cash game, but all the players know each other well and play so often that they're friends. The other night, the table was convincing this lady that she needed to have her angiogram after she failed a stress test. She was scared to find out any results. I didn't say anything, but was tempted to say, you need to be results-oriented when it comes to your heart health, Michelle.
I don't know what to say.
I played. What I'm saying is a really close community and people. It is like going to your local card room.
Well, with EPT Paris being cancelled, have we considered just putting it online, putting it into the virtual realm? We all go to we could visit the virtual Eiffel Tower and queue for the virtual lift.
Not a terrible idea, Sam.
I mean, it's coming, bro.
Everyone that want a package, we ship you a headset, a nerd helmet.
Playing EPTs is the last thing we're doing in real life anyway. So why not shift that online?
Dan Kishu with Queen 9 gets to raise here, small to big. He is raising the big blind of Runkin.
Yeah, again, comes in for that sort of mini raise, sort of blocking further aggression. But Runkin, as the covering stack, and with a connector, gonna take a flop.
That flop is 4-4 deuce. That's a gut shot for Runkin.
It's 4-4. Ace 4-4? No.
No, we're having someone's got fat fingers this week.
Yeah, and this is sort of a little bit of the problem with coming in for, like, you don't really want to bloat the pot out of position. You either want to sort of generate folds with a bigger raise or keep the SPR small, because Runkin is not going to give you an easy time. Can even just raise this 6-5, I think, on occasion.
Yeah.
You know, this C-bet with the Queen 9, what does it achieve? I don't think you would fold out Queen 10, by the way. And Runkin picking up additional equity, nut equity in position. Chisu.
Now pumps the brakes.
Yes. And if I were Chisu, you can check back with your sort of live cards and sort of repeat something else, but I think just going after it here and now makes some sense. You can either get there or fire a big bluff on the river. 400K, it's a substantial bet. And whether you're from Miami
or Miami
or Bucharest or wherever, this is not an exciting situation. And no amount of tanking or chip dancing will change that. And he's out. Nice pickup from Runkin. It was a favourable flop for his actual hand, so I don't want to be too results-oriented.
We've seen a lot of favorable flops for Paul Runkin. It is the year of Romania with Runkin and Kishu both sitting pretty here. Kishu, bottom of this table, but that's 47 big blinds.
Yeah, a lot of poker to be played here on the way to the final table, Joe.
And we'll try to get an update during this break about what shape the other stacks are in at the other table. But for now, this is where everyone sits at the new blind level, which will be taking under.
Yeah, some big stacks and some big names. Anton Bergstrom, Pedro Marquez, two top poker talents in the online and live realm. And going to be consequential poker ahead as we reach that final table.
That's right, consequential poker, consequential prizes still to be given away. Everyone at this point guaranteed 81,000 euros. If you can make it to the next ladder, which is at the unofficial final table, you're finally hitting those six-figure scores. My babies, we are taking a break. You don't have to go anywhere. Plenty of fun stuff to watch during the break, but for now, you'll speak to James in 18 minutes' time. Back from Prague.
My mom was trying to sort of console me when I called her afterwards. And she said, you know, Rania, you told me you had no expectations when you went into this. Because that's generally how I play poker. I play poker to have fun, meet new people, challenge my brain. And so if something good in terms of a result happens, I'm always very happy. This one, you know, it's so very hard to make a final table of any event.
Yeah, for sure.
And the EPTs, you know, we Americans always perceive the Europeans to be such a harder field than we have in America. So, you know, A, to make a final table, B, to make a final table of an EPT with all of these, like, you know, very, you know, game theory optimal, like Europeans putting maximum pressure on you, not especially, but, you know, as a female, sometimes I felt like a little extra pressure to make that final table. I mean, what a dream. What a dream. And one, you know, I had a couple of French poker pros come up and just say, you know, as good as we are, and that's not exactly how they said it, but, you know, as accomplished as our resume is, you know, we've never made an EPT final table. And that was sort of their like, hey, we know this sucks right now, but just in perspective and like the grand scheme of your life, like you made a final table of an EPT, like congratulations.
Absolutely. We have to talk about the hand that did all of the damage. And I'm sure you've relived it a million times, but it is one of those situations. And it doesn't help. It doesn't, I think, make the situation any easier, but you want that call, right? You know he has a jack. You get it in with two pair. Unfortunately, to use your phrase, the deck can be a cruel mistress and the river changes everything. But you played the hand well in the sense you got him to overplay top pair there. So if we're not going to track results, if we're not going to play the outcome, it was a good hand for you, but obviously a bad hand the way it went.
Bad result.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I guess the sting is the way that he didn't realize that he'd even won the bloody hand.
Yeah, that was like, it was not intentional on his part. Like he's a really nice guy. So it was not intentional, but it just added a teeny bit of salt into the wound. Of course. And it made me second guess myself because I was like, well, wait, is there there's literally no way I think I win when a 10 hits, but it made me second guess the fact that I thought I had lost correctly. At the table, I thought, like, if I had had that hand with Boris, for example, I would not have shoved on the turn. I would have maybe min clicked up or just checked and then maybe check raised the river. But with him, I felt pretty confident that if he was ahead, or so he thought, if he was ahead at that point, that he would call quickly. And I was, you know, he not only called quickly, he snap called me with a jack and a 10. I mean, Jack Queen is well within my range in defending in the big blind. And with the board, I mean, I want him to call. So I could have maybe Hollywooded a little bit to get a fold, but I wanted a call. So it is, as my coach would say, it is what it is.
Yeah. And it was the irony of you standing there basically calling for the cards you didn't want to see. One of them comes on the river and he still didn't realize that he'd won. But by his own admission, he was incredibly tired. And I'm interested in your mindset throughout this because we're talking about a 6-day tournament where you're playing for sometimes 9 to 10 hours a day. Again, I know this ain't your first rodeo, but did it take its toll playing this deep into this event, playing to the final table?
The only time I really felt that the amount of play and sort of the stress take its toll, the last level of every day was when I was like ready to like tap out, call uncle, throw out a white flag, like I was done. But at the beginning of the days, you know, I was operating on a lot of sleep, a lot of adrenaline, a lot of M&Ms, my lunchtime favorite. And so I felt good and in control. So no, I would say that, you know, I didn't feel tired. You know, there was one night where, you know, I was like, okay, 30 more minutes. And I think the player was from Austria. I can't remember, but he was like, well, you Americans usually play for 12 hours. Like we're only playing for 9 or 10. But, you know, to your point, by the last level or last hour every day, I could see my play faltering, my conviction faltering, and my ability to sort of be aggressive because I didn't want to run the risk of making a mistake when I knew I wasn't optimum. But for the, you know, 8 hours and a half before then, I felt great every day.
Yeah, and these three competitors are going to be over the moon to be three-handed and playing for this kind of money, but the differences between third and second, and then ultimately second and first, are absolutely massive. I mean, you know, the difference between first and second is more than first place.
Yeah. And before anyone asks, even though they were on a break for the last 20 minutes, no deal discussions have taken place. No one has floated the idea of chopping the prize pool. We get Van Luke opening on the button with Jack 10 suited. Round to Rania Nasruddin in the big blind.
No opportunities?
5-4 offsuit. Maria, from where we left off last night, would you have expected these to be the final three?
I feel like 2 of the 3, it certainly looked like it was trending that way, of course, for Angelov and Nasruddin. And Van Luke, you know, definitely hung in there, picked his spots, got super lucky with those running jacks. So fate has it that he's meant to be here.
Yeah, and he has flop top pair here against second pair. Nasruddin checks to him. And he does continue. He bets 1.5 into a pot of just over 2.5.
Yeah, this is just a spot where she's going to take one off and see what develops. Of course, having that 5 is nice, can turn some straight possibilities or 2 pair.
Absolutely. She now has a 4-1 advantage over Van Luke. Checks a second time.
Van Luke knew what Nasruddin had, those glasses would be getting steamy. This is a brutal spot for him now.
Fires a second barrel.
I'm all in.
Oh. Wow. She.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Check shoves. He snap calls.
What a.
Whew. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold.
5-4 hold for the pigeon.
Van Luke has 8 outs. Jacks, 10s, and
King for
3s.
ace. No jack, no 10, no 3. 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 No jack, no 10, no 3.
Those are his outs. If he doesn't hit a jack, 10 or 3, he's out. It's the 10!
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
She's still got 900K. It was a virtual all-in, and she's going to be left with just 2 big blinds.
She's taking it really well. I mean, inside, I can only imagine.
What's Van Luke doing?
He doesn't realize that he's won.
You cover me, right?
You won the hand.
Oh my God, shit! Fucking hell!
You didn't know you win the hand?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
He missed
oh my
it.
God.
He missed the river.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, oh my God. Wat stom. Wat stom.
When he pushed his chips
Ja, ik ben moe, man.
I thought he was asking the dealer to count his stack.
Tired.
He thought he'd lost.
I'm so sorry, I apologize. I really didn't know.
That's fine.
That's a good start for Van Luke.
Yes, it is. And at this point, I would expect this to be all in a lot of the time. I think trapping is also totally acceptable, though.
And that's what he does, just completes on the button. King 7 the hand for Angelov.
This might just be a jam versus limp guys.
Angelov shoves, and Van Luke calls. Angelov gets it in as the underdog here. And Angelov is the at-risk player.
King, me.
If ace-queen holds, this heads-up battle is finally over, and we have a champion here in Monaco.
Yeah, this is a huge flip. This is a flip for like 380K.
Crazy.
It's just unreal.
So hyper-focused on just getting a good, clean run out as the 65% favorite, and you are EPT royalty.
Queen Jack 4 on the flop. Only the one live card now for Angelov. Needs a king. Running clubs would work as well.
Running straight wouldn't hurt either, but these are long shots.
3 of diamonds on the turn means no additional outs. Just 3 cards save Boris Angelov. There is a 93% chance this will be the final hand of the tournament.
And a king.
Woo! It's a 9, and Dirk Van Look takes down the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino for €1 million.
Oh, and the emotional Van Luke instantly goes for the handshake before heading to the rail. Really, really great sportsmanship there.
Oh, that's sweet.
Fucking hell.
The investor and semi-professional poker player whose partner is expecting their 3rd child very soon.
Oh, that's so lovely. Just beautiful stuff. Yeah.
Gets the 7-figure score and will get to lift the trophy. And congratulations to the runner-up. Boris Angelov played a great final table, played a great heads-up. Has to contend with a 620K score. Great money, his best ever career cash.
Now what?
But understandably disappointed, whereas nothing but smiles for this fella. That flop is Jack 9-8. Top 2 for Davies.
Yeah, big flop for Davies. I think Mockery will be aware that this is a board that's going to hit the limp calling range. Obviously, 3 overcards flop pretty often, but he will elect to continue. A little surprised at this, actually. But obviously, perhaps a hand that doesn't make sense as a check call wants to put it into the betting range just to get himself to the turn. And now Seth has to decide whether to call or raise.
Such a wet texture, Sam. You know, you got to be concerned about some ugly turns and rivers, but obviously mixing in some calls makes plenty of sense as well. Your opponent could just completely whiff here. Just elect just to call the 240.
Turn card is a 5.
Wow.
Oh my days.
Mockery with the set.
Yeah.
Against top 2.
Yeah, remarkable, remarkable turn card as those equities
30 seconds.
flip-flop.
30 seconds.
And now Mockery having bet small on the flop. It's a bit weird, but I just assume he will begin to size up.
Yeah, it makes sense. Davies is
Yeah,
gonna have,
and
oh wow, does elect to check.
yeah, and this is kind of nice because the flop bet sort of perhaps didn't contain his strongest hands. And there's plenty of value bets that Davies will make, both with some floats, queen, X of clubs, and the like, as well as his strongest hands. So I'm blocking the top pair and the like. Mockery will check, and it is a hand that is going to give 5s plenty of action. Davies can get value from many, many other holdings.
With the action check to him, Seth Davies bets 750K into a pot of 1.44 million.
Yeah, and just like Stapleton's comic, Mockery has got Davies trapped here with the set. And the question now is, do we spring it with it all in now, or do we just check call?
Please tell me he's paying you for that, by the way.
It does seem like there's a lot of bad river cards, so maybe we want to go for it all now against hands like Jack 10.
Yep, such a wet texture. Got to be concerned about those big draws coming in.
Yeah, Kyan considering what does he want to do with this exact holding. Maybe, yeah, he jams.
All in, shoves on Davies, and Davies calls! And this could be it. Jackson nines are Seth Davies' only outs.
For back-to-back titles for Kaihan Mokri. Unprecedented.
If it's not one of those 4 cards on the river, he has done it. He has claimed the Barcelona Super High Roller title 2 years in a row.
What a cold deck. This is unbelievable stuff.
Only the second hand of heads up. It's an 8. Not enough.
I think you got it.
And that will see Kyan Mokri KO Seth Davies and claim the title, trophy, and first prize of 1.37 million euros. They're verifying the stacks, but we can confirm Mokri had Davies covered. It is over. Mokri has won this tournament 2 years in a row.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And Stephen almost reluctant to take advantage of his chip lead after that big hand will sheepishly come in for a raise.
And Rania's all in with ace-3 from the small blind. And look at this, Andrew Hume's woken up with ace-8 in the big blind.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting dynamic, by the way. I think Andrew will just take his time and call here. See, unfortunate for Nasruddin that someone else has an ace. There's lots of interesting dynamics at play here. So the pot is essentially dead, and now there's something on the side to be contested, and bingo, bango.
So she's going to feel this is a good board for her, but Hume has flopped 2 pair, and Rania is drawing super thin.
Yeah, and Stephen going to need to beat Rania at showdown, and for that reason we'll just check. A 10 is what's required, I believe, here.
Yeah, she's drawing to a chop.
For Nasruddin. I mean, I will love this chop pot. If it comes in, I will really love it. Hume deciding whether to protect and will bet out.
And so with Stephen Song out of the way, the cards go on their backs, and Rania will see that she is drawing very thin, drawing dead to an outright win, drawing to a chop.
Let's see a 10 here. I think everyone except for Andrew, maybe everyone except for the players at the table, hoping. She's reaching for the microphone. Feels like it's done. Let's see a 10 of clubs on the river.
The river card is a king, and that will end Rania Nasruddin's second consecutive deep run in an EPT main event. She came 3rd in Monte Carlo this year, 4th here in Barcelona for a bigger score. She got 442 grand in Monte Carlo. She just banks 518,600 euros for her 4th place finish here in Barcelona. And a few months later, we are in Prague with the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It is the last event of EPT 2024. And here at the King's Casino at the Hilton Prague, we're almost into the evening session of day 5 with 11 players remaining. We started the day with 16. We're trying to get down to 6 today. Paul Runken started the day as chip leader. He is still #1 on the leaderboard, has boosted his stack to 8.3 million. Former EPT finalist Anton Bergstrom not that far behind with a stack of 7 million. No short stacks at our feature table, potentially a couple at the other table. Dan Kishu, 47 big blinds. Pedro Marques, 49 big blinds. Same for Sergei Alonsov. So a lot of poker to be played at the new level. with the blinds at 40k, 80k, with an 80k big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone. The average is going up, James. They're dropping.
Yeah, 50 big blind average right now, but with the monster stacks, that means there will be some shorter stacks. The question is, with that flurry of eliminations we saw during the last level, do things now slow down? Action underway, post break. And on serve with
160.
Ace Queen, 160. That's 160,000, aka min raise. Thank Kishu, Ace 8 on the button. Rounds the blinds. Runken in the small with 6-4 of hearts. Folds. Bergstrom in the big. Ace 6.
$660.
Uh-oh.
Decides to 3-bet. Re-raises to 660,000.
Yeah, but this ace queen here, not that fun to play in this situation about 50 big blinds deep. Doesn't feel strong enough to really want to shove at this stack depth against the big blind 3-bet in particular. The big blind 3-bet's going to be so polar. And look at that. Gets the monstrous ace queen to fold. And that really shows how effective. I mean, I think that's probably a little over tight, James. That's a really, really strong hand, especially 5-handed. But if you reckon that your opponent's going to be split between better value hands, like those really big premiums, and then just pure bluffs, if you're not prepared to continue there with the ace queen, yeah, I mean, that's a nice exploit right there. Wow.
Bergstrom chipping up to 90 big blinds. So we're 5-handed at the feature table, 6-handed at the outer table. Field merges when we're down to 9. Final redraw of the tournament. They will all take their seats on the main stage. We're 2 eliminations away from that point. Folded to Runken on the button. Chip leader playing more than 100 bigs right now. Raises to 160. Pedro Marques, king 10 of clubs. He calls. It's a 6-3-3 flop. Marques still ahead with king high. Continuation bet from Runken of 110,000.
Yeah, and I think this hand is a good example of the power of position and lead. Obviously, we can see Marques with the significantly stronger hand in king 10, but this 10-8, especially if we see something that creates a straight draw or a flush draw on the turn or both, you know, a second barrel is going to really do the trick here.
Well, Marques has checked a second time. Runken decided to check behind, so we get the river for free. 5 of clubs, king high, still good.
Yeah, easier to say, oh, what a clean barrel this is. You have the 10 of hearts, you have a straight draw. But Runken a little concerned about, you know, what that board also says about his opponent's range. You know, this particular texture is going to favor the big blind more. So goes for a delayed bluff now that he finds himself with, you know, the bottom of his range effectively. This would be a pretty incredible king-high call, but a very difficult one to make.
Well, Condevil on Twitch disagrees with you, Griffin. Easy king-high call. If there is a player at this table capable of making this call, it is Pedro Marques.
I will say something that seems kind of effective about this bluff is that, you know, if my opponent did have, and then yeah, it does get away. So
is it hand for hand now?
No.
We're 10 people.
Oh, the 10. Still no.
But it should be, right?
It's soft. It's like soft. Like if they see we play more hard. But now it's time-based now.
Over at the other table, we have an all-in
call
and a call. It's Umberto Ruggieri who's got it in here with jacks up against the queen jack of Geno Esquez. Ruggieri looking to make back-to-back EPT Prague final tables. He was third place finisher last year. He's got it in good here in a pretty good spot. The flop is 10-8-6. Jack's holding. Gut shot for Esquez, who drills it on the turn. It's a 9, giving Esquez the straight. And a blank on the river sees Umberto Ruggieri dispatched in 11th place. No back-to-back finals for the Italian. 81,600 euros, but he is not happy.
Oh. Yeah, that is brutal.
Call you.
And finding someone else to blame.
Okay. And there is no hand by hand now.
Another very impressive performance from Ruggieri, but just wasn't his day. Wow.
I really hope he wasn't taking out on the dealer there, because that is classless.
I feel like he was pointing to another player. I call you, like he wanted him to be in the pot somehow. I don't know. It did kind of seem like it was the dealer's fault out.
I mean, they're the ones pitching the cards.
I mean,
right?
look. Hey, listen.
Still, as you highlighted, Griffin, an impressive performance 2 years in a row, 81,600 euros, taking us down to 10 players.
80.
And we are now on the final table bubble, not the official final table, that's 8-handed, but when we're down to 9, we will be at a single table. And that brings with it another money jump. 10th place also pays 81.6. And of course, 9th place is the first of the 6-figure scores, just over 100 grand. The players asking about hand for hand. We do not go hand for hand at this point, but the tournament staff do keep an eye on the pace of play at both tables. They refer to it as soft hand for hand. If one table is playing too quickly, they might ask them to pause. And of course, generally speaking, it plays like a bubble if there's an all-in and a call. They'll wait until players concluded at the other table before revealing the cards and dealing out the all-in. Terry Howe, it went from 5 players to 10 players. No, it went from 11 players to 5 players. There was an elimination at the other table.
160.
Marquesh's button raise. Called by Kishu in the big. King 9-7 on the flop. Kishu deciding whether to lead with his gut shot.
There is an unpredictable nature.
Yeah, well, he's checked it.
110.
Cash continuing. Ace high is currently the best hand.
Yeah, to quarter pot, I think we can expect a continue here.
110.
Whether that comes in the form of a call or a check raise.
Today's free roll underway, by the way, but late registration is still open, and we're continuing to really raise the bar with these passwords. EPT Prague is the password for today's EPT Prague live stream free roll. Can I predict tomorrow's password? I think it's going to be poker. Kishu's checked a second time. Marques has picked up the nut flush draw. Checks it back. River card is a 10. Kishu gets there. Bets 300,000, 325,000 in fact.
And not considering a call here with the ace high. Effectively, all the draws have come in by the river here. I think if he's thinking about anything, he's thinking about doing something a little crazy with that ace of hearts blocker. But yeah, good resistance, letting it go.
So Dan Kishu playing 4 million, exactly 50 big blinds, third in chips at the table. Pedro Marques becomes the shortest stack, but with 43 bigs, he is not short stacked. And Tom Bergstrom folds under the gun.
160.
Pedro Marques is going to open here with ace 9.
Kishu lets go of the suited king in the small. And our chip leader can be hard pressed to find any hand in the big blind. I think he will want to fold right now. But you know what? King 5, just going to give it to him, despite the live cards. I think that's a sign of respect for his opponent. Certainly an argument can be made that King 5 can be a call there. 50 effective. But a very tough opponent right there you're looking at. Great table presence.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
No, I saw here and
No struggle in Mississippi in the bottom.
So 15 minutes into this level, we came back from break with 11. We are down to 10 with Umberto Ruggieri departing in 11th place. What is that noise?
That's Joe cranking it.
Don't need any more coolers. We can give the cooler machine a rest.
He's gone rogue on us. He's gone wild card. We tried to get him to stop, but he won't.
It sounds like someone is drilling. I mean, this gives a whole new vibe to EPT Prague. We're used to the squeaky chairs. We hashtag embrace the squeak, but I ain't embracing any drill anytime soon. Alonso has opened with the Spraggy Ace-7 offsuit, called by Runken with 4s, called by Bergstrom with 10-6 suited, 3-way to the flop.
Fair fight. Look at this spread. Oh, never mind.
Jack 4-4, quads for Runken.
What a ridiculous situation. You're sitting there like, oh, well, I'm Jack 4-4, I guess I'll check.
You're just praying that someone's got a jack, right?
Yeah.
Someone please catch up on the turn, please.
Okay, here's a little friendly wager for you, James. Once there's a bet and a fold here, if Runken in fact does bet, does he show the quads?
You have to. You have to show quads.
What? I'm saying maybe he doesn't.
No, he shows quads.
He shows it?
He shows it.
Okay, I got the other side. Like I said, a friendly wager. So our friendship is on the line. That's how those work, right?
This will learn you to play the Spraggy, pal. Okay, here we go. Show the quads. Show the quads.
Yeah.
Yes! Of course he shows it. You have to show quads.
Okay, you win the friendship.
But I couldn't rep that now.
Sorry? Okay, I want to play big pot with you.
Yeah. Just give me 5s, right?
You have more force than me. I mean, you have force, I don't have.
Yeah.
So you should say...
700 and then all in river? 5-7?
Just raise. Doesn't matter what you have. 6, 8, whatever.
Next time.
Not supposed to, but you should know.
It's a good lesson, yeah. It's a very milky bet.
Runken, the teacher.
Yeah, it was milky.
Someone called him that, I believe, yesterday.
I had a shit hand, so it doesn't matter.
Of course you have a shit hand. If you have 6-8, you win. What
So-
are you going to do with 6-8?
Maybe fold. I play tight.
Never. You raise 6-8.
So Ruggieri is gone, but we still have Dan Kishu, Pedro Marques, and Anton Bergstrom. Those are 3 players who've all had EPT final table appearances before. Kishu in London in 2022, Marques in Barcelona in 2018, and Bergstrom in Barcelona in 2005.
Wow.
Three days I'm running too good. You know what's the pot? Hitting quad.
I had aces against kings and a sick pot on day 2. Like 250 big blinds, almost.
On the bubble, you was that one?
No, but day 2. Like almost 500k pot on 2k big blinds. It was like raise all in, click to 50k, and I have aces. So that one and the pot against her are probably the most important pots.
Stacks of the 5 players we are watching right now. And Holton asks, what are the dealers listening to today? What is inside the CD Walkman connected to the dealer's head via those headphones? It's the Sparks album Big Time from 1976. I think it was the CD reissue from 1991. Who's your favourite member of Sparks, Griffin? Are you a Ron or a Russell fan?
Oh, Russell all day.
Interesting selection.
Call.
Runken is open with King 9 suited. Alonsav calling out the big blind with the Snowmans.
Num num.
Nine, 6, 3. And Runken flops top pair.
Yeah, that's just a spot of bad luck for the big blind here. So under-repped with these pocket eights. One over and happens to hit your chip leader opponent.
That's right, Ed. You've got to love Ron's stoicism behind the keyboards. That's why I will say Ron any day of the week and twice on Saturdays. Runken's still ahead, 97% favourite. Well, Alonso check called for 200,000 on the flop. Has checked the turn.
Yeah, and this bet from Runken, you can see sizing down now on the turn. Betting about half pot on the flop, now betting more like a third on the turn. The objective of this is to sort of price set and check back a decent amount of rivers, I think. You know, you still want to get value from 6-7 with the 7 of diamonds. Or, you know, even a worse 9, something like 10-9 without a diamond, with a diamond, whatever. But with pocket eights, no diamond, I think that's a really good disciplined fold.
Oh, sorry.
I genuinely don't know how to answer this question because I genuinely don't understand the question. Sounds like Willie says, does the free roll pay for the flight? Well, the free roll is by nature free to play. You don't have to fly anywhere because it's online, and it's awarding tickets to an online tournament. There is no flight, therefore no airline tickets are included in the prize pool. Thank you for your question.
$160.
Marrakesh opening on the button with King Jack. We got the Grafton for Alonsav.
And Alonsav gonna start to need to catch a break a little bit. Made that very tight fold with the ace-queen. Lost the hand with the eights. Now you're starting to slip under 40 big blinds. You know, it's a very tough table.
Yeah.
Between Runken, Bergstrom, and Marrakesh, it's almost unfair. And now, flopping really badly here.
And just to answer some follow-up questions, no, the free roll does not pay for your taxi, your bus pass. It does not
what about
pay
your flight?
for your Wi-Fi. It does not pay for the pizza. It does not pay for your internet bill.
What is this thing even good for?
A ticket to the Power Path Open on December 29th. It's a $109 ticket.
See how I teed you up there? That was good. So, yeah, unsurprised Marrakesh goes for a check with this particular hand. You want to create an opening for Alonsev to start bluffing if he isn't on base here. This texture is really going to hit the small blind flatting range a lot. So whether Alonsev, has it or wants to rep it, Marrakesh is going to give him that opportunity. He does not take the bait, however. I think Marrakesh might want to start going for some value to target those, Queen X type hands. Maybe something like a pocket sevens with a diamond might call here on the turn.
$240.
Hello to Ben watching on YouTube. He says, new to poker here. Are you two guys the people refer to as the Cowboys? Absolutely. It's Griffin, the gunslinger Benger, and James, Big Tex Hartigan.
Well, which table do you like the most? This one or your old one?
Hard question,
Both same, yeah?
Yeah, almost the same. This one is a little bit more aggressive.
This one?
Yeah.
James Hartigan has many Western names, actually. Jimmy the Bastard, James the Heartless Hartigan.
So I was in Texas recently, right, around Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And I actually did say, I'd really love to get some boots or wear a Stetson. It was vetoed. I was told in no uncertain terms I was not allowed.
Oh, Michelle, come on.
I actually do think that
some chip chasing there. But
I know I just improv'd it, but I actually think Griffin the Gunslinger is a good name for you.
Not bad.
With your background in shooting games.
Yeah. No, I listen, and I'm on board. I also think Heartless Hartigan has a good ring to it.
Kishu calling in the small blind with 6-5 of spades. A raise from Runken with 8-4 in the bag.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if the sizing there was under 2.5x. It is, of course, closer to 3.5x. Kishu says, yeah, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Queen 9-7, so 8 high, still the best hand.
On the run, Runkin versus Pew Pew Kishu. Everybody gets a Western name today. Kishu does have a little straight draw, and the sizing isn't significant, but it's the worst straight draw you can have and no backdoor flush draw. Sticking around.
Jack of spades on the turn.
Yeah, and this is going to be a defining moment in this hand. Does Runkin, now that he has turned an actual potential hand with the straight draw, does he want to put out a significant bet here to target the 7x's, perhaps the weak 9x's that might fold to a barrel? And does, and yeah, Kishu finding himself with the bottom of his range.
Sizing up significantly. 800K into $1 million. There's the fold from Kishu. A question from Fizz R. James, have you ever been on horse? Wow. Oh, have you ever been on a horse? No, but I did once ride a mechanical bull at Pokerpalooza. It did not end well. We've got action on the other table. Decision here on Jae-Hung Park, who's already used a couple of time banks. This is a bet on the river from Geno Eskers. He's made it 380K. It is a straighty board. Park uses another time bank card. So it doesn't look like Park has a huge amount of chips. 380K is going to represent, I think, around a third of his stack, Griffin.
Yep. Big decision here.
That's a fold from Park. So yeah, Park down to 1.2 million right now as Eskers wins another pot. Apparently Siegfried Capella is the shortest stack remaining in the tournament. He's at the other table. He's got less than $1 million.
Yeah, so they're definitely representing the short stacks here with just 10 players left at about
400.
12 and 15 big blinds.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Full pocket sevens.
Sure.
Bergstrom playing around 7 million. Runken, 9.8. So close, Griffin. So close to having an 8-figure stack.
Yeah, and there's sort of a playful, affable energy between these two chip leaders, which...
I'd rather play with everyone else, to be honest.
Yeah, I want to keep
play
an
with
eye
everyone
on.
else but you. I don't want to play with the smaller stacks, yeah? I think other table is better. They probably have smaller stacks.
They're kind of
So it's up to
two
them to bust my guys so we can play final table.
predators circling each other, sort of like
No,
being
you
like...
can do it. Just take care
Well,
of
we
one of
know
the
we're
other
both
guys.
dangerous and we're being coy and stuff.
Well,
Eventually, we're going to have to tangle, but right now, we don't have to really.
Yeah.
But even in that pot right there, I mean, you know, limping in with the 7-3 and right away raising big with the 7-deuce, like these guys both, you know, if they want, they can go for after each other, but they're gonna, you know, circle each other for now.
Obviously, we cut across to the other table anytime there's significant action, but if you want to find out about other hands that are being played and want up-to-date chip counts, follow the live updates on Poker News. Once we get down to a few tables, they follow the same 30-minute delay as the stream, so you can head there with no danger of spoilers.
Danger zone? No, that's not a danger zone.
There wasn't a danger zone.
Oh, sorry.
But if it helps, Siegfried Capella at the other table is approaching the danger zone.
You know, I actually heard yesterday, I didn't want to bring this up on air, but now that I'm doing it, I'm going to do it anyway. I heard Nick Walsh do a danger zone on an approaching the danger zone.
Yeah.
It really upset. Do you remember that?
Yep.
You know, I haven't seen him today, and
Okay.
I didn't want to assume he was fired, but...
Oh, the irony of Griffin Benger passing judgment on random things said by other commentators.
Look, I'm just saying, no, it wasn't random. He gave a danger zone when he shouldn't have, and I feel like that's grounds for at least some sort of a suspension.
Yeah, we've sent him off to play the Spin and Go Championship instead.
No action yet here, post-flop. King high versus king high.
6-bet, 200.
Lincoln with a decently big turn size here. Wanting to perhaps clear out some equity. What's interesting is Marques might think this king high is actually good.
Yeah.
You know, if his opponent has Jack 10 off here, maybe he would play it as a delayed c-bet instead of just firing blindly on the ace 4-3.
Check.
Cash checking a third time.
Six check.
King guy.
What's the kicker?
What do you mean, what's the kicker? You have the best one. That's a slow roll.
It was Marques who asked about the kicker.
Was it?
Yes.
I don't think... Okay, I'm not going to fight you on it. I can't rewind.
Runken said king high. Marques said, what's your kicker?
Ah, okay.
And there he is. First player to move over the 10 million mark. Nearly 130 big blinds. We've still got 53 minutes to run at the 40-80 blind level. Action on Dan Kishu. He's out. Runken going to take a hand off. Bergstrom. Jack 10. Mike Manson says, we want the final table. We all want nice things, Mike, but sometimes we can't have them. We need more eliminations before we can get to that point. Marques is called in the small blind with king 9. Alonsov is not going to call in the big with 6-4. Heads up to the flop. And it's ace 5-3 with 2 clubs. This board favors Marques.
Yeah, but the ace high texture in general is still going to favor the button here. A lot of sort of ace X hands from the small blind probably would have fallen more into the 3-bet category. So that's why Bergstrom decides to fire out here.
Right.
Going to expect to be up against a lot of king X type combos, suited kings, you know, queen jack off, queen 10 of diamonds, going to fold on this flop. Hands that actually even have you beat. But because of course Marques has that flush draw, isn't going to fade this one. And let's see how Bergstrom is going to navigate the fact that his opponent has decided to continue.
Queen on the river does not change the outcome of this hand. Marques still ahead.
In a bit of a weird spot actually here for Marques. Find yourself with king high, which certainly has some showdown value. Maybe it's difficult to rep the ace for the reasons we discussed. Difficult to rep the 4 from the small blind.
It's good.
So just going to hope that his opponent has something like what he has, jack high, and take it down. Nice pot from Marques.
Hovering around the 50 big blind mark. Still at 2 tables of 5, 10 players remaining. From A record-breaking starting field of 1,458. Anton Bergstrom opening here with King Jack. Marrakesh with 10 deuce, folds the button. King 9 for on serve. Gets out of the way, and Dan Kishu in the big. Folds Jack 4. Raise and take it for Bergstrom. Roughly halfway through the level. Anton Bergstrom folds. King 9 diamonds for Marcus.
160.
Raises to 160,000. Queen 3 of diamonds for Kishu.
Don't get bored, Kishu.
And we come to the chip leader in the big blind, who has 10-3 of spades.
Runkin has made some, you know, tight folds from the big blind against this very tough opponent in the past. We saw, you know, a king 5 off, but the suited 10 gonna fall in the call range for him. An advantage to the chip leader with that gut shot. Let's see how he maneuvers. Obviously, a great deal of pressure can be put on Marrakesh just with something like a lead here, and elects to check.
Bravalo says Sparks hadn't heard of them but enjoyed reading about them. There's actually a really fun documentary about Sparks made by Edgar Wright. I think it's on Netflix. Certainly is on Netflix in the UK.
And this is a complete gin card for the Razor here, because it's the exact card that I think Runkin will elect to start betting at. Now double gutted.
I have to
say
that
5 or that 8.
Aaron Kramer's got a good bad lookalike for Runkin. Tim Curry.
That's very good bad lookalike. And Runkin actually sizing up here pretty significantly. 310 into about 440. Wanting to fold out any non-pair hands. And look, if Marrakesh had king 10 here, this would be very difficult to continue even with that straight draw, or, you know, an ace 3. Easy call. The bricks out. Does Runkin go for it? And if he does go for it, I expect it to be big, so this could be a nice swing. Oh no, he did not.
What?
No way. The 3.3x pot shove out of nowhere from the rafters. What is this? This is wild stuff.
What is he representing here?
I mean, all the nut hands that Marrakesh can't have, right? You know, Marrakesh would have c-bet with a set of 6s or pocket 9s with 5-8 suited, whatever. So it's just, when you're up against a capped range, you can inflict this kind of punishment. I mean, how do you call with one pair when there's 10 left in an EPT main event? When you're comfortably floating around, if you fold here, you still have over 40 big blinds. I mean, this is remarkable stuff.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. If anyone is capable of making a hero call on the river of this nature, it's this guy.
Yeah, and look at that stack of time bank chips, James. This is the man who will take his time with this decision.
Sure.
Not let himself just get run over here. You know, and of course he's got to be considering the disaster of being wrong here. If he calls and just gets shown 3-5 and this guy's running around and all celebrating, suddenly you're out in 10th. It's just all over all of a sudden. The edge you're giving up by being wrong here is so significant, and that's why this is an incredible move from the chip leader. Oh, God.
He folds the best hand.
It's just not worth being wrong.
ICM pressure is real. Runken up to nearly 11 million now. Pedro Marques dropping down to 3.3 million.
Thank you.
And at this point in time, with 2 tables of 5 remaining and Paul Runken with the dominant chip lead, Joe Stapleton rejoins us on stream.
In the words of those Joss Whedon memes, well, that just happened.
That was pretty incredible. And makes me really excited for the rest of this tournament because, you know, sometimes we get a chip leader that's blasting around. It's fun to watch. I think it's very clear that Runken is a very worthy chip leader, someone who knows how to wield this thing to its full capability. So I'm excited to see how this shapes up now. 134 big blinds for our chip leader.
Oh, I should have introduced you properly in line with the Western theme. Joe the Saloon Stapleton.
Yeah.
Oh, am I the saloon? I'll take that. I do smell like whiskey.
I'm Griffin the Gunslinger, right? Was that right?
That's right.
James is James Heartless Hartigan.
Okay, all right. He's so decent.
A.K.A. Jimmy the Bastard.
A.K.A. Big Tex.
Yeah. That one, last one was his.
Can we call Sam Grafton Shakespeare? Because anyone who had read a book back then, they would just be made fun of relentlessly.
Yeah, sure.
They were mostly shot.
Runken, King Queen.
First one,
I gotta echo your sentiment, Griffin, about him being a worthy chip leader. I don't think you can accidentally play as well as he has been. And even when Grafton was in here earlier, he was like, this guy's doing everything right.
I think I was before that.
Yeah, and if I had to give him a nickname, it would be the Professor, because he likes to teach.
The Professor's probably better than Shakespeare, yeah.
No, for Runken.
Yeah,
he kind of
he's a bit of an instructor, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, Sam Grafton, the Professor's, that works as well, but this guy likes to explain to people how they should be playing their hands. But you kind of respect, like you know, he's probably right. You know, it's nice.
It's the only rule to being a know-it-all.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're right.
Action on Dan Kishu, or as Sam calls him, Danut, which technically is how his name is spelled. I'm just not sure it's pronounced like that.
Yeah, that was probably my weakest Western name. I gave him one too. Pew Pew Kishu. Didn't really flow.
Pew Pew Kishu. No, I don't think that they said Pew Pew back then. It might be only with the benefit of history.
Yeah.
Hindsight here.
Yeah.
Runken looks like that guy from Home Alone 2 in the hotel.
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, didn't someone just say Tim Curry? Didn't James just say Tim Curry?
Yeah, he did.
That's the guy. That's his name. The butler from Clue. All the same person, turns out. Hacting. So who went out in 11th? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Ruggieri.
Ruggieri,
he got turned very, very hard. And how can I phrase this, Joe? Didn't take it well.
Oh. I like.
No, not to say he had like an outburst or was rude or anything, but he wore it and had some choice words for, I think, another player in the hand that he maybe wished they did something that they didn't, or I don't know.
160 with no
Listen,
five.
he was
I decided to check.
a lot of days here, and you
save chips this way.
want to final table.
I wouldn't take it well.
At least you
I would.
don't pay
I would probably ruin my reputation.
My cards, no?
Yeah. I'm ruined!
It's bonus.
You,
When
lady,
you
look,
start, you
you
save
did
chips.
this.
Okay,
Yeah, that would be me.
Yeah.
let it be.
It's coming after your chips. You see? You make action as well.
Kishu with the ace king.
Do you remember who
I
did
don't
it
like
to Ruggieri?
Just pass.
Yeah, the guy on his right.
The guy on his right is my chump of the week. I don't usually comment on the turn card, but that was atrocious.
Bergstrom, ace 7 suited, electing to take the call angle.
16. Oh, no.
Under the gun for Kishu, ace king, big slick. Marked. Out.
I'm a marked man.
He is indeed. Bergstrom in position for this. Oh, baby, this could get weird. Nut flush for Bergstrom. Second nut flush draw for Kishu.
Did you see that movie that was like Sishu or Sisu?
Sisu was awesome, yeah.
Yeah, I
Love
haven't
Sisu.
seen it. Meaning to watch it.
It's fantastic. Bergstrom calls the bet. He's like, I guess. I sure hope I hit a good turn. Oh my goodness, that is a great turn for Bergstrom. Second nut flush for Kishu, who checks.
This is nut on nut.
Nut on nut. Danut.
Nut on second nut.
Versus the nuts. No straight flushes out there yet, I guess.
Like a cashew versus a pistachio, one of these two nuts is nuttier. Is that how it works? Your thing you do? Does that make sense?
Reasonable parity. The bet of 225.
For you, which one would be more valuable between cashew and pistachio?
A cashew. But I don't know what the price per pound is. 4 diamonds in the river. P. Goldilocks says, nut on nut. Giggity. Kishu still first to act. Checks. Cautious or trapping?
Cautious.
Cashew.
Cautious. Yes. Cashew. It's a triple entendre. Yeah, I think it's both. I mean, once you take the check line on the turn, you're supposed to do it on the river as well. You've rescinded the lead, right? You want to induce bluffs.
825.
825.
And 4 call.
Kishu calls. and
Crazy.
Is going to see this. Nice catch.
I like it.
Unlucky. Great response.
825.
Very unlucky. Yeah, positions are reversed, and Bergstrom is the one losing that pot as we go to the outer table.
Huge pot. Siegfried Capeller, pocket kings, playing against Cheno Esquez. And Cheno had 2 pair. Had Capeller covered. But the king on the turn is a set of kings for Capeller. So it was 8-4 versus king-king. And Capeller doubles up. So we had potentially could have lost our 10th place finisher with a short stack doubles.
Call.
Lontsov and Kishu, small and big blinds. Both suited. At least they can't make the same flush. 9-8 deuce. 7-8, 9-10. That's a straight draw for Lontsov.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best level for Alonso. Hasn't really been able to get much going. Made that very tight fold with the ace-queen pre-flop to kick off proceedings. So it'd be nice to just get a little takedown here, get the blood flowing.
Hasn't been the best level for Kishu either. Luckily, he doesn't stick around to try to hit top pair. That wouldn't have gone well had it happened. Either you die chasing top pair or you live long enough to make your opponent straight.
Yeah. That is the expression.
You know what meme I really like from The Dark Knight?
Can I guess?
Yeah.
And you'll never have to.
No, I don't know what that one is.
No, the one where it's just like, it'll be something like, inviting your little brother who sucks at video games to play Call of Duty with you, even though he sucks, and then it shows that meme, and it's like, I didn't thank you, and then the older brother turns, and it's like, you'll never have to. Like that?
No.
You've never seen this meme?
I may have seen it. I just don't like it enough to have remembered it.
Okay. Tell me which one you like.
I like how someone pointed out that Harvey Dent doesn't realize it's the Joker until he takes the surgery.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Let's see, maybe I give it to this time.
There's one from Dark Knight Rises that we both really like. Bane is the scariest guy I've ever seen. Michael Caine.
Yes. Wait, isn't it effing scariest guy I've ever seen?
Yeah, something like that.
Because you do have to think about it for a second. Go.
Did he say that?
Was it in the movie?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I kind of like that. Merv. Not bad. Kind of like a Griffin joke there. You just kind of threw it in there when you thought of it instead of waiting for it to mean something. But
the worst is when you, I think of something and then I'm like, okay, I should wait till I get the right moment, and then Joe will like it, and then it comes. I was waiting 32 hours for Sarainen to get dealt pocket tens. And then he finally did, and I did the rain and tens, and you're like, no.
No, James was the one who shut you down.
Oh, someone shut it down. But I was waiting.
But you'd have to call him Sorainen first.
Yeah. I don't really know how this all works up here,
You've got
one day at a time.
It's in there. It's just that some of your connections don't work right. Like, I would love to have you on my writing staff, just not the guy delivering the jokes.
Right.
10-10-6. Lontsov's jack high is the best hand for now, and is also the best hand for now.
So what am I doing here? There's no one better equipped.
As far as someone with your poker pedigree.
Unfortunately, you're the best we can do.
You're the best we can do. And someone who has the skills to play poker but has little desire to actually do it.
There you go.
You're a rare breed in that respect.
Right.
Like, anyone who's better than you is, like, out there winning money at it. I don't know what your deal is.
As we get a look at the very busy Saturday here
Griffin,
towards the end of this series.
I have something important to talk about right now.
Yeah.
The thing is that between now and January 6th, PokerStars has given away $1 million in tickets for the New Year's series, for the Power Path, and for the Sunday Million anniversary. There's raffles are going on daily and weekly. All you got to do is opt in via the window, the opt-in window, and then log in every day and you get a raffle ticket. That's it. So you might win something for the New Year series. That's for the main.com sort of areas. There's other stuff going on in Southern Europe, and there's a winter series and a Ticket Wonderland. So if you're one of those markets, keep your eyes peeled for those various things. Sounds like Willie asks, when was the last time a royal flush was seen in an EPT? How would we know? There's like 100 tables going all at once.
Yeah, I guess he would mean more on the broadcast.
I guess. I can only think of one.
Which one?
There was one at PCA a long time ago. This kid with big hair made it. I can't remember his name.
I made a straight flush once in a WPT.
A straight flush, huh?
Yeah.
So you got the hand wrong and the tour wrong. You said royal flush EPT, not straight flush WPT. Come on, Griffin.
I was just trying.
Philip McAllister, thank you, Elka Nuts. Bergstrom's 8 ahead, headed to this flop. But wow, that's
Not
a fun
long.
one. Marcus flops a straight draw, an open ender, and his backdoor hearts. Check, check. Turn card. Deuce.
Wow.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is that, Griffin?
That is a flush.
No. The other one. Down.
Oh.
One hand down from that.
One hand down.
A run.
A small a wheel.
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Nearly a wheel. It's a slightly bigger wheel. The big wheel.
Oh, it's the big wheel. Wheel.
240.
240, and this could be a little dicey for Bergstrom, who's got an overpair to this board. Drawing dead.
Yeah, this suite ain't going anywhere.
Cool.
Oh. Oh. 2, 3, 4. Okay, now what does he have?
I think he still has a straight.
That's right. But who else has a straight?
I mean, all of us.
All of us. We all have a straight. That's right.
Oh, and Bergstrom saying, you know what? I think it kind of makes sense that I have a 7 here. You don't have all the 7s here. I limped in pre-flop. I can have a 7.
If he can have,
why don't I take away the betting lead?
If he can have 8s, he can have 7s.
600,000.
You're a goddamn genius, Gump.
And bet's pretty chonky here. Chonky, you can't just destroy a guy's laptop.
Chonky, you can't just bet pot on the river when there's a straight on board.
What is
the Chonky?
What is Chonky's deal?
Figure out what you do.
Time banks being activated. This is a hell of a bet, Sarge. When we say chonky, by the way, what we mean is there was like, oh, in your face, chonky.
Wow.
So Bergstrom bluffs having a bigger straight by betting 6/7 of the pot. And Marcus decides that, no, I'm going to bluff having a bigger straight.
So sick. He puts in, oh my God.
This is awesome. Wow.
What the hell, man?
Can I have 1 time big?
2 of the game's greats trading haymakers, and one finally hits the mat.
And that should have been a chop pot. You know what they say?
If you hate singing, bluff big gigging. Okay.
I love it when you stoop down to my level, Joe. I love it when you play in the gutter with me.
Yeah.
And what a ballsy move from Marquez. I mean, you just put in half your stack on the river when you could have just called for the chop. Oh, man. There's going to be some good poker down the stretch. I'm telling you.
As opposed to this terrible poker.
Yeah.
Runkin. Spelunkin with Runkin.
He's digging for chips.
He is always digging for chips.
ABD. Always be digging. And would you look at that? Bergstrom with just the call with the ace-king. And I bloody love it, and I'll explain to you why, Joe. There's no version of, even at, you know, with the strength of an ace-king five-handed, that you want to get in ace-king here. It's just like complete ICM suicide. Let's just keep the weaker hands in there. Let's not try to, you know, be three-bet. Yeah, and they're going to start chatting, so I'm going to let them do their thing because, like I remarked earlier, these two absolute sharks have been kind of circling the water. Oh,
domination, rotation. And this is why you don't want to get it in with ace-king.
There you go.
%30 chance you jump out the ICM window.
Yep.
That's 250,000.
Brunkin continues with top pair, top kicker. 250,000.
Yeah, I don't think Bergstrom's going to get too attached to this hand in the sense of like down the streets. You know, if he faces a second barrel here on even a innocuous card, this is a little bit of a brick, but also I think if Runkin were to bet here, Bergstrom would just be like, all right, you know what? I don't need to fight here with ace. Take it. High, just take it. It's fine. Like, it's not my job right now to try to win chips from you. I'm supposed to be putting pressure on the other players. I just have ace high here. I'm going to have better hands. Having said all that, Bergstrom might feel inclined to protect this flat by being a little stickier with ace-king high. Let's see if he can just make a big fold here on the turn. What do you think, Joe?
I think he can.
But will he, Joe?
No foldo.
Besides, this hand is too strong.
1.8.
I don't want to just get blasted off here by Jack 10 or Jack 9 or 10-9.
An ace would be real
diamond combos.
Bad.
I unblock the diamonds so my opponent could have king 9 of diamonds here. I don't want to just fold here. I don't really blame Bergstrom, but just does happen to be up against one of the hands that got a little lucky against him.
Check back tens.
Good.
Check, check. Pumpkin shows down the 7. Bergstrom loses another fairly significant pot.
That hand.
Yeah.
Punish the river as well. Just
no.
700, 800. Just a little bit. 30% number.
But I could have done most things differently, and it would have been better than that.
Probably. So,
Yeah, let these two talk strat about each other. Leave the rest of us out of it.
So that is just Tim Curry, right? I'm starting to really feel it.
If you saw a recent photo of Tim Curry, you would know that that is not Tim Curry.
My favorite Tim Curry core on Twitter is the people thinking that he's dead and then he tweets at them.
Yes.
That's really funny.
That is funny. And with a fairly terrifying profile pic as well.
Have you done the Rocky Horror Picture Show thing?
I've never done the thing, but I hadn't seen the movie until about a year or two ago.
So I had
watched it at home.
I hadn't seen it either, and then I did the thing where it's like it's at a theater over Halloween and everyone's dressed up. It was a riot. It was real fun. That's the way to do it.
There's a theater in LA that does it every Saturday night for like the last 30 years.
No way.
Maybe more. Yeah, and
You
so
should go do it. You should go check it out.
I don't have any interest in doing the participation thing.
If we don't need to participate so much, it's like they perform it on stage.
Yeah,
while it's
no,
happening.
that would have made me cringe. Honestly, I want no part of that. As it stands, though, I thought the movie was beautiful. I thought it was I understand why it's a classic.
I should rewatch it actually.
I thought it was just a really fantastic, quirky movie with a great message.
Yeah.
And but if I went to see it in the theater, I'd be like, sit down, shut up. I want to watch this movie. And then I would get then I would get done for, you know,
You want this, but yeah?
being a douche.
What?
You want this? Flop last hand? No?
Marcus with the best hand, eights high, best draw,
You pay?
open ender,
I played 2
and best adapted screenplay.
Yeah,
Push.
no reason to bet. Just thinking my ace high is probably good. And now I have a straight. You know, that kind of.
Just another straight.
Just another straight.
You make straights in like nearly back-to-back hands. It's I mean, it's such a wild concept to me.
Then I wouldn't be upset.
Played. I know it's not impressive. I played like something like 10 days of poker in the last 30 days, and I didn't make a straight. This guy makes 2 in 3 hands. Seems unfair.
I mean, in fairness, one of the straights was a straight on board.
Nobody had the straight first.
That's not.
He made a straight on the turn. You can't take that away from him.
No, but you can because we decided everyone had a straight that hand.
I did. Well, I haven't made a straight on board. I haven't made a straight on board.
That was such a badass raise, by the way, by Marquez.
Oh yeah, a couple of hands
really
ago.
cool. Yeah.
That was so sick.
A guy like Bergstrom bet like pot, having he should have a lot of sevens in his range, and he just raised half his stack. Like, but I think that also goes to show how incredibly impressive Runkin's 3.3x shove was with that bluff against Marquez, against an opponent that's so capable of, you know, making incredible moves. It's like some good players left in this event.
There sure are, and you're looking at one of them.
And now you're looking at this guy who folded ace queen.
I was just about to say, if I don't say it, does it mean I don't mean it about him? That might get to say about everybody. Runkin gets a walk.
Yes.
With queen 10.
I need to buy some more again.
No problem.
Thank you.
Good luck.
What have we got here? Vidar Oye versus Barack Oz. Got it in a flop of King Jack 7. Looks like we've got King 8 for top pair. King Jack for
King Queen King 8.
I got a little lost in the sauce there, guys.
And lost in the game, and we have an elimination.
Vidar Oye out in 10th place. That part I'm sure of. We're down to 9. It was King Queen versus King Jack. 2 pair for the King Jack, hence the elimination.
Woof.
We play at the level and then there's a break, right? 16 minutes.
And we are going to the unofficial final table, but there's still a hand in progress at the feature table.
I just want to make final table.
Everybody's at risk except you.
Alonsov has made it 160,000 with ace jack. Kishu's going to call the button queen 10 suited. The blinds are out. Griffin, queen 10 suited on the button.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable.
Great. I'm glad that I had this situation come up a few times this week, and I wondered, is this okay? And I'm glad to hear it is.
Queen 10 off would be too loose, and I think just folding queen 10 suited here is probably a bit too tight. It's weird because you're not really going to be entering a lot of pots, sort of cut off first button, flatting hands like queen 10 suited a lot on 20 bigs. But because we're shorter handed, because Alonsov's not opening that wide, and you can't really shove indiscriminately against his open, I think a flat's okay.
Well, Kishu,
what do you think?
Wasting no time flatting the continuation bet either, with just one heart and one straight card out there. Well, now he's got 2 straight cards out there for a total of 4 straight cards. We also have a pair of jacks now for Alonsov.
$125.
That's 125,000.
It seems like a pretty small bet.
Call 6-4.
Pretty small bet. Easily called by Kishu. Not rewarded, however.
Yeah, and I think Alonsov has him exactly where he wants him. At this stage, after the small bet on the flop, small bet on the turn, you kind of need to play this river as a check in case you're up against the King X. And Kishu's going to find himself at the bottom of his range with just queen high and feeling like he's probably forced to bluff. So this could be disastrous for Kishu. Alonsov just needs to follow through with the check, and does. Makes it look like he's sort of giving up. And this is going to be real bad news for Kishu. Now, having said all that, if Kishu were to just shove here, I think Alonsov might fold the ace-jack. Kishu bets upwards of 600K, might even get a fold. Oh, but doesn't.
Kishu checks it back. Takes the risk of showing down queen high, which is probably better than trying to bluff Alonsov off a jack in that spot. And it looks like we may be taking the break a little early. Because we have reached 9-handed, we've reached a single table. So as we reconfigure, we're gonna take the break a little bit early. Paul Runkin started today as chip leader at this table and has done virtually nothing that would take that off of him. Anton Bergstrom, second in chips with 75 bigs. Markesh, 58. 51 for Alonsov, and Dan Kishu, the table short stack, maybe even the tournament short stack at this point, with just 15 big blinds. We have finally reached this pay table. Next player out gets the bottom score on your screen, 106,050 euros for the next player eliminated. And we'll start sniffing the really good stuff by the end of play today. 6th place in this event, paying $233,000. Looking forward to the 1.1 million tomorrow. These players are taking a break. It's a very exciting time of the tournament. Do not go far. We will be back for the final table here at EPT Prague.
I think over 10 TV shows I've hosted.
Yeah.
If you go back and then like appeared in movies. I was supposed to be in Wolverine. My people wouldn't let me fly over there to film. And so you see Negreanu in that scene in Wolverine instead of me.
Yeah, and I had the titular line in Star Wars.
Well, Alan is all business. He's made it $900 with pocket sevens. Lex with king 4 of diamonds in the small blind.
Oh.
Calls. And Phil has ace-king again?
Phil, wait, raise.
Nope, he calls.
See if we can punish Lex.
Yeah, punish him.
3-way to this flop. And it's top set for Alan. He is a huge favorite in this pot.
And that's why Phil's the greatest. Save money by not re-raising.
I will check.
Lex and Phil have both checked. Alan continues for $2,000.
Lex probably not sticking around.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Lex raises to $9,000.
Hey, he's got 2 backdoor draws, okay?
Phil manages to lay down ace-king.
Lex gets one better hand to fold, but this one, nah.
Alan calls, and we are going heads up to the turn. Well, that's top pair for Lex, but he's officially drawing dead.
Oh, geez, the price of Lex's subscriptions are about to go up.
Checks to Alan. And he bets pretty much full pot, $19,000.
All right, there's one sliver of good news here for Lex. His hand is just strong enough to not bluff raise or value raise.
Yep, he calls, taking us to the river, which is the Jack of Spades. Lex checks again. And that is a huge overbet from Alan, $175,000.
All right. Well.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm going to need a box of tissues because we are in the nosebleeds.
Alan going for extreme value. Lex has just over 100K behind, meaning it is all in to call.
I said I was going to either win the biggest pot of my life versus you or lose, probably.
TBD.
To be determined.
Okay, here comes some super high-level analysis. Try to stay with me. Lex has a bluff catcher. Alan likes to bluff. A lot.
I call.
Lex calls and gets stacked.
Ouch.
Good hand. Nice hand.
Wow.
A pot of more than $250,000. The biggest we've seen so far, shipped by Alan Keating.
And a chill filled the room.
Nice play, nice play.
I'm going to get Keating today.
It is now a different game.
This mission just got a whole lot more impossibler.
Lex started this session with the biggest profit. That was a 134K downswing for him.
All the profit and 50K.
I'm at like 80,000.
80,000.
Yeah.
Alan and I are going to make a comeback. Alan has started. It is now my turn.
Nice hand, bro.
Thank you.
Alan Keating unstuck, up nearly 35K.
This is an event where if you block out the time and say, I'm going to be in Vegas for the next 10 days, no matter what, there are other tournaments or other things to do. Like, that mentality is really helpful.
Yeah, I guess there's a guy who made the top 100 in this 10,000 plus player field, earning nearly $100,000. Please welcome to the podcast, Nate Silver. Hello, Nate.
Hey guys, thanks for rounding that up, that 93K to 100K. I'll take the extra 7K for sure.
Was it a little bit of a bummer to not hit that extra little sixth digit?
I mean, the way I bust this the main event, and I busted it with middle set versus top set after having just basically doubled. So I thought I was like going to have 11 million chips in the main event for a split second. And then the one hand that beats me gets turned over. And I use my one time for, to, get the quad six. The other player uses his one time to prevent that, which I thought was like a total move. He's like 96% to win. He uses his one time. But no, I bricked out. And then, you bust the main event in the top 100. They give you like a little round of applause. And then started having some drinks and karaoke with people. It was all good.
As a former pro, Nate, obviously you've played the main event a number of times. Joe and I were saying it was our first experience, not for you. How many times have you cashed before?
Never, no.
Wow, so this was not just making the money, but a deep run. So you basically combined two achievements in one.
Yeah, for sure. Because I was playing, the opposite. Now I mostly play no limit live tournaments, right? I wouldn't quite call myself professional, but I devote a chunk of my life to it, right? And before I was like a online cash limit player, so everything was different about it. And of course, this is like 2004, 5, 06. So I've kind of had to like relearn the game in certain ways. Some of the poker instincts carry over, some don't as much. But I think it's like only been like a couple of times when I played the main event where I was like at the level where I think I was like substantially plus CV. It's a very soft tournament, right? But no, for sure. Like I was sweating the cash, the bubble pretty hard, right? It's a long most of it's just like a long time to play poker, right? You play day 1C, then day off, play day 2, day off, day 3. We think we're going to bust the bubble then. We don't. So you come back for day 4. And like, if I like busted, I would just be so tilted about like the amount of hours I put in without cashing. I don't know what they can do about that. I mean, it is like a big triumphal moment when the field does cash, but it's a major time commitment, this event.
The only solution is to speed up the early stages, which no one would want to do because it is one of the unique aspects of this
That's
tournament.
why it's such a soft field, is because it gives you those 2-hour mega stack, 300 big blind levels. Yeah.
And I don't think anyone necessarily wants it to change. So, well, we're going to play 1-hour levels on day 1 and then make it a little bit deeper, in the late stages. But yeah, one of the kind of consequences of that is, oh my God, you got to play 3 long days before you even hit the bubble.
Yeah, I don't know if there's some tweak they could make where removing 1 level. I mean, look, it's every other tournament is optimized for you get in and out in a couple of days, right? And if you make day 3 of like a EPT or WPT, then you run really deep, and so it's worth the
money, yeah.
Schedule, right? The main event, I really do think, like, I knew some guy who was like an observant Jew and like couldn't play on Saturdays, right? I'm like, that kind of seems like a problem, right? Or there was Hoodie Allen, who kind of very admirably like flew back for his friend's like wedding and kind of missed half a day, right? So I admire that as being like a good guy, but still, this is an event where if you block out the time and say, I'm going to be in Vegas for the next 10 days, no matter what, there are other tournaments or other things to do. Like, that mentality is really helpful. If you like are kind of like the dine and dash mentality, we're like, oh, I'll just kind of, that doesn't work. You'll find a way to
I had the dine and dash mentality. I was thinking about the same thing. I was like, holy I could spend 4 days of my life in Vegas doing this and still not even min cash this event. Like, that was part of the dread I had going into it. I did have a question for you about your experience, which is that, I mean, look, you were top 100, you were 87th place, which sounds really great. And then I hear $92,000, which also sounds kind of great. However, 87th out of 10,000, it almost feels like 92,000 should have been more. What did you think of the payout structure in general?
Yeah, I guess I'm probably like right on that shoulder where you get like affected by that a little bit. No, it's too much money for first place. I think they kind of went for the gimmick of like the largest field ever, and I think it should. I think tournament structures in general should be flatter. Although with that said, they did get 10,000 some people to play this tournament, and so maybe somebody did see that 12K or 12 million rather, and we're like, okay, yeah, I'll take an extra shot here. But I hope next year they'll kind of go back to the more organic structure, and then when they break the record, it'll happen because they have 13,000 players and they get there organically and not trying to like top up first place more and more every year.
Blinds 15,000 and 30,000 with a 4,000 ante. Jack Salter's folded under the gun. Nikita Nikolaev also passes. Martin Sealis has queens under the gun +2. He raises.
Hello, ladies.
Ace 4 of hearts for Mayorka.
Mayorka's been known to get a little antsy in the pantsy. And things are looking antsy.
This is a 3-bet from the cutoff. Roca makes it 140,000. Petrangelo and Hicks both fold. Ivan Sojnikov gives up the big blind. Action back on Sealis.
4-bet coming. Raise.
He re-raises to 225,000.
Small 4-bet, small enough to just call with ace-4 suited.
Roca isn't counting out a call. He 5-bets to 475k.
Turns his hand into a bluff. I guess he's assuming no real hand would 4-bet that small. Can't say I blame him. And this is usually the point where it goes all in. And if not, Martin Sealis should probably have watched more episodes of this show. I really don't see how you can 4-bet fold queens ever unless you have a ridiculous live read. Like, he would literally have to be listening to an Oreo for me to fold here.
Wow, he folds!
Oh my. Who folds queens anymore?
Show one, show one, show one. One ace and second ace.
Wow. So just show the red ace then.
Choose one.
Woohoo!
Take it. Yeah, that one.
That one.
Yeah.
It's the ace of hearts that got flipped over.
Ace 2.
Shemian first to act here. Back on the scene after a short break, and he's got kings.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's a raise to 125k. Kurganov has king queen.
Uh-oh, and he just got those chips too. He must be delirious.
He re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 335,000. Round to Mustafa Kanit in the small blind. Who's got queens?
This is the worst thing to happen to a Mustafa since Dr. Evil's malfunctioning trapdoor. No way he folds. How much more is he gonna lose?
It doesn't look like he's counting out a call. It's a cold 4-bet to 835,000. With Chidwick folding, the action's back on Shemian.
He's not folding, and I don't think he's expecting Mustafa to fold either. Hey, I'm glad we're playing with the kings and queens only deck.
I'm all in.
Shemian shoves. Easy fold for Igor.
How much is that? Little over 2.
Mustafa's getting almost 3-1. Surprised he hasn't called it off already.
$2,055,000.
Kanit giving this careful consideration.
Does all this Shemian make anybody else wonder when Season 4 of Vikings is coming back? I think this is just one of those think side calls.
Not on this occasion, he folds!
Wow.
Shows one card, not an ace.
No ace to show.
Kanit laid it down!
I hope he didn't overplay any hand.
I was not folding against you.
Huh? I know. Against you, I'm happy to play my money in this spot.
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
I was for value.
Ace queen.
Queens.
Yes.
My value is different than your value.
Yeah, it's not ace queen because you call ace queen against him.
I don't know. I hope he didn't overplay the ace king, but I don't think so.
How did he fold queens there? Meanwhile, back to the final table where guys are playing for hundreds of thousands of euros. Shemian has opened with aces and Vogelsang's got queens!
And goodbye. Not that Vogelsang can go broke here. Bring out the stretcher. This is gonna hurt a lot.
$840.
The 4-bet from Shemian. $840,000. Some of the on-point decisions we've seen today. Any chance that Vogelsang gets away from this?
I will lose my mind.
But crucially, no 5-bet from Christoph, just a call. This hand going to the flop. 1.83 million in the middle. Shemian has 1.82 behind.
I mean, it's impressive, but what flops do you get away from?
Well, certainly not this one.
I mean, we've seen some pretty stunning poker today. It's been very hard to extract value from Christoph Vogelsang. Shemian had almost exactly pot left behind before he made this bet. This for about a third of his remaining chips. And again, just a call.
Well, a diamond on the turn gives us a sweat, I guess.
Christoph put in 425. Did you bet 430 or 435?
435.
And my guess is that this is more for in case Ola is bluffing to let him keep bluffing than to give himself some room to get away from queens on a 9-high board. No amount of sorcery would surprise me at this point, though. It would still impress me. It just wouldn't surprise me. Ola can't even make a half-pot bet. Or just.
All in.
Shemian shoves the turn.
Count, please.
Vogelsang wants a count.
Maybe he does it, James.
I don't see how.
Maybe he does it.
Sorry, 1 million, how much?
That's 1.1 here.
1,385,000.
Okay.
1.385, right?
1,385.
I mean, it smells like what it is.
Right, he's played this hand like a big pocket pair. Does he play jacks or tens this same way? Wow, he did it.
He folds the queens.
He folded queens. It seems so obvious when you can see the cards, but, well, it's just so easy to call there. I have an overpair. I call. Whoops, I just doubled you up.
Welcome back to Prague and the 2024 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It is day 5 of the main event and we are down to a single table. 9 players remain from the record-breaking starting field of 1,458. They are all sat on the main stage here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. These are the players in seat order, but you can see one name stands out. It's the name with a stack of 11.78 million. It's Paul Runken from Romania, the start of day chip leader, who still leads. And we have 3 shortish stacks as we resume the action with 60 minutes to play at the 40K, 80K blind level. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. What a lineup here for the year of Romania.
2 Romanian players at the final table, including one former EPT finalist, Dan Kishu, who made the FT in London in 2022. And talking of previous EPT finalists, Anton Bergstrom, Pedro Marques, they've been here before. And now that we are down to 9, more than 100K locked up.
And no outer table action.
And a money jump with every single elimination. ICM very, very real now. The objective is to get down to 6 today. We'll come back with a final table of 6 tomorrow and play down to a champion. That's when we'll award the first prize of more than 1.1 million euros, along with the EPT Prague main event trophy. About to get cards in the air, and at this point, we can introduce our analyst. Joining us live via satellite, it's Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hello.
Now, Maria, there were some complaints about your previous appearance on the stream. Not about you, technical complaints. What we have done is we have deployed the latest technology to boost the satellite signal for Maria. If you've noticed some weird things floating in the sky over the eastern seaboard, that's all to make sure that Maria is crystal clear to provide commentary on EPT Prague.
Right, and definitely not UFOs. We don't believe in that, right?
I don't believe in dinosaurs, let alone UFOs.
How else did Fred Flintstone get to work, Joe?
His prayer mobile.
So first hand of 9-handed play. We see Marcus raising with King Jack. And it's going to be raise and take it. And I highlighted Pedro being a former EPT finalist, also a finalist from the 2023 PSPC. But I'm guessing, Maria, as you look at the table, quite a few unknown faces as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I will say that I don't, play probably in Europe as much as someone else would, another pro maybe on the circuit, but I still feel like I play enough EPTs where I think I would expect to recognize a few more faces. But of course, as you mentioned, Markesh, someone I've played with before, a very, very talented player. He scares me a little bit. And Kisu owned my soul at EPT Barcelona before. He definitely a bluff in my face.
He showed it?
Oh, yeah.
1.6.
Well, we've got jacks here for Siegfried Capella, who is one of the shortest stacks. Starts the hand with 17 big blinds, has raised to 160K, and here's another of the short stacks. Dan Kishu, acting with 6-5 suited.
Setting up a, I was going to say setting up a Maria Ho style bluff, but probably is going to get the what is going on?
Ooh.
So, to be clear, after the Kishu flat, we get the shove from Alonsav. Esquez folds the ace-queen. Action is going to be folded back around to Capella.
There's just no way that you can fold jack.
1 million.
I wonder how much differently this plays out without Kishu flatting the 6-5. Maybe not that differently, but
there is the all-in from Capella. Kishu folds. So Capella at risk here and dominated, crushed by Alonsav's kings.
Good luck.
Showdown, please.
Oh.
Capella.
The unfortunate cooler.
Yeah.
Well, looks like we're going to be down to 8 players. Unless Capella can spike a jack.
Or a whole lot of clubs.
The flop is Queen 7-3, no clubs. And he is now a 9-1 dog. 2 outs in the deck for Capella. Boom!
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Hits it on the turn, and now just has to fade a 2-outer, has to fade a king on the river to double up. River is a 10. That is a double up for Capella. That is a switcheroo.
1.5.
He now has around 40 big blinds. Alonsav hovering around 20 big blinds, leaving Park and Kishu as the two short stacks with 13 bigs each. And the blinds are going up in 11 minutes.
It's quite literally the only way to play jacks.
And frustrating for Alonsav, but 21 bigs, playable, can still get back in this game. It's just frustrating to get in those situations. It's bad enough when you lose flips, Maria. It's even worse when you lose your 4-to-1s.
right. And, you know, especially at this stage of the tournament, as you mentioned, when there's a pay jump for every elimination, the rest of the table as well. It's just for that knockout.
Yeah.
I try to look at every single all-in as a flip.
You either win or you lose.
You win or you lose, but like you just go, okay, well, I lost that flip, because that way, if you go in expecting to win, you know, you get in as like a 90-10 favorite, it's a bad mindset. You're not entitled to that win. A better mindset is to go, oh, I lost another flip, ace-king versus ace-deuce on king-king deuce. Just lost another flip.
Not sure what to say. We have a raise here from Barak Oz. Alonsav with ace-9 suited.
Yeah, is he ready to get back on the horse so soon after that rough turn card? Looks like he's not.
Oh, sorry.
So round to the big blind. And Tom Bergstrom. This is his second EPT final table. The first was 19 years ago.
I don't want people to think he's been trying since then. He seems to have taken a long time off in between.
Yeah, I mean, back in 2005, he was sharing a final table with players who are no longer relevant. People like Patrick Antonius.
I mean, he's not really relevant to 5Ks, is he?
I'm actually going to look who else was at that final table.
Mads Mikkelsen.
He didn't show up.
That sounds like a made-up name.
Mads didn't show up until Copenhagen 2007. That was the first EPT he played.
Jimmy Fricke. I mean, Maria, I'm just naming names here. I'm not...
Yeah, this is. I will report the facts.
I'm too gullible.
Brett Youngblood.
Hendon Mob is not cooperating.
Who's the one from back then? It looked like their mom was waiting for them outside to like drive them home afterward. Probably a bunch of them, honestly.
Okay, let's try this a different way. Let's search for Patrick Antonius instead.
Alonsav. Well, Bergstrom's spelled weird in Hendon Mob. That's why that.
I know, it's really annoying. Just anglicize it, please, for the sake of research.
Pocket 8s, the Snowmen's for Tiano Esques. Snowmen's for Eskismo.
I like. Num Num. Okay. EPT main event, September 2005. So Patrick Antonius was third in that event. I tell you what, there are some big names at this final table. Gus Hansen was fifth. Krista Johansson was second. Remember him?
I do.
Jan Bublé, the winner that year.
Thank you.
Heads up.
pair of 4s for Capella. 8's still good.
Yeah, this could be trouble for Capella and his newfound chips because, you know, it's hard to imagine that you're going to get away too cheaply on this flop with second pair and the backdoor straight possibilities. But Esques holding the overpair. It's very easy for him to continuation bet here.
255.
Ooh, goes a little big.
255 into 440.
Yeah. And this sizing just, you know, really, again, puts a lot of pressure on some of these weak one-pair hands, but they are the hands that you want to keep in. But you do want to fold out some of the overcard equity, you know, denying equity to those hands by making it a little bit larger with the sizing.
Okay, well, straight draw for Capella to go with his pair.
You can bet all you want. You can't make the card different on the turn.
Yeah, there are a couple of draws, you know, of course, gut shots like 8-6, some diamonds that you might still want to charge, but will be some two-pair combos. Not too many, though, because obviously Capella's not going to be defending the big blind with the 7 deuce off, the 7-4 off, the 7-3 off. And they might even be folding out some of those really weak bottom of range suited ones as well. Do like that Esques recognizes that he can go ahead and still bet this here for value.
What is the bet? 650?
650.
And there will be a lot of these exact type of hands that Capella has, the pair straight draw hands.
Paying $650,000 to miss your straight draw is just so good. Just love it.
Boom.
I did it.
Oh.
I did that. I made that happen with my negativity.
Well done, Joe. I'm impressed.
SPR, you know, just around 1 here. Yes, the diamonds come in. So it does look like Capella is going to check, which gets a quick check back.
Quick check back. What's your favorite Christmas movie, James?
Die Hard.
What's your second favorite Christmas movie?
Gremlins.
Yeah.
What? Why am I so loud?
We got some Gremlins today.
Yeah, things have gone a little bit whack all of a sudden.
Mr. Futterman was right.
Mogwai.
Dan Kishu looks like he'd be the sort of guy you could get a Mogwai from.
I would love to see Dan Kishu remake Gremlins. A Romanian reboot of Gremlins is what I'm here for.
This is an odd spot for a tank.
It's not like a player can go broke at the other table.
Maybe 10-8's his favorite hand.
Could be.
Maybe he's feeling lucky.
I mean, this is strange.
Yeah, the second time bank is weird.
Is he gonna make some kind? This would be awesome if he just rips it in here. Oh, is he trying to tank through the blinds going up?
Well, the next hand will see Dan Kishu post the big blind and the ante.
Oh, he's trying to bone Kishu?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So Dan Kishu, if this hand plays quickly, will play the blinds at 40-80. If this hand goes on a bit, another 60 seconds, Dan Kishu will have to post the blinds at 50-100.
I'd like to think if I was at the table, I would start to realize what's going on here, and I think I'd probably have some choice words.
He's kind of lucky that Oz opened in front of him because that makes it a little more believable versus if it was unopened to him.
So
it's going to work.
Now all in with jacks.
1.7.
Capella with sixes in the small blind.
A Capella.
Can you count it, please?
Barack Oz making the final 9 of the largest EPT Prague of all time is some of the best viral marketing from Wicked that I have ever seen. I don't know what this cost them.
Good luck.
Well, it's going to cost Oz maybe 20 big blinds here and a double up for Alonsev. I mean, I can see why you can't really be folding 10s here, but just by the jacks. Jacks could be Alonsev's nemesis hand, though. This might not work out for him.
Good luck, my friend. Good luck.
Thank you. I cannot wish you the same because I want to stay.
It's okay.
So Oz looking to spike a 10 to eliminate Alonsev, who just needs jacks to hold to double up. And obviously a 10 was folded, so Oz has only got one out.
Isn't it like the same to go runner as it is to hit that 110? Well, now he needs to hit the 10 for sure.
Yeah. Do the prepay for a little bit of extra equity. River card is a 7. That is a double up for Sergei Alensov. So we are still 9-handed at the final table. The blinds are going up. We are rolling straight into level 29. Blinds 50,000, 100,000 with a 100k big blind ante. And confirmation that Dan Kishu, now playing a 10 big blind stack, has to post 2 of those blinds right now. He posts the ante, he posts the big blind. I guess Jae-Hoon Park got exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's within the rules to do something like that and to use your time banks in that way. You know, we've seen it before. And also, you know, when you are on a short stack, your time banks are not as valuable. So it's not like you feel like you're going to find spots later on where you might need them because you want to survive to make it to that point first. And that's the most important thing. And of course, to also get the pay jumps.
Park himself not that deep. 11 big blinds at the new blind level.
Blinds are up.
Blinds are indeed up. So Barakar's opening to 225,000 with the Spraggy, a 7 off.
Huh, 9-handed. Yikes.
This is optimistic in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think normally you're going to be seeing, you know, full ring, somebody open this, especially not in a high pressure ICM situation when you're not the chip leader.
Acapella.
I like it. I enjoy this from you, Stapes.
Do you know what I'm referencing?
No, but I just like hearing you sing.
Well,
I don't know, pitch perfect.
flatted with ace queen, and Pedro Marques is going to flat with tens.
Your hand. The one you say you played tricky.
Oh, I had ace king.
Ace king. Now, I was thinking, when I was thinking like ace king.
If you bet 650 on the turn, I was like, you had jack 10, 9, 10. When you bet 400, I just knew you had a 7 or an 8, and I still called.
Good for you, ace didn't come.
Yeah, but good for you, ace didn't come without a 7.
Yeah, but after the turn.
Sure. Or good for you that I didn't 3-bet. But that was my fault.
It was easy for me. Difficult.
You 4-bet, I all in.
No, just call, see the flop, take the flop, check.
Yeah, lose some money.
Check, turn, check, bet, call.
Yes, Oz does have the strongest range here, but you also have to remember that hands are going to be a little bit under-repped. Consider ICM and there being the two short stacks out there. So see that he is just willing to check through on this flop, as does the other players in the hand. And the jack pairing, you know, does give Marques perhaps the license to go for a bet here. But again, just more with ICM probably deciding that he just wants to try to go to showdown cheaply, not bloat the pot with the lead here on the turn. For chip EV, I think you're almost always going to see Marques bet a hand like tens here when it gets checked around on the flop.
Sure. I think this hand also not working out the way that Oz expected. I don't know what he was expecting when he raised ace-7, but the fact that two players are around, it's not really a board he can really mess around with betting into two players.
Yeah, now I think Marques able to very confidently go for one street of value and really want to make sure you're targeting the ace highs on this paired board. Perhaps, you know, one of the two other opponents in this hand will get a little curious. Still, no bet.
You wusses. Check, 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 check. You're checking too. Look, the only thing that matters about this hand is that Jaehyun Park got Dan Kishu to put in two bigger big blinds, and he didn't get to play the hand and get him back. That's the long and the short of it.
Yeah, Kishu with 8 bigs is very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Park edging towards that zone with 11 bigs.
Are you keeping your opinions into the chat because you don't want to say them on the air right now? Because I think it's an interesting discussion.
I've been contributing.
No, I mean, but I mean, you could share it with the rest of the class.
Well, we discussed this the other day, and I literally cut and pasted what it states in the rules. It's literally on the front page of the tournament in the PokerStars live app. Players who are found to intentionally abuse time, deliberately stall, or purposely slow down the game's progression will be subjected to a 5-second shot clock for all subsequent decision-making. Now, I concede it's very, very hard to police, but if you are clearly using your time bank cards because you don't have a legit decision, you have an ulterior motive, that's an abuse. And if they were able to police it, I guarantee you that would be a penalty.
Is there any version where an official at some point watches the stream like along with us, and then even though they've had it for 30 minutes, goes out there and says, "Hey, we saw what you did, and we're taking the rest of your time banks."
I think it's, yeah, I mean, it's hard because then it doesn't become a level playing field because you can only make those rulings on RFID tables.
Right, that's true. Good point. I'm always impressed when someone thinks to do something like that. The same way I'm impressed by like a bank robbery.
But
I mean, I think usually. Go ahead, James. No, I want to hear.
No, I was just going to say, even if, and I don't, by the way, think it is within the rules of how time bank cards are meant to be used, but even if you say, oh, well, he can use them however he wants, I think it is extremely poor etiquette. I don't think it's strategic. I think it's actually, I personally, it's not how I think the game should be played, but maybe that is just me.
I definitely agree with you, James, on that it is poor etiquette. I think what it becomes, though, when people start finding, some of these little, I don't know, what do you want to call them, like shortcuts or tricks to like that extra
angle.
Bit of equity. Right. Okay, angle. I mean, I hesitate to say angle just because I feel like it becomes one of those, if you can't beat them, join them things, right? Like if within the scope of the tournament, people are doing it because it's not like blatantly against the rules, meaning like people, this is hard to police, right? Because the whole cards are on delay. So people don't know that it's happening when it's happening, versus there are very obvious angles where as it's happening, you understand and you can punish those people. But in this situation, if other people are doing it and you're not doing it, you're losing out on the equity that other people can gain when they do that, right? So I don't really know what the solution is if it's not something you can police in real time, because we can't, sure, maybe a floor man can stand by and be like, okay, when you're tanking and using your time banks and we suspect this, we want to see your hand. But it's really hard, to maybe just single someone out the first time they do it. So I don't know, I don't know what the solution is to it. I do agree with taste, but I can't say that I wouldn't do the same thing if I were at a final table and this much money is on the line and I know that other people would be doing the same thing in that spot against me.
I have two replies to that. One is I know what you're talking about, Maria, because I personally find it to be in poor taste. How much is it?
Oh,
we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, we have got action here. Dan Kishu is taking a stand. He's moved all in with ace-6. Oz with 8s on the button has made the call.
If Jae-Young Park gets up and starts cheering, like calling for an 8, that'll be crazy.
Good luck.
That'll be too far.
So with the blinds folding, it's Kishu versus Oz. And Dan is going to need to hit. He has one overcard to Oz's 8s.
Thank you. Thank you.
Flop is 9-5 deuce. 8s holding. And Kishu looking for an ace on the turn or river. Same outs required. 3 aces in the deck. If we don't get an appearance from Barry Greenstein, we are down to 8 players and we have made the official EPT Prague final table. It's a 3. Dan Kishu eliminated in 9th place, cashing for 106,050 euros. Everyone else, ladders, guaranteed now 137,900.
Knocked out by Barack Oz and Jae-Young Park.
And one thing I'll just quickly say about that, it is very difficult to police, and I do think it is borderline about whether you can penalise in that situation. Maybe the penalty is he'll be in a situation where he actually needs to use those time bank cards for a legitimate purpose, and he doesn't have them anymore.
Nah, man, karma's not real.
Are you trolling me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
You're lucky as well, yeah.
finally you smiled. You went to pot, you didn't even smile.
Now it's Park's
Yeah, okay.
turn to be the short stack with 8 big blinds.
No smile.
Of course.
I was make a circle. I was running in circles after this turn.
You're nervous, I guess.
You know, second time I lose with kings when somebody is down.
Next time you have kings.
I give you
pass,
back, my
no
friend.
more.
I give it to you back. It's okay.
Enough is enough.
It's easier. It's one hand. Pass,
But it could be 3 million more.
only 10-3. Right?
Then I fall. It's good for me if you win.
That's different.
But now you got the difference?
200.
Almost, yeah?
No, like half.
200,000. 8-4.
Half of this.
What I was going to say, Maria, about the if you can't beat them, join them thing. That if, there are some ethically gray areas that if you don't capitalize on them yourself, you're losing out. In my situation, I think it's ethically sort of dodgy to 4-bet with anything worse than queens. And because I won't do that, I'm losing out on a lot, but I refuse. My ethics, well, I think it's just rude to do like a bluff 4-bet. So this could be trouble for Eskes.
Well, that's why check raises weren't allowed before.
Same thing. No, I won't check raise either. Again, hey, if you're that sort of person who will pretend to not have a hand and then raise,
125.
couldn't be me.
6 bet 125.
Marcus continuing for 125,000. Eskes in big trouble.
Remember, kids, if you go into a card room, unless there's a plaque on the wall that says check and raise is allowed, don't do it.
Be careful. Eight ball on the turn.
Marcus going to be looking to get value. Of course, there's going to be all of the worst King X in Eskes range, plus, some flush draws, some straight possibilities.
Marcus sizing up here, going more than half pot this time.
I do think because this board, is fairly dry in texture, you would expect that the pre-flop aggressor is always going to try to go multiple streets, even with their bluffs, because they do have range advantage on king high board. So you can't really blame Eskes for not believing Marcus.
Rivers a 7 does not change much about this board texture. Eskes checks again. .7 in the middle. And Pedro generally has a very good idea where he's at. It's the ace of diamonds, that's right.
Yeah, that makes it, a particularly good card for him to have in his hand because, it means that he unblocks that for Eskes, which means he could certainly have, as Marcus, he could certainly have a lot of the ace X of diamonds, right? A lot of these busted flush draws, you know, perhaps some ace 3, ace 4 that go for a bluff on the river once they don't hit.
1.275.
1,275,000.
Just really putting Eskis in the blender here. You know, having a 10 of diamonds in his hand is not completely irrelevant, again, because, you know, you do block some of those flush draws that missed. So I don't think you love that, but there are still, you know, quite a few other hands I think Marcus could have.
Yes, definitely. Can he find a fold here? Tough to make a pair. Tough to make top pair.
Yeah, and sometimes these decisions just come down to who your opponent is. Oh.
Gets away from it.
That's so good.
Listen, people, last play. Came out to be a big one.
That little comment cost me quite
Pedro sitting in second place on the leaderboard, 66 big blinds.
We do have an amazing Chat Pro Saturday comment here from JY. It says, easy fold, not so good.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the other guy's got ace-king. It's obviously a fold.
So easy.
Yeah. What about this comment? Respect for the Portuguese man who bet on the river.
It's so funny because if Marcus had like just like busted diamonds there, it would be an easy call, right?
Correct. Marcus back
I
in
didn't know we
action.
were allowing Chat Pro Saturday, though.
No, that's why we're contesting what's being said rather than just saying that it's objectively correct. The raise is with 10-8 of diamonds, 200,000, just Runken in the big blind to get through. And that is a defend from the chip leader. The two biggest stacks go to battle. Queen 8 deuce with 2 diamonds. Pair and a flush draw. Don't mind if I do. Continuation bet of 140,000. And another pot
How much do you blame Mr. Park?
for Pedro Marques.
Thank you, very kind.
Got a long way to go to catch Runken, but otherwise 69 big blinds would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, Runken's got 112 bigs at the moment.
I did want to go back to that situation we just had with the tanking and the making the blinds go up on the short stack.
Yeah.
Maria, I totally understand what you're saying about how if everyone's doing it, you might feel compelled to do it. Otherwise, you're giving up money.
Is there anyone that you would like not do it to because you like them, and whereas there's other people that you would do it to?
Ooh.
That's a great question.
I mean, we'd all do it to Griffin, right?
I mean, 1,000%. Griffin angled me when we played in that commentator charity.
That was like 4 years ago now.
You do not want to make Maria mad ever. Trust me. It lasts way longer than you think it should.
But yeah, I mean, I'm like a crow. I hold grudges for a long time. Isn't there that? Haven't you guys seen that? Is that true? It's true. It's true. So anyway, I mean, it's a real question, Joe. I mean, I would say I would have a hard time doing it if it were my friends in the big blinds.
To certain people, right? Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Bergstrom with a pair of 5s here. We can only see one of Oz's cards, so don't know if Bergstrom actually has the best hand.
And I think that's another problem with it, is that because it can be selectively applied, it's also a little weird. This is how great and powerful Oz is. He only needs one card.
Oz does feel like this board favors the big blind defending range a little bit more, and you know, might have a little bit of showdown value to go check again.
Probably not beating a 5 though. Be what? No. Pump fake. Went right then left.
So, closing word on the park tanking controversy, because we did reach out to Toby Stone, who is the EPT tournament director, and his response is pretty much what I expected. Toby is not okay with it. I knew he wouldn't be. But he also concedes it is difficult to police, near on impossible to police. He also observes that many players and peers do feel it's an okay strategy. He doesn't agree with that, but some players will do that. And yeah, I kind of felt that what Toby would feel is, if you do that, the penalty, the punishment is you are wasting those valuable time bank cards. And there could come a situation where maybe you actually need them to make a tough decision and you don't have them anymore.
Nobody has ever had a decision in poker so difficult that they needed longer than 15 seconds. Toby the Stone Fence Sitter. But I don't think asking a question makes you a chat pro player. Asking, is there ever any value to check raising on the flop or turn on that board from the big blind? I mean, it's a pretty open-ended question, but simply asking it doesn't make you a chat pro. It makes you the opposite, to be honest. Chat pros know everything already.
Not being definitive is the key.
Yeah.
Understanding there are different ways of looking at it and various possibilities.
Lukey, guess what? I haven't banned a single person today. And Lukey, you banned. Thank you for your comment.
I mean, that's a badge of honor.
Oh, it feels good. Oh, I forgot how much I like that. Who's next?
I was gonna say, this might be a record for you that you haven't banned anyone for what, like 5 hours.
To be fair, I've been playing Ultimate X on my phone most of the day.
Have you had to purchase more?
Nope, I ran up from $10. I'm up over 1,000 now.
Nice. Just to warn everyone, by the way, once he started, he's like a tube of Pringles.
Once I get the taste for it, like a wolf that bites a human,
he will not stop. So the ban hammer is swinging. You don't want to end up being collateral damage. That includes you, Maria. Just be careful what you write in chat.
a good kind of comment that will get you banned is saying something like, well, you guys said you didn't like apples earlier, and now you're saying you do like oranges? The hypocrisy runs thick. That's the sort of thing that'll get you banned. You're watching EPT Prague. Jack 10-8. Top pair, second pair.
Yeah, and even though Runken does have Markish covered, you know, does feel like it's the kind of texture where I want to check backs with your value hands, such as top pair. When the board is this coordinated, you don't necessarily want to get checked raised.
So there is some value check raising this flop from the big blind sometimes. See? Not a stupid question.
I think the bet is a little better from Runken because he does have the potential for backdoor clubs. I think, you know, if you had Jack 4 of spades here, you definitely want to find more checkbacks often, as you're not really going to like being faced with a raise, and, you know, you don't have as much turn cards that give you additional equity when you don't have that potential for backdoors.
Queen ball on the turn. This board just got a whole lot more boardier.
Who out there is Funkin' for Runken?
Yeah, I gotta say, it's surprising to see, you know, with the four-liner out there, Runken betting the turn. I don't really see, you know, the point of this, just because, you know, you're only getting worse to fold usually and better to call, right? The 10x, the 8x, all those hands that you beat, they're not going to be calling this bet too often. Whew.
Well, those of you who were Funkin' for Runken, you got your way. Jack on the river, boom, trips.
Oh.
Straighty paired board and two pair no good. Marked checks.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot for 10 here. Does get the check back.
Oh, he's going to be so annoyed. And Runken moves over the 12 million mark. He now has better than a 2-to-1 advantage over Pedro Marques, who sits in second place on the leaderboard.
Runken. I think that Runken Marques heads up would be
awesome.
Yeah. Painful, but awesome. Kind of like it's like a sweet tattoo on your lower back. Painful, but awesome.
Carlitos. Terrible check.
There's still a little Chat Pro Saturday seeping through, buddy. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but if we want to, we can ban them.
It's true.
Jasper agrees. Played safe. Boring.
Maria, you have a tattoo, right? You and Tiffany each have one half of the infinity symbol somewhere?
No, I do have tattoos, but we don't have an infinity symbol tat.
Raise.
I don't know. Some people regret their tattoos. I don't regret any of my tattoos, actually.
I don't regret your tattoos either.
That's good. Picking up chips. He's hovering around the 55 big blind mark, which is the average stack right now. 55 bigs. But there is one player at the table who is not deep stacked. That player is Hilton Prague, and he's got to post.
Is it possible that we move this direction a little bit?
A quarter of his stack right now.
I'm not moving.
He's got 8 big blinds, and he's in the big blind.
Yeah, for you.
You know, it's so comfortable here. Look,
It's
this leg
uncomfortable.
here? For me, no, it's comfortable. I don't want to.
They move me.
I like this corner. You like the corner as well?
Yeah, because of the boxes. Yeah,
Cameras,
the card reading.
You should ask the production, not us.
Yeah, we move tomorrow. When we are 6, you know, we will relax. So we need to hurry up, maybe in 55 minutes.
All good.
Yeah.
Got it.
We have dinner, sleep, everything.
I made it. I made the space for myself.
Sure.
One fold.
Actually, Jaeyoung Park is going to tank until the lunch menu becomes the dinner menu and everyone has to pay more for dinner.
55 minutes to go until dinner, by the way.
Race.
After we had to double dip on the goulash yesterday, what do you think is going to be on tonight's menu?
Well, what was for lunch? Finger sandwiches, I guess.
Oh, no, not the finger sandwiches.
I mean, goulash definitely tastes better than it sounds.
Absolutely. I almost brought that
Right.
up yesterday. It might be the biggest sounds bad to taste good thing in the food world. Because you got stuff like head cheese that sounds good and is disgusting.
I would agree the goulash was good. I just didn't need it for both meals yesterday. If I walk in to the restaurant downstairs and see those finger sandwiches, someone's going to get it.
Somebody's going to get a different kind of finger.
As I was saying earlier, they remind me of the light snack that gets served on BA transatlantic flights just before you land.
Oh, I think I saw the BA stamp on the package they took it out of.
World's favorite airline. I don't think they're actually allowed to use that in marketing and advertising anymore.
Yeah. This is empirically not true.
I promise you, Nair, that it's just a bit from me. I would never go full Clarkson.
I don't know, man. Give it 10 years.
Well, hey.
Park really starting to
It worked out for Clarkson, right? He got the Amazon contract. He does Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Maybe that's what I need to do. And he start punching producers to get all the big TV gigs.
Chris, can you come in here for a second?
Sorry, Maria.
It's okay. I was saying starting to lose fold equity off of this stack. Just, you know, not much to play with.
Almost halfway through this level.
James, be honest. Are you like secretly kind of rooting for Park to bust next just because of what he did? You don't think he should be rewarded for it?
Well, the thing is, he's going to get rewarded no matter what because he guaranteed himself a ladder by doing that.
What I find interesting
Yeah,
is...
I mean...
so, Maria, our French commentators, and this comes directly from Benny, they actually polled their audience, and shockingly, 100% of French poker fans are okay with it.
I don't think it was 100. Almost 100.
Okay, almost. It was actually 98.5. Sorry. So it seems that if there are people who think it's legit, okay, that's the game we want to play. Let's play it.
50.
I don't really care, but then someone reminded me that he was the guy that didn't show when he had a straight flush and quads yesterday, and all of that is adding up to me someone not liking someone who does that stuff. What kind of a joyless person do you have to be to not show a straight flush and then tank?
That's true.
So that
I got
yeah.
it.
Just to be clear, even our French commentators conceded that is a very French thing to be okay with.
You probably experienced this. When I was a kid, I went to France, and I went to like their version of the county fair. And to my surprise, they don't do queues. When the ride comes to an end, everyone just makes a mad dash for one of the cars on the ride, and if you don't get there fast enough or someone shoves you out of the way, you don't get on.
Elbows. That's the secret. Get those elbows out.
And that does sound like the sort of culture that would be absolutely fine with what just happened there.
Esquez in the small blind with ace-king. Action's been folded to him.
Call.
Ooh.
Ooh. Snaky.
Queen 3 for Runken.
You know, certainly the expectation that with Runken being the chip leader, that he is going to find a lot of opens from the big blind against a limp from the small. But, you know, Queen 3 just deciding to check back. But Esquez was clearly trying to lay a bit of a trap for what he believes would be a very aggressive player right now to his left, given his stack size.
Runken having flop top pair, bets 100,000 into 300,000. Esquez calls with ace high. Ace on the turn. Esquez now nearly a 9-1 favorite.
And with a very under-repped hand here, you know, Runken, you wouldn't even really blame if he decides, you know, to try to target maybe some 10x, some 8x, not feeling like Esquez has too many aces. Although, you know, some of the weaker aces, of course, Esquez will probably just limp given ICM, given the fact that there's, you know, a very short stack out there.
$380.
Goes big, 380 into 500.
380. Sorry,
Yeah, there are a lot of, you know, missed draws, so just gonna quickly call.
Needs change. You need to pay even. Can you pay?
Sorry?
Pay even instead.
I didn't see. Sorry. I didn't see. I still have.
You want to change?
You didn't get a discount because you made the call.
He has it
I
anyway.
forgot.
so 100 380.
Sneaky.
Sorry?
Sneaky.
Sneaky, save me some chips on the river. I saved 350.
You were gonna go 700. How much would you have paid? 700.
No, I wouldn't pay 400. I just saved 350.
Ah.
I would have better.
You would have better.
Like, don't you think that's just meant to be a dig of like, oh yeah, like, could have gotten more from me if, or
Yes,
I don't
absolutely.
know.
Yeah, there's been a lot of
hate
lot of back talk with this group.
Posturing.
5 fold. 6 fold. 8 fold. 10 fold.
Tell me I'm not going mad. We had the free roll already, right? It was early this afternoon. It's
I mean, it
finished.
started early. I don't know if it's over yet.
Well, registration probably closed like an hour and a half, if not 2 hours ago. So why are people still asking for the free roll?
Pest, please. Just in case there's another one or one next year. You should come to the live events. There's all kinds of free stuff. That's what you like.
He's asking for the Sunday Million password. I don't even have that.
Raise 850,000.
All I would say is, if the person doing the passwords for that free roll was the same person doing the passwords for our free roll, it's probably million.
6.
or Sunday.
Or Sunday Million. Maria, remember we had that bet where we were talking about when people 3-bet out of the big blind, whether they have it or not most of the time?
Yeah.
Score one for me. And it should, you should know it's going to be one for me because I brought it up.
But listen, during a final table with ICM, I would also say that it's more likely that the 3-bet from the big blind is going to be value heavy.
James, what's the password for the New Year's series?
There is no free roll that I'm aware of for the New Year series, but there is a $55 Red Spade Open kicking off the series on December 22nd. And the New Year series runs until January 14th.
I think there's a bunch of raffles, too, where you can win tickets to the New Year's series.
The ticket machine, pretty cool. Because not only is it awarding tickets to the New Year series, it's also awarding tickets to Power Path and the Sunday Million anniversary. We're just talking about the Sunday Million. It's going to celebrate its anniversary. Its 19th anniversary in April of next year. And already we're starting to build up the hype by awarding tickets to that special version of the Million. All we need to do is opt into the promotion, log in every day to get a raffle ticket, daily and weekly raffles, $1 million ticket machine running between now and January 6th. Biggest Karen in C wants you to repeat what happened at the French Country Fair, Joe.
They don't do queues for the rides. You have to wait for someone to get off the ride and then run for the empty seat as fast as you can. And or push someone out of the way.
Is it 600?
Park all in with threes.
It's going to get through.
600,000. First time in my life I'm wrong.
Maria, I got a big sweat in Vegas right now.
So confident too.
Oh yeah.
But usually I'm not right with.
So our friend Tana gave me 5%. He was in the $5 million free roll.
I'm wrong this time. I don't know.
Oh, snap.
And when he cashed last night, he cashed for $1,200 and went broke. And I was like, okay, I woke up this morning and he had Venmo'd me $60. And I was like, cool, whatever, free $60. What he didn't tell me, which I didn't see until later today, is that he had also pulled a bounty, a mystery bounty. And when he opened it, it was a seat to the 10K.
He had 10-3.
Wow. Wait, why didn't he include this in his update?
I think he hadn't opened the envelope yet, and I forgot about it. So I didn't see the envelope till this morning.
So what's the deal? You get...
I got 5% of the 10K championship event now.
Awesome.
For Tana Karn, yeah.
Minimum that's...
I can maybe get unstuck this year.
Anything less than that. That's my plan. Maybe change.
Okay,
you know,
you're not
because
really
I'm
allowed
crazy.
to include, you know, your slot losses in, you know, how much you're stuck for the year. Come
Have
on.
you used a single time bank this tournament?
No, it's
Maria, I'm even down a couple of hundred
You know what you're
on
doing
play
there?
money
Play
slots
25
over the
tables,
last
so
few weeks.
How can you think he's gonna need 30
I can't
seconds
with
in
you.
one table?
I'm a collector over here.
No, that's why I don't need that.
And play money slots are great because you can literally
30
never
seconds, you
win.
Take 25 decisions. No, for one decision.
24 bad ones.
We should make it 5 seconds for you.
Oh, did the stream just catch up?
They've got no way of knowing what's happening on the stream, bearing in mind that they...
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. That 10 on the turn means it doesn't matter what Oz's other card is. We know that Marques is the best hand right now.
Yeah, it's second nuts here for Marques against an under the gun open, which, you know, you would expect, again, you know, not being one of the top stacks. They're going to be pretty strong here, although we did see Oz open that ace 7 off from under the gun earlier, so maybe a little lighter than you would expect.
I was so close. Someone's cracked the password for that Sunday Million free roll. Guess what it was?
What?
Millie.
That's good. Hey, sets of 10s. I love it.
5 seconds.
So it's a 400k bet from Oz.
1.45.
And now it's 1.45 million.
450.
And Mark really wanting to fast play this because, again, of the perceived strength of Oz's raise, of Oz's range, I'm sorry, with his raise from under the gun. So you're really hoping that Oz has, you know, all of the big overpairs, aces, kings, ace, queen, the hands that are going to fall to this raise. And also the beauty is that the turn does bring in some of these combo draws, right? Perhaps something like the king jack of clubs. And you do want to also have some semi bluffs here in your range when you check raise, because you're just hoping Oz is going to get a little sticky. And 3 betting to 2.7 million. Wow. I did not see this coming, but Oz just
Oh dear.
really trying to represent the top of his range. But I mean, you got to think, like, with ICM, with the shorter stacks out there, would you even 3-bet with aces or kings in this spot? I mean,
Maybe.
Even with a set of queens.
I was going to say, maybe his
know.
other card is 2 queens.
Well, as we said, it doesn't
I mean, I think
matter
he would just-
what his other card is. We know he's losing, and right now with this 3-bet, he is not looking like a wizard.
5 seconds.
I just would never, ever, ever play a hand with Marques in the big blind. I would fold 2 aces here under the gun. What's the point?
You know what, Gilbert? I'll allow this. I know it's wrong to match poker players for the bad lookalike, but Oz's resemblance to Ronnie Barder is just uncanny.
That's
Please
why I
forgive me.
He played with me in the Eureka Cup, and I was like, Ronnie. I think Ronnie's got ties to Israel as well.
All in.
6-6, raise, all in.
All you can eat.
What's up? More than me?
Yes, more than you. And
I think you know that.
the awful thing is that Oz's raise there, that 3-bet was for more than half his stack.
And I think the worst part here is, like, let's say Oz has a hand with some equity, right? With like ace king or ace jack, you know, he's just not going to get to see the river card. And I mean, I wish we could see his other card, because a lot of this feels like it could be posturing unless Oz has what, I don't know, aces or ace queen. But again, those are just not hands you should be 3-betting, you know, against the check raise with the short stacks out there. So color me confused.
So how much is this?
5, 9, 35 total.
Yeah.
They're very similar stacks. You cover here. Or 100.
Oz is pained, getting a ridiculously good price, but when you beat, you beat.
The Korean guy's loving this.
Well, I mean,
Never a truer word spoken.
yeah, I have to say that I don't think this is posturing now, just given the fact that he knows these whole cards are going to be shown. He doesn't realize that we don't see the other card right now, but
right.
He does look like he's in a tough spot. But again, if this is how you feel, it just, I think the simplest principle you got is, like, if you don't know what you're going to do against a 4-bet shove, then why 3-bet?
It's sick if you're bluffing with like 9 jack of hearts, of clubs.
I mean, I do think a lot of the time people bend the aces quite a bit. They snap them, and I feel like the other card, a broken card, could be an ace rather easily. Under the gun raise.
Here, Oz just trying to... Yeah, I mean, I'll give it to him that he very clearly has a hand here now with the time that he's taken. But you hear him trying to assign some of those combo draw semi-bluffs that I had mentioned to Markesh's hand, you know, knowing that he's ahead of those at the moment.
Muck it!
Nice one.
I'm gonna have to see that one in the break.
Ace queen, probably.
Pedro, just tell
Yeah,
him.
it is green.
With
No, never green. No,
Come on, Pedro. Just let him know.
Well,
92 big blinds. I mean, that's got to be chip lead, right?
Nope, but he has closed the gap on the chip leader. So Markesh playing 9.2 million. Paul Runken playing 11.7 million.
No, snap call.
Of course,
No, we'll see.
Ace queen,
You think he
kings,
folds
aces.
sixes?
Ace queen is a fold.
Aces, kings, ace queen.
We'll see. We'll know in 30 minutes. We'll know in 30 minutes.
Queen 10 makes sense as well, yeah.
I mean, we'll know what Markesh had, but we won't know what Oz had.
No.
Let's see.
Kelzer wants to know, why didn't production show what he had?
Production didn't get the card. It's either he didn't put it in the reader or the chip is broken in that card. It didn't read.
I was just going to say, because we don't like you and we like to annoy you. Thank you for your question.
Fair enough.
Not all of you, just him.
Queen 10, I guess.
Just Kelzer.
Oh, queen 10, yeah. Because I'm not fold queen 10 for sure.
Queen 10.
But 6 is...
I mean, it's the same hand.
It's not the same hand. You block 6s.
This is a much better way of phrasing it. Why didn't the cameraman do something?
Excuse me, just go over and tap him on the shoulder. Excuse me. Could you just let me get a little pa-chink.
My money would be on aces, by the way. I don't think it was ace queen. I think it was aces.
I also think it was aces.
We'll see. We'll see.
It looks very thick.
And especially
we have to use a lot of these.
Boyce, who asks on YouTube, do Joe and James go on holiday together? Every day with James is a holiday.
For a few $100K.
Yeah, definitely.
100K each. 100K each is not even bad at this point. That's one big line for cards. That's not even that bad. That's a good price.
A whole season's holiday. The best there is.
Maria Ho?
200.
200,000, sit one.
I want you to save this comment. Can we pin this one? It was 100% no pair, guys. How in the world we think it was aces, which will be either jamming or just calling? Why ever click fold aces or ace queen makes zero sense. I know I tanked that long there with no pair. We got some action happening here. My goodness.
Does Eskis have the same card that Oz had earlier?
The ace of spades is possible. I don't know what, other than a jack, what you would be re-raising the under the gun raise with.
We run out of decks already. Can we not get the cards changed?
Yeah, you got to think that Eskis has a hand that he's pretty comfortable getting it in with against Alontsev's stack. Just looking at these positions, the hand strength definitely goes way up.
Sit one, please.
And good for you? The turn, the 10. I will know.
That's a good theory. Maybe the dealer only gave him one card.
We're just talking here. Would you ever fold sixes? Would you?
Potentially had sixes, or?
No, we don't say. We don't ask what you have. We just say if you would say. Would,
I mean, the way he reacted, maybe you had six.
I guess. I mean, I wonder if I bet a flop. I play trick.
Is a club.
Sixes versus tens.
This time, yeah.
Did the card get exposed?
Just a club. I don't
Was
know.
it mine?
I'm not sure. It was yours. Yeah.
And sticky fingers.
I'm gonna turn it up. Yeah, it was mine. Yeah. Yeah, I saw a club. I didn't know what card.
Are you talking about this hand or on that hand when he folded a card was exposed?
I've saw that too. We
It's a
folded.
big blind. Now you make action again.
Okay.
Like you.
Okay, you can take.
Oh
Of course we
no.
take. Why we do this?
Yeah, I saw that
Second
the
is still
5 of
confident.
clubs is shown and
Yeah, but this happens sometimes. I suppose one card sometimes we have to play the hand.
yeah.
He thought he was getting a walk.
My mistake.
Yeah, he thought the hand was over.
5 of clubs was exposed. Alonso thought it was a misdeal, so showed his cards.
Like the dealer showed 5 of clubs, and then I noticed that the guy is folding, and I thought that this we will.
It is my action, so-
But it's not a
It is my
problem.
action. If I want to go with the floor. I'm allowed to fold, am I not?
It's my bad, no problem.
Turn you over.
Oh, we keep playing or?
Yeah, but you have to turn you over so
Okay.
everybody.
How embarrassing.
You already saw it once. Maybe some people don't saw it.
Tell me the RFID got these at least.
Maybe shit.
Maybe you forget.
Shit, I didn't saw it.
Excuse me. Mr. Park, you saw what his end was? He exposed his end, you saw?
Everybody should have same
3-6.
information. No.
3-6 is show.
So in the hand?
Park doesn't seem to care.
No, it's like.
Defend.
Which means maybe Park has a monster here, and he's like, I don't care what his cards are.
What the fuck?
Imagine I have aces.
What he have?
And now this card, this hand is just going to be a mess. When something funky happens, there's always a mess.
Yeah, don't go broke in a pot like this.
So the 5 of clubs was accidentally exposed. That becomes the burn card. Unfortunately, the big blind thought it was a misdeal, so showed his cards.
Then you make action.
I've thought it's enough for me.
And by the way, he would have received a warning.
You can still call if you want. You think?
It's on you.
I show you. It's
Okay. Raise and take it. Easy, simple. Moving on.
It's okay. You didn't lost anything. You said you have a shit card. I have an ace.
Yeah.
At least it brought
But
a little bit of
couldn't make
levity
problems
to
on the table. Because people
what was a
think
pretty
I don't,
serious
because I
final
see your
table,
card.
it felt like.
At some point, you're
Unofficial.
At some point, you're gonna get a penalty. You
You give me bad advices, you know.
Genius way to try and get ladders. Just expose your card.
20 million pot.
Then I blow 6 million just because.
Because we saw 6-3. Imagine that pre-flops. I think I saw. No,
should I turn it up or?
Oh, we had a laugh. Runken folding king queen under the gun. Bergstrom opening.
At least it's a good big hand.
Has ace king. Inspired pass with the king queen there. A frustrated Oz folds. Park not playing the Grafton. Does only have 6 big blinds. And S goes with 7 deuce. Folds as well.
I won't turn it over.
Did you really pass 6s?
No.
True.
Would you say it's a
I'm
good?
happy if you didn't pass.
Would you say it's a good fold?
No.
So you would think he would have the winning hand?
Aces.
I would
Just
snap
aces.
with 6s.
Good fold.
There you go. You
Would
heard
you say
him.
it was the winning hand?
I had aces anyway.
Oh!
Hold
on. Go back. What was the comment?
I don't know, but I'm finding it.
I shouldn't three-bet turn.
We'll see.
He's admitted making a mistake in 3-betting the turn.
Maybe I would lose more. Same.
Oh, I'm scrolling.
I call one or-
Adam won NHO. You banned.
Yeah, he did lose a lot.
It was the hand, like.
Yeah, I know.
6-4 raise 200,000. 6-5 fold.
But interesting the logic which led to Adam believing that he couldn't have a pair of aces. Even Oz admits he played it badly. That's not how you should play aces in that spot. He regrets the 3-bet.
Focus 25 minutes. That's it.
Yeah, again, I think, I'm not really sure about Oz's experience, at a big final table like this, but I will say sometimes a bit ahead of yourself in that spot, you're like, oh, I've got aces, I'm getting check raised by a very aggressive player like Marques, but you kind of forget the situation that you're in, right? I mean, Marques would not have necessarily just taken with 0 equity bluffs, even against semi bluffs. They're going to have equity. You know what cards you don't want to see on the river. It's a spot where it's just kind of easy to click call against the check raise and decide on the river. But how you play in these situations versus chip EV is just so different. But sometimes that gets lost in the heat for players.
6-4 check. 6-4 check.
Oh, hello, trip 7s, because the 7 is always coming. Christian Rudolph may have departed the tournament, but his saying has not.
The spirit of Christianity, if you will, lives on.
350,000.
Is that what we're calling it now, if you believe in the power of the 7?
That's right, it's Christianity. Runken be dunking on fools. Oh, is Eskin going to have to be in another spot where he has to fold top pair?
I don't know if he could do it on this turn. Perhaps he might find a fold on some rivers, but again, just so many draws. The straight draws, the 9-8s. Even hands like 10-9, some gutter balls, 5-4.
He calls the 350k, and this hand goes heads up to the river, which is a 6 of diamonds. It's now a full house for Runken. And with that double paired board, maybe SK can get away from it now, Maria?
I don't know. It doesn't really change much because you don't really expect a lot of 6x to be bet from Runken on the turn. They're probably going to check those back. So there's not going to be a lot of, you know, 6s full now. And if they bet again, it's really just going to be, you know, 7s full or some of those missed draws, right? Again, a lot of the King X are just going to be checking back. And Eskes obviously, you know, beats a lot of the King X as well.
475,000.
But this is not a particularly polarizing sizing either.
It's 100 each.
Okay, I was gonna say. I was like, wait a second.
1.9 million.
All right, this is a polarizing sizing, which I like for this double paired board because now you can pretty much confidently range Eskes to having a lot of these King X type hands, and with so many of the missed draws out there, you're really putting him to the test.
When's that ban up? I want to do it again.
We have seen Eskes make some good folds on the river already, you know, with the King 10, I believe, against Markesh's Ace King on a King high board. But again, situationally, especially against Runken's big stack, you just feel like there's going to be so many missed draws.
Okay, cool.
There goes the call.
Another 1.9 million, which is going to be added to the stack of chip leader Paul Runken.
Man, Cheno just not ending up on the right side of these things.
Paul Runken is closing in on 15 million.
It is the year of Romania, James.
Of course.
I mean, how many times can you expect the guy to get away from top pair? Which, by the way, he did one time, correctly.
Still playing around 40 big blinds. The short stack remains Jae-Hung Park nursing a 6 big blind stack. Then you got Barakos on 20 bigs and Sergei Alonsov playing 26 bigs. Blinds up in 90 minutes. Crucially, we will go on dinner in 19 minutes. There will be an hour-long break, and then they will come back and continue to try to play down to 6 tonight.
Unless Jae-Hung Park uses the rest of his time banks to make sure everyone's dinner is cold.
Now that would make him a villain. Even the French would turn against him.
The French would be pissed.
1 plus. C2 plus. Thank you. C3 plus.
You can't have that drawn butter getting all clunky.
So I've been doing some research, Joe, because obviously we've had still today problems with the satellite uplink with Maria.
Yeah.
What do you think?
You know, this is really
nothing
expensive, this satellite technology.
Okay.
And I've discovered there's this brand new technology out there. There's this bit of software called Skype. And apparently you can now make phone calls over the internet.
I mean, he can still have 6s and...
How crazy is that?
I know.
But get this. How much do you think it costs? So say, for example...
So a service like that would probably cost,
Just asking what you're going to do to me.
at minimum, dozens of dollars per minute.
Yeah, because right now we are paying $40 per minute for the satellite.
Yeah. So,
right, so every level Maria does is breaking the budget.
Yeah.
It's free.
It's free.
I'm running good.
Well, it's if it isn't free, I mean, if it isn't very expensive, it surely must have been just invented.
Yeah, it's brand new.
Okay.
So I reckon this technology is going to change the world. So I would recommend getting in at the bottom and buying shares in the company Microsoft that makes it, because I reckon this stock is going to the moon.
Guys, this is financial advice.
It's 600, right?
James is micro hard from Microsoft.
Check it out, guys. It's called the Skype. That's spelled S-K-Y.
No. Drop. I think they should drop the. I think they should just make it Skype. It's my contribution.
Well, you'll need to write a letter to William Gates suggesting that.
Gonna start on the great and powerful Oz. I think if you accidentally get a third card, you should just be able to pick the two you want.
Yeah. Like a crazy pineapple hand, right?
Yeah.
Did you get your card from the previous orbit or?
No, I think it can fly.
Double.
Ah, the deck is sticky.
No, he's
You let me wait.
Yeah, he's a sticky
Come on.
player.
He's sticky. You have to wait. That's why I gave you 3 cards, because they say it's a bit sticky. So
15 minutes.
Just
tell me
minutes more.
SS is good or not.
There's always one.
Sit 8 pass.
Always one.
Sit 10 pass. Sit 1 pass. Sit 2 pass. Sit 3 pass. Sit 4 raise 200,000. Five, 6 pass.
$15 minutes on the level as we check out the inaugural Spin and Go Championship. It is off and running. This is Flight C, and that means our friend and colleague Nick Walsh is playing right now as one of the 7 invited guests. Do you want to go down to Nick's mini table, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my God, it's tiny.
He is in a hand.
So cute.
Against Joaquin Ruiz.
Do you think that they're playing footsie under the table?
Well, that's one of the perks of playing in the Spin and Go Championship. All spades on the flop, 9-7 deuce.
20.
Nick's gonna bet it. Ruiz calls.
The tables are tiny, like the blind levels.
Board pairs on the turn. No second barrel from Nicholas Walsh. Joaquin Ruiz is going to take over the betting. 55. And Nick folds.
Oh boy, it looks kind of short too.
Well, this is the first game. It's only just started. Remember, in the first round, it's the first to win 4 games. Keep it going, Nick. Keep it going.
I heard Felix's went the distance, and they had to go to a 10th game.
Wow.
I don't know how to do that shape. I was really struggling. There we go.
I can't do it either, actually. Mostly because I don't
Well, you know,
love-
there's 2 ways to do that, right? There's like a millennial way and a Gen Z way. And I can't do the Gen Z way. It's too hard. Yeah. The Gen Z way is like with your, I think it's with your index and your, wait, no, maybe your middle and your finger. I don't.
Oh, with the 2 fingers, if you use both your middle and index finger, it's a little easier, but mine's real shaky with my index fingers. I don't really make that motion. I'm thinking it's mostly because of I use my hands in like a different shape most. You know what I mean?
Because you're cranking it.
Cranking it. Yeah, exactly.
5 seconds.
We got a little sourdough. Little sourdough doing what you're supposed to do with it.
Alas, for Runken, Esquez has kings.
1.1 million.
Raise it to 1.1 million.
Yeah, there's really not going to be a lot of messing around.
No, I don't think we see a 5-bet shove with ace-5 suited here.
Yeah, and in a situation where you know that Runken is going to be particularly aggressive, maybe if there weren't so much money and pay jumps on the line, you would sometimes even consider slow playing the kings, right? You just know that your range is going to be so strong against his 3-bets. But here you're just really trying to, you know, not get into a situation where you get unlucky and you bust when there's someone sitting there with 6 or 7 bigs. So...
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Good hand.
We better keep them.
Runken still at 14 million. Park still at 6 big blinds. When's he due to post again? Oh, this hand.
Seconds.
200.
Raise from Alonso with king queen.
C2 pass.
7s for Runken.
C3 call. C4 pass. C5 pass. C6 pass. C8 and 10 pass.
And there is a king and a queen on the flop. Pretty terrible board for 7s.
Yes, but the 7 is always coming.
Yeah, it will be hard for the 7s to see a turn card, though, with this flop. Don't really expect them to continue too often against an under-the-gun open.
Continuation bet of 300,000 from Alonso. And Runken folds. Have I mentioned yet that I like his attire?
Look, he's a spiffy dresser, well-spoken, good at poker.
What's not to like?
What are those 10s, the stacks?
The stack is about 2.5.
But can you put it on stacks
Sure.
like 20 or 10s?
Yeah, okay.
Whatever you want. Thank you.
He looks like he'd be a good Star Trek captain.
Yes.
Maybe a commander, maybe not a captain. Surly science officer.
C2 pass.
Ooh, that just reminds me why Esquez is getting beaten up. The red shirt.
C3 pass. C4 pass. C5 pass.
200.
C6 raise 200,000.
Markesh, who is second in chips right now, is going to open with 9-8 from the cutoff. Alonso in the big blind. Folds Jack 8.
group seems ready for dinner.
Yeah. We reached that point where everyone is looking forward to the break in 7.5 minutes' time.
Eskis gets it in on an away mission before the first commercial break.
Well, Runken's not going to play a hand, so he can go back to riffling those chips, which everyone's enjoying listening to right now. Click, 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 click.
6+.
Exactly the lonely has. Hashtag embrace the click.
8+.
King 9 suited, no thank you for the great and powerful Oz.
Yeah, doesn't quite have the stack size he once did to be going for some of the looser opens.
It would be great if he was a GTO wizard.
5 seconds.
350.
C2 raise 350,000.
Oh.
Raise all in.
I mean, this will be the end of this hand, but still.
Yeah, the limp trap, the raise from the big blind, and the shove from Alonso.
No ace.
Like, you look angry,
You
Sha.
wanted to show me one card. Or I don't understand your English, I'm sorry.
Deuce.
Deuce?
So one deuce, if you don't have deuce, don't show.
Deuce, you mean the two?
Two.
Ah.
Yeah. If you don't have two, no show. Only two.
It's so kind that you show them.
Yeah, anyway, you will see that.
Yeah.
You'll
So
see it on
no
TV.
reason to lie or
Yeah, it's gonna be in 5 minutes.
You would think there's no reason to lie, but there are still people that do it.
He was not the one with the deuce.
For who? For you? You have the deuce.
If you're gonna do it, you have to just do it all the time, like Phil Locke does.
6-4+.
Yeah, that was definitely a hangry shove for sure.
I probably shouldn't read a message this disgusting, but Sadkov
5+.
says, "Hi everyone, have a nice day. Hi Maria Ho." Gross.
Hello.
Maria is awfully cute.
5 seconds. 6-10+. 6-1+.
Alonso with deuces. Folds the button. Esquez, 9-7 in the small. Yeah, we're going to have to do something about this clicking. This can't fly for another day and a half.
What am I missing?
Runken doesn't riffle. He basically pours chips from one hand into the other.
I mean, everyone's clicking their chips.
This is particularly brutal.
What? It's the same as everything else.
350.
I think you might be in a minority here. I can't believe I'm going to side with our audience over you.
Deuce? No deuce?
No. If I show ace, same, and after that is big problem. Only ace I can show. No deuce.
When you guys watch No Gamble, No Future with me on it, you got to tell me if sashimi angles me. They made a no chip riffling bet, which I got in on.
Close enough.
Which I always get in on because I don't know how to riffle chips.
I need to eat.
And then she said that it didn't count because I don't riffle chips.
Yeah, chance to double up. Because you see,
Why would you admit that you don't riffle?
She was like, "Well, you can't win because you never do it." I'm like, that was the bet.
But how did she know that?
Because she figured it out after 2 hours when I didn't do it once.
Ah.
And claimed the bet was null and void.
No, the bet's not null and void.
I don't. It's not. That should have all been established before the bet started.
Correct.
Wow, they owe you some money.
She owes me a lot of money. I'm not gonna. No spoilers.
Sorry? Ah.
It was good. Good eye.
Thank you. Thank you. Call. 6, 3, 4. Pass. You see, I know I'm making mistakes already. I'm thinking at foot. Second mistake in 50 seconds. Now the third one is going to be on the flop. No, I cannot make mistake on this flop.
Who cares that a 10 was folded? You can just make a straight.
It's a post-flop flip.
It's a post-flop flip, but what cards are you going to like with threes?
A 3.
I don't know what I was expecting.
Bet 150,000. Just a quick, maybe 2 more hundred. I move the button, yeah? Thank you.
Time for one more hand before the end of the session, before the players go on a 60-minute dinner break.
Gilbert asked, Joe went on No Gamble, No Future when? Was it a past episode or future episode? Yes, it was a No Gamble, No Future episode.
He's always shoving into me.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah, sorry. 600 into me.
It was shot in the past. I don't know.
Maybe you should call.
I don't know how it could be on an episode that was shot in the future. No Gamble, No Future.
In the past?
In the past, yeah.
Would you say you gambled?
Oh, I gambled, baby.
All right, all right.
You'll find out in the future, Maria.
No Gamble, No Future.
Aces for Esquez.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah, poker gods maybe smiling down upon him a little bit.
Let's see how it plays out first,
you know,
Maria.
couple runs. You're right, you're right. Oh.
Is Runkin going to get funky with King 8 suited?
550?
Yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
sure is.
wow.
Raise 550,000, 550.
Just seems like Runkin's had some three bettables against Esquez's open, but, you know, last time Esquez had kings. This time he improved.
Esquez just wondering what board's going to have to come for him to fold aces.
Do I keep?
If he manages to like not be snake bit by having to fold really strong hands, or
1.1 million.
I was gonna say if he could just flat here and play it super risky, I would stand up and applaud.
One would think that this is the end of the hand.
People like to fight on these break hands.
Yeah, and I think this call from Runkin is also just a product of the fact that Esquez had just played another hand similarly against his 3-bet. But I will say, though, you know, yes, you're in position with a hand like King 8 suited that, you know, definitely has potential. Well, not so much on this flop. But I understand kind of the price that you're getting laid. But I also feel like you have to be very aware that Esquez is not going to be 4-betting you light at all, pretty much, given how short Mark is. You're going to expect Esquez to play pretty honest off of his stack against the chip leader. So this is really just about trying to realize equity with a hand like King 8 suited. But, you know, now that's a very nice and sneaky check by Esquez.
Yeah, Maria just said price, you're getting laid.
Well, Runkin has made it 425,000.
Call.
And just a call.
Okay, so there's no actual bad turn card for him, right?
That's a bad card for Runken.
Yeah, but maybe a great card depending on what the river is. Don't do it to Eskis again.
And you look at the SPR, you know, Runken, if he wants to put Eskis all in here, he could, but, you know, I do feel like there are, again, some alarm bells that have to be going on Runken's head, again, because of the 4-bet pre, because of this check call on this flop.
$900.
Doesn't put Eskis all in, but might as well have. I honestly don't know if he's happy or not. Normally you would be, but he's been outturned so many times. I guess the first time was an out flop, the second time was an out turn.
Clunk, click every trip. As Eskes makes the call, taking his hand to the river. And if Eskes checks the river, he's getting shoved on. I'm going to say that with 90% certainty.
Let's just see what it is first.
Well, he's definitely, definitely getting shoved.
Oh, no. This is so disgusting. Oh my God.
But Joe, it's so much funner when you go runner.
This is off. I'm seriously holding back tears right now. Oh, this hurts me to my soul.
I'm now 100% sure that Eskes is getting shoved on.
I've just... Oh my God, what just an awful day. Oh, he checks!
Runken checks.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Oh, it's so gross.
I mean, you're not broke, dude. I don't know what to say. Like, you're having a horrible day, and I got a lot, but jeepers, that was a... How did nothing else go in on the river?
All right. I know, I have to say, I'm pretty surprised.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I understand how disgusted Eskes is by the outcome of that hand, but just be grateful that you weren't put to a really tough decision on the river. Be grateful you didn't go broke on the river. He's going to be coming back with 14 bigs. He is going to be a short stack, as is Barakoz. But Jae-Young Park is now in the supreme, hyper, ridiculous danger zone.
Danger zone!
With just 5 big blinds, because we're going to 61-20 when we get back. We're going to have a 55-minute dinner break, and when we return, we will continue to try to play down to the final 6 players, and there's a very good chance that we do see some dramatic action with the blinds escalating when we return. Next player out is going to get 137k, then we hit the ladders. 179 for 7th, 233 for 6th, more than 300k for 5th, nearly 400k for 4th, all the way up to that 1.1 million euro score for the winner. So yes, we'll be back in just under 55 minutes time. Before we go on break, let's meet another Silver Pass winner, another Power Path winner who redeemed their Silver Pass right here at EPT Prague.
My name is Arpi. I'm from Hungary and I'm a professional poker player. Playing poker, it was love at first sight for me. Like at 18, figured out it's not a luck game, but a skill game, and ever since then I was like captivated by it. I play 99% online, so mostly online. And then just live is for fun and meeting with friends who I only meet online. So it's like a nice little intersection of what I love, poker, and like friend and social life, and like all of this is like meeting together in these live events. I got the Silver Pass. It took a few tries, but I managed to get it and I was very happy about it. I have 2 more days. I kind of like to do some sightseeing, I guess, and yeah, like play some more events here. Just try to play well and just meet with my friends here and stuff.
5 of spades. Barney makes it straight, but Tonka has made his flush. He goes full pot, 7K.
Oh, bad feeling about this.
Horrible spot for Barney. Can he get away from this hand? Hello and welcome once again to the PokerStars Mystery Cash Challenge. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
We've reached the final round. Just 10 hands left to play, and I fear we have overpowered Parker.
Tonka's got the most profit, a 10K gold power pass, and arguably the strongest power-up in the game.
Yeah, he gets a mulligan every single hand. He can change one of his whole cards pre-flop.
At this point, the name of the game, Contain Tonka.
Winning a bomb pot feels unreal. Got the 10K as well. Oh, it's a 10K. It's a 10K.
$10,300.
It's a 10K. Feels like I can retire now from the Mystery Cash Challenge. We don't even need to play the last round.
That is a sign of a man who's running way too good.
The cash race is probably over now. It's going to be very hard to catch him. But the only good thing is that we might find out if there's an amount of money he can win that'll get him to stop moaning.
Well, Tonka is up nearly 60,000 euros and seems impossible to catch at this point. Remember, the most profitable player will earn a gold power pass worth $10,000. The blinds in this game, 25 euros, 50 euros. We're playing pot limit pre, no limit post. The final round is underway. Wolfgang has straddled.
I will take my option, and I will give this card back.
Oh, you have to show?
I do.
Oh, this is okay. That's kind of fun.
Tonka trades a deuce for a tray.
It's an improvement.
Action starts with Lex. He folds. Tonka raises.
Huh. Is that a misclick?
Hard to say at this point. Usually not with Tonka.
Spraggy's in with Jack 9 of diamonds. Olga with King 7. She calls.
Really good calls.
Wolfgang's in as well, so we're 4-way to the flop. Looking good for Tonka. Top pair. Action check to him on the button. And he checks behind. King on the turn. Olga now has the best hand.
Olga has not booked many wins over the course of these 50-some-odd hands.
Spraggy has checked. Olga will bet 450 euros. Gets to the Wolfgang.
Her image is going to be pretty tight at this point.
Tonka folds. Spraggy with third pair.
Nice.
Give me that. Thank you.
Give me that.
This is a comeback.
She's not down as much as Lex or Spraggy. She could get even with a few decent pots.
Well, she's earned a token. That means she's in the bomb pot. Second hand of the round sees a straddle from Lex.
Option? Oh yeah, shit. Sorry.
Tonka starts with Queen 8. Trading the 8 for a 9.
It's an improvement.
That was your worst card.
Yeah, that's not good for us.
Wow.
So then we just trade over.
Barney in with 5-4. Tonka's hand is also now suited, so he calls. Spraggy's out. Olga passes.
Gonna make a lot of good pre-flop hands like this, huh?
You're welcome for the power-up.
Pot.
Wolfgang raises the max with ace-6 of spades.
Only 525.
Lex folds Queen 10. Action back on Barney.
Wow.
He calls. Tonka calls as well. 3-way to the flop.
Never a doubt.
Well, it's trips for Wolfgang. Tonka has paired his 9.
Wolfgang Amadeus. Is that something?
Action is on Wolfgang. And he continues for 525 euros.
2 snap folds.
Barney folds.
Why are you staring at me?
We locked eyes. I'm not going to break eye contact.
You started staring at me before Barney even folded. What the
I
fuck
saw you
is
looking
that
at
all
me.
about?
But you weren't even looking at Barney either. You hypocrite. Practice what you preach, okay?
Okay, I call.
Just practice what you preach. That's all I ask. Hypocrite.
This is legit flirting, right?
Well, that 8 on the turn has Tonka drawing dead.
Not the best card, but I doubt it's going to get Wolfgang too scared.
Oh, he checks.
Tonka going to be able to help himself. He does have a whole 9.
You just know he's going to take over the betting. You know it's coming. And there it is, 525.
Interesting look back there from Wolfgang. Maybe trying to make Tonka think he's looking for a diamond.
Wolfgang calls. We go to the river with 3,800 in the middle. Well, that's a 4th diamond on the board.
Not a great run out for trip aces. Where does he get those wonderful toys?
Wolfgang checks.
Tough to value bet or bluff here.
Check.
I don't have a diamond.
Showdown.
Don't need one.
You don't need that.
Ah!
Ooh, get that chest ready, baby. Papa's coming. Papa's coming. I gotta do it.
What the fuck?
You're winning too much. You're winning too much. You have to have something bad happen to you.
Okay, I'll wear it on the
I banged you twice.
I'll wear it on the chest.
Banged you twice. Which one was better?
I'll wear it on the chest. I was so confused for a second, and then I remembered.
Good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. That way, Spraggy can't say I put all my stickers back in my bag.
Win. I thought I was gonna win with a 9. Didn't you?
No.
So Tonka has been banged a second time. Wolfgang earns a token, and he currently has the steal card.
I feel like it's my time now, you know?
And that's actually a fan.
I have zero feeling that it's my time, so it must be some of you guys.
Poor Lex.
Morale and all-time low. Parker's pushed us into submission, hasn't he?
You have the option.
He's beaten us down.
You could all quit.
I'm good.
Standing pat.
It's 10.
Oh.
I was waiting for you to play that move.
C3 raise.
Oh, you didn't throw anything back.
170.
Oh, you liked your cards.
Does he have the option, or does he have to swap?
He has the option.
Having to swap would be so much better.
These must be some real bangers in here.
Having to swap would be like would be good.
He was going to do this at some point.
I feel like having to swap is nicer, huh?
Yeah.
He was going to snow us at some point.
True. If you've got real awful. You're like 5-3 high, for example. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't swap one.
So Tonka's raise has been called by Olga and Wolfgang.
Is there a card to like restart the filming day?
I'm in.
None of this has ever happened.
Oh no, it all counts, but I'm in to do it again.
Can I just wake up before I call Barney with Queen 8 of clubs? I just wake up in my bed and I yawn, I look around and see a fucking tricycle in the corner. It was all real.
The flop. 8-4 deuce. Olga with the best hand and the best draw.
She finally crushes one.
At least you got the trike.
Yeah, at least I got the fucking.
That's something.
Tonka bets 100. Olga raises to 400 euros.
All the options, takes the most aggressive one.
And with Wolfgang folding, action's back on Tonka.
Tonka does not give up easily.
He calls. Turn card. 9 of diamonds.
Check.
Olga now close to a 9-1 favorite. She checks back. Trips for Olga on the river.
And as I said, Tonka does not give up easily.
Got 1,375 in the pot. Tonka bets 125 euros.
Oh, that's basically a check.
Guess Olga's thinking about raising, and that's what she does. And Tonka calls.
Got him. Very good. Nice hand, nice hand.
Thank you.
Thank God she didn't go all in. You're right, comeback time.
Comeback time.
The internet rejoices, finally.
And she's guaranteed to make the bomb pot.
Plus, remember, if you have the most tokens at the end of the round, you get the button for the bomb pot. Okay, 4th hand of the round. Lex and Barney in the blinds. Tonka has straddled. What's Tonka gonna do?
This is an interesting spot. And you know what?
Wait, he has to change first.
Oh, right, sorry, yeah. So he's getting rid of Jack. Wow.
Could be a bluff.
I think he threw the high card away. Just my 2 cents.
Lex now down 40,000 and 2 cents.
Well, he traded King Jack for King 10.
Not an improvement.
Olga calls with Queen Jack.
Olga on the comeback trail. I will join you.
He then call.
Lex calls with 8-6 of hearts. Barney's in with 4 deuce of hearts.
Okay.
Trade was insufficient.
And Tonka checks, so 4-way to the flop. What do we got here? Well, it's a straight draw for Lex. And he bets 350 euros.
Chunky.
Wow,
Nothing for Barney. He folds. As does Tonka. And Olga.
Look at that.
Wow.
Good job.
8-6.
I had King Jack and I turned it into King 10. I went for kings. What do you guys think?
I'm for it.
That is a sign of a man who's running way too good.
Oh, yeah. 13 cards in the deck, you have a Jack and you didn't like it?
I was looking for better.
You know, he plays by his own rules, this guy.
Yeah,
he's a maverick. He's a renegade.
I
I'd throw the king away. You're much more likely to get Jack.
Honestly, I kind of fuck with that.
I legitimately thought that you threw the high card away.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good read. That was a good read.
Because then all of a sudden, there's value, I guess.
I think there's no way that anyone had King Jack would discard.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, that also.
And yet he is up a lot of money.
I think I will.
He is a very aggressive winner. A 3 in the bin there. We'll just check my hand.
3 out,
Double
king
checking
in.
my hand. No, thank you.
Olga calling with King 5. Ace 9 suited for Wolfgang.
What's the max?
225.
That is what I shall do.
8 raised 225.
He pots it. Lex calls with Queen 9 of spades. Tonka in.
That's what I like about Lex. You know, he's not willing to. He's not afraid to get in there. Is he?
No.
Get in there and
Minus
see a
20,
flop.
minus 40. What's the difference?
I'd love to know what Lex's hand is right now.
It's not great.
The flop is ace high, advantage Wolfgang.
I am
ready for bed.
Very.
Is it Lex first or me first?
You first.
Check.
He's on a button.
It has been checked to the player with the pre-flop betting lead.
And it is time to bet.
275 euros.
This power-up sucks.
Now I know what Barney was talking about.
I never get kings when I discard
Hey,
king
throw him a
jack.
bone, will we? Come on. He's only playing the power up. He's only up 50 grand, isn't he?
It's only 10 minutes ago when he said, when do I ever moan?
Someone help him out.
When do I ever moan? Play back the tape.
Olga has called, and with that 4 on the turn, Wolfgang is now a 92% favorite.
There's lots of draws out there, lots of hands to get value from. I suspect another bet.
He's got the nut flush draw to go with top pair.
Yep, 500.
500 euros is the bet. Olga with just a 5.
And a dream. Don't forget, she's also got a dream.
Well, she calls, and that means this hand is going to the river. Which is the 8 of hearts. That's no help for Olga.
Tough to rep much on this board.
6-7 check.
She's checked to Wolfgang.
Seems like a reasonable spot for a value bet.
No, he checks it back.
Just an ace.
How do you always have an ace?
I just always do.
And why do you
Just
never
an ace.
bet it?
That's what happens when I get raised.
Well, then you call.
Right. You do coaching? No,
I used to.
All the
Not
tokens
anymore.
are down there now, eh?
Yeah, they are. We need some down here. Wait, Lex has one?
Lex has one.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
Not for long though.
And Wolfgang has a steal.
I'm sure. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
If there was another round, I'd think we'd need a bucket of cold water.
Right now, Olga, Wolfgang, and Lex are in the bomb pot.
I'm good.
Tonka standing pat with Jack 10 suited.
Fun.
Wolfgang calling with Ace 9.
Remember, that could mean I have 4 for your clubs, right?
Right.
Could be that.
Barney with 4-3 offsuit.
One of them's a club.
Raises.
I'm obviously going to play.
It's counting on that.
With just a question of if I was going to 3-bet or call.
He didn't change and it's still raised.
And Wolfgang still limp raised.
Yep, there it is, limp raise.
Guys, he's got another ace.
3-way to the flop. Tonka's flopped a flush draw. Barney with a gut shot. And Tonka bets 125 euros. Wolfgang folds.
8 folds.
Barney raises with his straight draw.
Has no idea what he's raising into.
Tonka calls. That means we're going heads up to the turn. Which is the 5 of spades. Barney makes a straight, but Tonka has made his flush.
Worst gut shot ever. I think we all just need to come to terms with the fact that Tonka is the best person here and deserves it the most.
Only bets 1,700 euros on the turn.
I do not think folding to this bet alone is ever really the right play. Certainly not against someone as live as Parker.
Barney thinking about it, but makes the call.
Drawing deed.
River card is a deuce. Barney now has a slightly longer straight. Yeah, it's irrelevant. As you observed, he was drawing dead on the turn.
And Parker's gonna go big. Godzilla big.
What have we got? 7,000 euros in the pot? How much value can he extract with this flush?
Look at the focus. Pretty sure he's not just holding back to puke.
He goes full pot, 7K.
Oh, bad feeling about this.
Parker can always have it, but it turns out he can.
He didn't change before. Could have suited cards.
Smart, yeah.
He does have suited cards.
$7,000.
That is the bet.
Come to think of it, Barney doesn't even have the nuts straight. He's not beating any value, only bluffs. Unfortunately, Tonka bluffs a lot.
Horrible spot for Barney. Can he get away from this hand? Oh, I thought he was going to fold there. Ah, he calls.
Yeah, nice hand.
Brutal.
Nice hand.
Well, Barney, you might get your wish that he'll stop moaning at least.
I kind of knew. But I was stronger than you to possibly put me on.
I believe that. You had king somehow.
No, I had
Or
a straight.
sevens.
I had a straight.
Yeah.
I know you never put me on a straight.
Never.
So Tonka gets a token and takes the steal card from Wolfgang because he's now shown down a bigger hand. And Tonka is now up more than 65 grand.
That hand demolished Barney's profit.
7th hand of the round.
Oh, yeah.
Tonka starts.
Oh, that's a deuce of hearts.
And now has pocket kings.
Oh, my goodness.
Barney with ace-5.
Could be in trouble.
Calls. Tonka raises. Spraggy with 9-6 of hearts.
He's too smart for this. He's too smart for this? Okay, yeah, he's too smart for this.
We'll go with king 10. Folds. So Wolfgang straddled. He gets a discount. Queen Jack. He calls. And Barney calls as well.
And Parker once again has it.
3-way to the flop. Which sees Barney pair his 5, but Tonka still way ahead with an overpair.
Not a great flop for Barn.
Action check to Tonka.
Great flop for Tonka again.
Bet 600 euros. Likely to get rid of Wolfgang. Eventually. I thank you. Barney raises.
Well, it looks like he can kiss the rest of that profit goodbye.
1,600 total. How does Tonka respond? Just a call. Heads up to the turn. 4,700 euros in the pot already. The 7 of diamonds pairs the board. That might give Barney false hope about the strength of his 5.
Yeah, I do not think this is a turn he'll slow down on.
€1,500.
Parker's got to be loving this.
Again, just a call. Oh my, it's Barry Greenstein to the rescue.
Barry, Barney. Barney, Barry. Looks like I was wrong about this, demolishing his profit. Welcome back, Barney.
7,700 in the pot. Barney checks.
Is this gonna work?
If you win so trappy, I would bet, but I check.
It's free check.
Man, even when Parker loses, he still kind of wins.
2 guys, 7.
Lucky.
Never lucky.
That's not sure bet.
Did you swap a card?
Deuce for a king.
Swaps a deuce.
Gets a king.
All's a king.
How'd it go? I lost 4 grand.
Good.
So lucky.
Fucking rot.
Good.
So now, everyone but Spraggy has at least 1 token. There are 2 hands to go before the bomb pot, where there is added value. Mystery prizes. There are 2 remaining, and it's a coin flip. There is a $2,500 silver power pass and a $10,000 gold power pass.
50-50 to pull 10K.
Lex has straddled.
Trying to get it back any which way he can.
Auction?
I don't know if I want to do it again after how bad it was last time, Carl. You gonna give me kings again?
Not possible, but a decent replacement.
Do you know the sick thing about Parker? You want to know the sick thing about Parker? He genuinely feels hard done by that just happened.
Yeah, Carl knows he's done fucking wrong there. Carl knows he's done wrong there. Carl knows.
You forget the previous hand. Is it free call?
That's what he always says.
Guys,
you
take
forget
all the money off the
previous hand,
table.
right? You made quads on my deal, Carl. That's in the past. All that matters is the future.
400.
Seat 4 raise 400.
Spraggy raising. Lex with Jack 5.
Lex suited and super stuck, he's calling.
400, yeah?
400. Seat 1
I
call.
don't even remember what I've got.
Me neither.
It's a profit.
Thank you.
So Spraggy's raise, called by 3 players. And Spraggy has paired his 3 on the flop.
Smashed it. Tough to value bet that 3, betting into 3 opponents.
But he does.
Nice.
600 euros. Gets a call from Barney. Heads up to the turn. Which is the king of spades, pairing the board. Barney checks.
Tough to get called by a deuce twice. Might just want to take the showdown now.
Spraggy checks it back. River for free, which is a 4. Spraggy's still good.
Anybody want to win this? Anybody?
Check, check.
Have a deuce.
3.
What's that?
You.
Oh, 1's not enough, Brad.
Mercy, mercy! 1 is enough. 1 is enough. Come on. Artie has a coin. Lex only has 1 coin.
Yeah, you too.
This steal, it could be anybody.
1's not enough.
It could be anybody. Parker, 1 is enough. Right? 1 is enough. You know what? I set my own destiny. If I win 2 and I win with a steal, maybe I'll have your chip. How about that?
That'd be kind of fucked, actually.
How about that?
I'd go to the bathroom.
How about that? How about that?
Habada indeed.
So right now, everyone is in for hand 10. But Tonka still has that steel card, and there's still this one hand to play.
You have option. I do have option. But my hand's so fucking good that...
It's okay. He can make it like 100 and something. Okay.
Oh, 175. Okay.
How come we don't get a penalty every time you do that?
Thank you very much, Barney. Thank you very much.
Why is that?
It's a legal move. It's a legal move.
So's doing that on the table when you're not.
Not really, is it?
According to the rules.
When you're not allowed to check, it's not the rule.
You're not allowed to bet over the pot in pot limit. I mean,
I don't know what the pot is. I'm just putting the pot in.
Listen, you're putting a stroke. You're representing strength. It's an exactly equivalent thing.
I see his point, but he's wrong.
So Spraggy has called the raise. Olga's in as well. Wolfgang with ace deuce.
Good enough for a poke.
Have at it. Lex calling with 9-5 suited.
I'm rooting for Lex here.
So 5 of the 6 players going to the flop. And it's a flush draw for Tonka.
Once again, kind of just flopping the world.
Action's been checked to him. Bet's 100.
This is a big bet in comparison to previous bets.
Not really.
Spraggy raising with 9 high.
Oh, buddy.
Olga.
Olga has a pair of 8s.
Isn't that the best hand right now?
Yeah.
So bad, so bad.
Yeah, me too. We could be bad together.
8 folds.
So bad.
We're so bad.
Lex has a gut shot. He calls.
All in.
Well, that's going to shut down the action.
People of Earth, once again, Tonka just can't run into a better hand.
Spraggy folds, as does Lex.
Showdown.
Just had jack high.
You had me the most dominated I could possibly be.
If Lex wouldn't have called, I would have called. Oh my God.
Time to steal, Parker. All options are on the table. And remember, love that from you. Love that from you. You've won enough, Barney, okay?
You've won a 10K pass already.
And a 2500.
If Lex had won a 10K pass...
Did I say something?
No.
No.
You didn't say shit.
See, he takes it in stride.
I was expecting it.
What's up, gang?
Hello, Joe.
Barney, most of your profit and your final bomb pot handed over to Tonka. Are you all right?
I'm not going to pretend it doesn't hurt.
Okay, good. I like that. Some honesty, unlike some other people at the table. A nearly family bomb pot. Anybody planning on gambling it up?
No. Yes.
No.
Tight is right in these spots, Joe.
Okay, fair enough. There's 2 prizes left, and you know which 2 they are. So quite a bit of equity involved in this bomb pot. I'll leave you at that. Best of luck.
Here we go, final hand, final bomb pot. Everyone has to pay 100 euros, and the action starts on the flop. Only players with tokens can play, and Barney is the only person without a token. What do we got? What do we got? Olga with the best hand right now?
Yeah, nothing great so far.
It's come to this, huh? I need these to match that.
King, Queen, 8.
Do I get to swap a card? Carl?
Not anymore.
Actually, I don't want to.
Spraggy with the best hand. Second pair.
Spraggy's got a chance.
He's bet 50 euros. Olga calls. Wolfgang with a pair of 8s also calls. Lex folds. Tonka folds.
Okay.
Wow. 3-way to the turn, which is a 4. That's 2 pair for Spraggles.
Olga's cooked.
Special plays, special players.
Spraggy goes big, overbets the pot, 1,300 euros. Olga cannot continue. She folds.
The pain.
So Wolfgang, third pair, no kicker.
Really tough to give up any kind of hand at all, though, on the very last hand of the entire series.
Yeah, with the prospect of winning that gold power pass.
You know what I say? You gotta give action to get it. Action given.
So with Wolfgang calling, we go to the river, which is an 8. Wolfgang spikes a 2-outer.
Spraggy counterfeited.
He checks.
Wolfgang could go polarizing. Try to get a light call on a spot where there's huge value in bluffing.
3,350 euros in the middle. Spraggy the effective stack with 5.3k behind. Huge moment.
Well, it's a 10k package for the win here, huh?
I'm on.
Wolfgang shoves on Spraggy.
It's so funny because you haven't value bet thin all day. So surely you just check a king, huh? And then you have to call bear 8 on the turn because 8 of clubs. You can't have it. I mean, look at this river. Like, it's so gross. But you, I mean, like, how do you have a hand? You check back a king. You check back a king all day. And like, you just call bear 8 for 1,300 on the turn. I don't think so.
Spraggy calls.
Good call, buddy. Good call.
I called the bear 8 on the turn for 1,500.
No, he didn't. So well. Oh my God, he really did. Oh my God.
Don't leave. Don't leave.
I thought that was an incredible call.
I called the bear 8. Come on, I gotta beg him. I called the bear 8. Call the bear. Give it to me, Tucker. Give it to me. Called the bear 8.
I'll give it to him. Only because I've had a good day.
Give it to the fish. Call the bear 8.
So Spraggy gets banged as Wolfgang wins the final hand of the Mystery Cash Challenge.
What a game.
Very well done.
What a robbery, Wolfgang. That was crazy, man. I'm slightly embarrassed, but not really.
At least Spraggy got a sticker out of it.
This last bomb pot is story of the sessions, story of the series, I suppose, for me. Winning this pot and getting the mystery prize at the end is so important. Wolfgang sticks around. The river is an 8. I check. He's all in. I call. He has an 8. An 8 somehow that he's stuck around with. I guess gambling to make sure that he gets the 10k prize at the end.
He kind of says it himself. It's like, my line doesn't make very much sense. Am I really floating with an 8 there? As soon as he calls, I turn my cards over and said, yep, and here's the 8. Read it and weep, and he ships all of his chips over to me.
So Spraggy and Lex end the game as the biggest losers. And no surprise to see Tonka at the top of the table. He made the biggest profit over the 60 hands. That means he will get a bonus prize, as will Wolfgang for winning the last pot of the last round.
All right, folks, we've got one bomb pot mystery prize left to go. Wolfgang.
I'm so excited.
50-50 shot at the big one.
It's a 0 and a 0.
That one has an imprint, but I'm gonna go left.
And we've got.
We got it! Ship it!
Wolfgang wins the
for the game.
Well done, sir.
For the game. For all the youngins out there.
$10,000 gold power pass for Wolfgang.
Thank you, Mr.
Great playing with you.
Thank you.
And Parker, here's the thing. You don't get that one. You get this one.
There's justice?
For being the biggest winner, Parker gets to open one last envelope, which is...
Wait, you told me there's justice.
No justice.
It's still 10k. He gets another 10k.
Couple of 10k batters. Let's go.
10,000 gold power pass. 10,000 gold power pass.
Poker's easy.
Poker is so easy. That's going to do it for this season of the Mystery Cast Challenge. For James Hartigan, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.
Parker Talbot, pains me to say, has definitely won the Mystery Cash Challenge. I thought beforehand he was going to be a problem, and a problem he turned out to be.
Yeah, pretty insane, taking down the most profit and winning the 10k pass at the end. It's just, I didn't think it was possible to win that much.
Tonka won all the money. He is a very worthy winner. I will say this, every time I saw his hand turned over, he had the nuts. So he ran very good, but he does play very well. And begrudgingly, Tonka P, very worthy winner indeed.
Blinds 60,000, 120,000 with a 120k big blind ante. Action folded to Perot. He's out. Shikirchi passes. Ace-king for Louis Boutin.
Okie dokie.
Pretty committing raise to more than $1 million.
4 million.
And a committing re-raise from Griffin Benger with pocket jacks.
He ain't playing around.
The blinds are folded. It's back on Boutin, and it is all in to call.
I think he's interested in what's going on at the other table. Gonna wait till the last second. If he outlasts the player down there, he makes more money.
Well, play is concluded at the other table. Boutin is now all in, racing for his tournament life against Griffin Benger. Jacks are holding on the flop. Boutin needs an ace or a king. Turn card is a 6. Still has 6 outs. Five on the river, Boutin busts.
Good luck, Mario.
Well, Lou Boutin, you made enough money to buy yourself 100 pairs of you.
And Griffin Benger now has a stack of nearly 6.3 million. As we head back to the main stage, where we have the 3 biggest stacks in the tourney.
Lucky us.
Action's going to start with Canada's Marc Perot. He's first to act. And he folds. Talal Shikirchi has ace-9. He slings in the all-in triangle.
Hey, account, please. It's 1.8. 1.8.
And look who's got a lot of chips all of a sudden.
And a dominating hand.
Call.
Griffin Benger calls. Baumstein and Kalilas have folded. And the blinds are out as well. Showdown.
Domination Nation, and Griffin is on his way to busting one of the most accomplished players in the field.
The flop. Has 2 hearts. Flush draw for Shikirchi.
That's 50-50.
Is it? Yeah. Sounds about right.
It is about right. How'd that happen?
Turn card is the 6 of spades. So Talal survives if there's a 9 or a heart on the river. It's the 9.
Ugh, that'll take the wind right out of your hoodie.
Shikirchi doubles up. Griffin down to 4.9 million. Talal now playing 3.9 million.
Shorties be doubling.
Blinds are currently 80,000, 160,000. In action, the main feature table is on Ramon Kalilas.
And that action should be fold.
He does fold. Pedro Padilla has pocket 4s.
Well, we know a 4 is out. He's got 15 big blinds. This could go either way.
15 seconds to make a decision.
All in.
That decision is to move all in.
Well, he's got enough to get some folds.
Round to Griffin Benger, who has ace-jack.
2.4. 2.4.
Probably not enough to get a fold from ace-jack.
I call.
Sure enough, we're off to the races.
Pretty easy call for Griffin. Padilla's going to be shoving a lot of worse aces.
Pedro has a lot of support on the rail. He's the at-risk player here.
Brazilians love a good race.
The flop is King 7-5. 4s are holding. The turn card. is another king, giving Griffin additional outs. There are now 12 cards which will eliminate Pedro.
Griffin just doubled up Talal.
And he doubles up Padilla. Big swing for Griffin. He drops down to 2.3 million. And Pedro has doubled up to 5.1 million.
Vamos.
Well, the action here is going to start on Pedro. He folds under the gun. Farid Jatin's out. Round to Talal Shakir, who has 6-4 off and raises to 340,000. Ace-8 for Griffin.
What's you playing now, Talal? Like
3.5.
3.5?
Griffin now in a similar spot where Pedro was in the last hand. Not a lot of BBs.
I'm all in.
He shoves. Round to Ramon Kalilas in the big blind, who has ace-jack.
Unfortunately, he has Griffin dominated.
Them covered.
Which would make this a pretty zesty call.
Yeah, he's on. Yeah.
Well, he wants a count. The reality is, it's all in to call.
We'll wait, though.
Okay.
There's the call. Talal folds. And here we go.
Not an ideal situation for Jaguar.
Kalilas, the at-risk player. The flop. Queen, Jack 9.
More outs.
Griffin can hit a 10 to make a straight.
Ramon's girlfriend, Nazreen.
6 on the turn. And Ramon hoping for a safe river card. Griffin Benger looking for a 10.
Try one more time.
Taking aim.
He misses again.
3 all-ins in a row lost by Griffin Benger.
Ramon Kalilas doubles up to nearly 5 million. And Griffin Benger is left with less than a big blind.
Bet he wishes he could use that DeLorean to go back in time.
Back to the main stage.
Nothing left to wait for. Do or die.
Griffin Benger calls all in. Round to the blinds.
How much?
150.
150.
15.
It is not even a big blind. Will he get some protection from Padilla?
Pedro raises to 550,000.
Jatin certainly has the chips, but I think this is a fold.
Just let me die for it. It's okay.
He does fold.
Griffin's got one last chance to win a flip.
I win this one, okay?
If only it worked that way.
I had a queen.
Don't.
There we go. Fours have been good to me before. I mean, it kept me in.
That's true, but they also beat you.
The flop is 6-6-3.
Okay. Like that 3.
3 makes it harder to be counterfeited.
Takes a lot to kill me, I'm telling you.
6 good.
6 is good.
9 of spades on the turn.
Spade is good. It's going to be above a 6 so often. Spade's good. I like that.
9 of diamonds.
No. What?
No?
I thought we agreed.
Yeah.
Nine. Nine of diamonds.
The river. It's another spade. Flush for Griffin.
You guys sit down over there.
Couldn't have written a better joke if I tried. Glad to keep this goof around.
Griffin Benger is still alive. Now with a stack of 550,000. 14 players remain in the PSPC. Action here on Talal Shakurchi with Jack 10 of clubs. He raises to 365,000. King 9 off for Griffin Benger.
Well, I can tell you what Griffin's going to be thinking about here. He's going to be thinking about all the blinds and antes out there and the fact that Talal often raises light even under the gun.
I'm all in.
He shoves.
Ha.
Several players to get through.
Oh, I should have just called. Would have got me an extra 30 seconds.
Griffin still sweating those prize money jumps.
30 seconds probably won't matter.
Round to Mark Perot, who's in the big blind. A6.
Interesting spot for him. I think he'd be better off letting Griffin go broke.
Talal, feel free to use all your time banks if you have a tough decision. Maybe at least, maybe, you know.
I've only got 6 left.
Yeah, you're not going to use those things.
I've got to keep them. Might need them later.
Talal calls.
Good luck.
Thanks. Nice to be ahead in this spot from the under the gun. You know, like I was.
It's not often that's going to happen.
Yeah. Let's go. 2 in a row, boys. Come on.
Griffin at risk, but ahead.
Guys, if I win this one, will you cheer for me? Yeah. Go! Come on. There we go. I want to hear some bombo. I want to get some.
Yes, get them.
To the flop. There's a jack.
Guys, where's my king? Come on.
Queen.
3 outs for Griffin. The turn card is a 7. He needs a king on the river. It's an ace.
Good playing with you, Griffin.
Yeah, you too, man. Hey.
Griffin Benger is our 14th place finisher. KO'd by Talal Shakurchi. Cashing for $229,700.
Not the comeback any of us were hoping for, but at least he got a bowl of fruit.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We're into the evening session now here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. As day 5 of the main event continues, we are down to the final table. We are returning from the dinner break with 8 players. You know how it works on the EPT. We're trying to get down to 6. That's the final table we'll bring back tomorrow to play down to a winner who'll receive the trophy and the first prize of 1.1 million euros. And right now, the bookies' favourite is Paul Runken. He is the chip leader, and he is coming back from dinner with a huge stack of 16.4 million after that big hand played against Geno Esquez just before the break. Oz, Esquez, and Park all short. Park very much in the danger zone. Okay, so Griffin, this is your headset here, right? So follow the cable there. Now put that one on your head, put the microphone down, speak into it. Now we'll try again. Park is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
I am James Hartigan, that is Griffin Benger.
Hello, Joe's babies.
Based on the last 5 minutes that have just gone out on stream, is a far more competent poker player than he is broadcaster. And now we're down to 8. Everyone has locked up nearly 140k. And as previously advertised, 1.1 million euros up top. Total prize pool here in Prague, 7 million euros. This is the biggest EPT Prague main event ever held. 1,458 total entries, and 1,450 of those players have been dispatched. Griffin, you were with us earlier on. A lot of time has passed, a lot of players have gone out. I don't think you're surprised to see Runken and Markish at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, and Bergstrom as well, nestled in quite nicely in third with just under 50 big blinds. Everyone else 30 or below. So, you know, I'm curious to see how the three of them tangle, whether they sort of, you know, end up fighting for sort of jockeying position at all. But Runken just has such a huge stack here, 136 big blinds. I mean, this is, you know, these are the dreams you have when you think about final tabling a European Poker Tour event. Let's see if he can close it out. Long way to go.
So this is level 30 of the main event. Blind 60,000, 120,000 with a 120k big blind ante. There was some discussion earlier on that if we were to get to 6 players during this level, we might play to the end of level 30. We just don't want to be coming back tomorrow with like a 70 big blind average, but we'll see how it goes.
240,000.
We have Esquez opening in the hijack with ace-10.
Cool. 7-4.
Called by Pedro Markish in the big blind with 10-6 of hearts. And it is an ace-jack 3 flop.
$140. Fresh off that brutal run out with the pocket aces. Just trying to get some chips back here, and this is a good start.
Yeah, so he is now back up to nearly 20 big blinds.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Is that Maria?
That's Maria Ho.
Hello. I was Patrick, but now I guess I'm speaking to all of you.
Yep, she's here. It's okay. I had a much worse entry actually to the level today. Had the wrong headset on.
I heard. It sounded like you were really far away. Like I thought you were
I was
across the room.
I was.
So there's something quite exciting to talk about, guys, because, you know, during the last couple of days, we've seen all the former champions fall, a lot of the PokerStars ambassadors, famous faces, and we've mentioned the fact that we have got a few former finalists, players who've made EPT final tables before, 2 of them in the field. But there's a much bigger story than that, and a much bigger potential achievement. Now, do you guys, I'm sure you remember the pandemic, and I'm sure you remember the 2 years where we didn't have any live EPT stops, but for 2 years running, we ran EPT Online, which was a 5K buy-in. It was an EPT main event. It was played online on PokerStars, and the deal was very clearly this counts as an EPT title, as an official EPT win. Both years, 2020 and 2021, that tournament was won by the same player. I
need the blessings now.
What If God?
Yeah, that's true.
We knew who What If God was, but we had to respect that player who didn't want their real name to be revealed.
Oh, I like that, where this is going.
Maybe.
That player has agreed this afternoon that they are willing to have their identity revealed. And I can tell you that What If God
is me, Griffin Benger,
2-time EPT Online champion, is Anton Bergstrom.
Wow.
Anton Bergstrom, who made the final table of EPT Barcelona in 2005, won both EPT Online main events in 2020 and 2021, and could become the first ever triple.
Oh my God.
3-time EPT winner.
There you go.
I guess we'll never know.
You know, it's only so long that someone wants to live under this anonymity because who doesn't want a little credit for their biggest results?
On the turn I was starting.
Absolutely. I also think that realizing that this is a huge deal for the EPT, right, to have this guy at the final table and potentially have our first 3-time winner, you've got to.
And hopefully it's full days.
You've got to basically come out of the closet and say, yeah, it's me.
So you're
I am
Griffin.
what if God.
Yeah, all the time. I'm not valuing.
That's pretty sick.
What if God was
I mean,
one of us? What if God was Bergstrom?
He is Bergstrom. And
And
one thing I would say, and the
Don't think you
reason,
can
by
ever
the
just,
way,
like,
that
check and
I
win?
knew who it was, is when What If God won the EPT Online main event, there was a picture on the PokerStars blog of What If God, because in 2014, he won 2 WCOOP bracelets. And back then, they used to do a presentation at EPT Prague for WCOOP winners where they would come to collect their bracelets. So there's a picture of the guy standing there holding his bracelet and went, that's Anton Bergstrom.
So you already knew.
I would disagree there if it's a good one.
Sorry?
I would disagree.
This is how
that
you
it
know
was a
that
good
James
river.
can keep a secret.
Yeah.
No.
Things are vaulted.
But you maybe find the call on the river either way.
Well, obviously the blog team contacted him back then. This was, again, during the pandemic, and at that point he didn't want to do an interview, didn't want his name to be disclosed. Things change, and here we are.
$240.
240,000.
Really nice for Marques, obviously, just to have the 2 of the 3 short stacks to his immediate left. You know, he gets to be quite liberal in some spots. I guess 3 of 3 short stacks.
Yeah, and we have the all-in from Park, and Alonsov now deciding what he wants to do in the big blind.
Not that ace-6, of course, from the cutoff is a wide open or anything. I just meant strategically, generally speaking, not having one of the chip leaders to his direct left is nice.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting spot, Maria, with this is technically reopening the action.
I was just working that, yeah.
240 and then
literally a min-raise, right?
Yeah, so that's what makes this decision for Alonsov a bit complicated, because he can't really elect to just call and, you know, not reopen the action. That will reopen the action for Marques. You can put a lot of pressure on. So I, you know, probably thinking about whether he wants to shove for the 27 effective because Marques is probably opening so wide, or if he just wants to call and hope Marques doesn't, you know, shove over the top or click it. Yeah, wow. Power in poker.
Yeah, I don't think you could expect a player like Marques to not put the pressure on.
So Alonsov gets out of the way, and it is a domination situation working in Park's favor.
Ace-10, but unsuited.
And this could be a triple up.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good to fill up.
Jack 8 deuce on the flop. Ace 10 is holding, and right now all Jae-Hong Park has to do is fade a 6.
No, if I have aces, I think go only there for.
And now he is home and hosed.
Before 300, I'm iffy. Just for sure.
Park is going to triple up to 1.2 million, more than a triple up.
Triple up?
Yeah.
Bingo. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, vaults him right into contention here. I mean, 10 big blinds, a lot can change. That was a very important, what, going from 3 big blinds to 10?
Yeah.
That's how we do it, baby.
Thank you for 300.
Meanwhile, Barakar's playing 14 bigs. Esquez playing 16 bigs. So 3 short stacks that are all actually within touching distance of each other. And Roncan continues to lead with 8 players remaining.
There is our chip leader and our 2-time EPT winner side by side.
Race.
Runken opening here with King Queen. I was going to reference, Griffin, that during the last session, and I know we haven't seen many hands since we've been back from dinner, but so far not seeing a lot from Bergstrom. Very difficult position with Runken to his direct right.
Yeah, not going to get as many opportunities to open because Runken's going to be opening a lot more, but it's better to be on his Runken's left than right, that's for sure.
That's true, that's true.
Call.
But we know that Runken is a very active player, Maria, and I guess there aren't many opportunities for Bergstrom to open raise.
Right, and you know, this is just the part of the game where you do just have to be extra patient, and you know, you have to pick your spots really wisely. Even if you are a very skilled player, there is just a playbook of sorts that you do have to follow.
Eska still with the best hand, checks to the pre-flop aggressor.
Probably nice that Eska's had that hour dinner break to, you know, stew a little bit about that last hand before they went on break. You know, just hasn't really been going his way, but nice turn card for him. You know, just really hoping he could get the best of Runken.
I mean, he's been snake bit so many times. He's like, I'm going to get rivered again, aren't I?
Really nice result here to check, you know, get that check back on the flop and then turn the ace, because you just know Runken, whether he has it or doesn't, often will rep the ace, and you can just easily check call.
So Runken has rivered a pair of queens.
Wow, very surprised at this bet. What do you think, Maria? This doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I guess he thinks that Eska isn't going to have a lot of the really big ace-X's because he might have just shoved those pre. I don't know, though. You know, in terms of him going for value here. Earlier, we saw him actually, you know, get there a few times on the river, you know, making trip jacks once and then making trip kings, checking back. So this does go a little bit against kind of the way that he's been approaching, you know, his perceived value hands.
Yeah, it just feels like too much showdown value.
Yeah.
It's just a weird hand to turn into a bluff.
Eskas makes the call, and he is going to win this pot. Did Eskas use his last time bank card there? Doesn't seem to have any more.
Even Eskas is a little confused as to what that bet meant.
Chaos reigns. So 15 minutes into this level, 15 minutes into this session off the back of the dinner break, and we have not seen any eliminations, but we have seen a double up. A triple up, in fact, for Jae-Hyung Park, but he remains the shortest stack at the table with 10 big blinds. Barakos playing 14 big blinds. After winning that hand, Esques is up to 26. He's no longer third off the bottom. As we move on to the next hand, where Anton Bergstrom, two-time EPT online champion, will be first to act.
gotta say, I'm a little intimidated by Bergstrom now, knowing that he's one of God. Just seem kind of like.
Doesn't he just look so unassuming?
Yeah, a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Like, no, or you wouldn't think.
It's also quite interesting that we were talking about that huge gap in his results, right? The fact that he had those cashes in 05, 06, then came back on the scene in 17. Then during the pandemic is a huge online crusher, and now is back playing live again.
In each of us, there are two wolves. Anton Bergstrom. What if God?
Action has been folded to Marques with Jack 8. Marques folds. Barak Oz gets out of the way. Park, 7-6 off. Folds. Sergei Alontsov has 5 deuce on the button. And looks like it's a walk for the chip leader, Paul Runken. Still playing more than 15 million right now. I don't think the players are discussing an 8-way chop. But I'm sure they're all very excited about the upcoming New Year series on PokerStars. 22nd of December is when it starts, runs until the 14th of January. 352 tournaments. And on to the next hand. Let's see what Marques wants to do with this one. It's been folded to him.
Oz with the King 8 suited under the gun +2 here. It's one of those hands you can't really mess around with on 14 big blinds. Sometimes you'll see raises with hands of that like from, you know, if that was Paul Runken and that's, you'd think we would have seen a raise.
Round to Runken in the small blind with King Deuce. Mazumo observing that they've been gone for 2 hours and we're still at 8 players. Wow. To be fair, one of those hours was the dinner break.
Oh, was it goulash again? James, I forgot to ask.
It was not goulash.
Remind me.
It was
so good.
It was duck this evening. Well, it's King Deuce versus Ace Deuce, blind v blind, unraised pre, and a Queen 9-5 flop.
Check back from Bergstrom.
No connection for either player. Yeah. Some showdown value for both, actually, with King High and Ace High. $150,000 from Runken and a fold from Bergstrom. Now that I know that Bergstrom is such a crusher, I'm just like hyper aware of every little thing he does. I'm like, go the spot that he's gonna do something crazy.
I know, I kind of feel that we've been doing him a disservice for the last few days because we brought up so many times that he came close to winning a live EPT title in Barcelona back in 2005 at that final table with Gus Hansen, Patrick Antonius, Christy Johansson, the event that Jan Bublé won. But really, more than being an EPT finalist, he is an online crusher, and he has 2 EPT trophies, winning that event in back-to-back years. The only 2 EPT Onlines ever held, both won by the same player.
Yeah, and I feel bad because earlier, you know, when I was mentioning who, you know, I thought some of the players at this table was, I really neglected to acknowledge that we had, you know, such an accomplished player such as Bergstrom. You know, I was Team Markish, but now, you know, I'm switching up.
I forgot to mention, when we came back into the commentary room after dinner, Nick Walsh was standing here, and I'm like, oh no, Nick, don't say you're out already. But actually, he was already through. His first round didn't last that long. Remember, the format was first to 4, and some of those matches have gone to game 10. He won 4 of the first 5 games. Boom. Congratulations, Nick. Round 2 starts in around an hour and a half. So he's got round 2 still to come. And crucially, round 2 is where the money starts in the Spin and Go Championship. As is the nature of the Spin and Go format, the prizes are going to be randomly selected. There'll be an envelope with a random prize inside. But Nick is hopefully going to start making some money tonight. Park with King Jack. Folds it. Answer folding 10-9.
Griffin, are you surprised by the King Jack fold, by the way, off the shortest stack?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously a bit on the snug side. Early position. It's tricky, right? I mean, what do you think?
I mean, yes, there is like maybe you're just hoping for some collision effect behind you, but also like how many better spots are you going to get? And, you know, if you get to the point where you're losing fold equity as well, I don't know.
So Capella completes in the small blind with ace-10. Pedro Marques with ace-queen in the big blind. And he has raised big, 420,000 total, so it's 300K for Capella to call.
Yeah, it would be pretty disastrous for Capella if he decided to play this as a limp shove for the 28 or so big blinds. Going to be expecting Marques to be ISOing a lot of his range, given the ICM implications. You know, if he's holding 8-3 offsuit here, he's going to be doing this and then folding to a shove. So if Capella takes that line, it's important, I think, not to be results-oriented. This is a pretty big cooler, but if he wants to play it more cautiously because of the 10 big blind stack, because of the 14 big blind stack, that's also, it's just really, he's just got to figure out what it's going to be. Wow. That is, yeah, that's really respecting the ICM, Maria. Wow, I mean,
wow.
What's interesting, that's 2 hands now in a row. Well, not in a row, but in the last rotation or so, where we've seen incredibly tight folds with ace-10, Both times Marrakesh taking a spot that I think we can tell what he would be taking pretty much every time with whatever he had. The ace-6 and now here with the ace-queen. So it feels like maybe a bit too tight on both sides, but you know, I guess just making sure you get those pay jumps. I mean, we're looking at crazy amounts of money between 7th, 8th, then 6th. So, wow.
Yeah, it certainly just feels like stack preservation is very important with a really short stack sitting out there. But, you know, at some point you do expect that you are going to get exploited if you just keep holding those particular spots, I think.
Action folded to the button. Siegfried Capella gives it up. So it's Pedro Marques in the small blind with 10-8. That's right, Drunken Sam. We're trying to get down to 6 today, and then we'll play out that final table tomorrow.
All in.
7 all in.
Marques shoving on Barakaz. It folds 10-5. So as I said before, we probably want to play out the rest of this level at least. I mean, there is a very good chance, the way things are going, that we will get to the end of this level and still not have 6 players. If that's the case, we'll stop when we get to 6. I don't think we're going to play more than 5.5 levels today. So end of level 31. If we're still at 8 players, so be it. We'll come back tomorrow with a final table of 8. Crucially, as we always say, it's about balancing the days. It's just making sure that we don't finish too early today and then come back tomorrow and play for like 14 hours.
No, that's mine. Huh?
I'm on the button. Yeah, that's correct.
How does the widget feel about this, James?
Okay.
Well,
you on the button?
the one thing I would say, Maria, is that consistently,
That's what I thought. Can I change mine as well?
all the way through today,
Why do you want my card?
all the way yesterday, we held at a 50 big blind average. And normally when we get down to 2 tables, when the money jumps are more frequent and bigger, the action tends to slow and you start to get to a 40 or even 30 big blind average. So the widget would probably have us with more players right now. The widget would probably still have us at maybe 9 or 10.
My question is, why do you say probably, James? Do we not consult the widget anymore? Do we, you know, are we
okay,
just...
I will. If it makes you happy, I'll consult the bloody widget.
You know that it makes me happy, James.
I'm whipping out the widget. Ah, so where are we? Level 30, right?
Yeah.
So we, hang on, it's 3 plus 3. Yeah, we should have started this level with 9 players. We've actually started it with 8. We should end this level with 7 players. And we should get to 6 in level 31, according to the widget.
Well, now it's official.
That's a set of 8s. That's a good hand.
Very good hand. Unlucky for Alonsov. Nobody else really on base at all. Nice check. Oh my goodness, James.
That's 4 of a kind.
We had one earlier today as well. Quad 4s for Runkin.
We did. And remember, you have to show.
Okay, this one, I want my friendly money back, James.
200.
This time, I'm going to say that he doesn't show again.
You say he doesn't show?
Doesn't show.
He's showing. He's 100% showing.
He doesn't show, and then we're going to be even in our friend bets.
Okay.
But then I will have a deficit of 2 friendship bets if he does show.
You have to show quads.
He's not going to do it.
Yeah, I think I got Griffin on this one.
Okay.
He's not the type, man. Alonsov is not the type.
There is one fold. There is the second fold. Yes! 2-0. 2-0.
Well, at least Maria took half of the friendship point for me.
Mine was half of this. That answers your question. Good hand.
You was paid.
I should have known better than to agree with Griffin.
That's
supposed to mean.
2 people, I lost. All in, I have got. Easy.
Which just gets me in trouble, Griffin.
Yeah.
If I check, you bet, no?
Of course you bet. No, you have to.
Class is in session from the professor again. We decided Paul Runkin is the professor, the way he talks about the hand.
Raise.
Runkin raising. Raising Runkin.
The thing that's impressed me about Runkin is... Go ahead, Maria.
No, please.
No, I insist. No. You. I was just going to say, I was looking up Runkin's results, and, I mean, he carries himself like someone who has a lot of success on the tour.
Yeah.
But really has not played that much live. Just over $250,000 in cashes. So he seems like this is just where he belongs. Like he plays for $1 million all the time. But this would be significantly his biggest score.
I would certainly agree. He looks very comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's appropriately, put on the pressure at the right times. He has, picked up some fairly good hands, had some runouts go his way. Definitely haven't seen anything that I would call, a big mistake from him. I mean, I do think that he missed a bit of value in some spots, especially, when you're the chip leader. I think you at times might get a little less credit for actually having big value hands, and perhaps, will get looked up a little bit lighter in some situations. I think he maximized the potential value of his hands, but still just, pretty impressed with the way that he's handled himself thus far.
Well, Park is back down to 6 big blinds now. Oz on 11 bigs. Those are the 2 short stacks right now.
Yeah, and you can see how quickly, you were remarking, Maria, about the implications of that King-Jack fold. You can see now that the blinds have gone through. Park is down to 6 big blinds. So
yeah,
exactly what you're talking about. That's a lot of his fold equity going by the wayside.
Still got 55 minutes to play at the 60K, 120K blind level.
And even the snap fold with the Queen 10 at the cutoff, I mean, I'm not thrilled with it, but you only got 3 people to get through. You're going to get through the Jack 5 suited. Are you going to get through the small? You're going to get through the King 8 in the small. I mean, that might have also been a spot there as well, Maria. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like, especially again, just as the shortest stack, like, people are waiting for you to bust. There's not like a ladder that you can climb when you're the shortest stag. So even if the situation doesn't feel entirely comfortable for Park to shove, you do have to consider that at some point, you know, your chips have to go in the middle. That is what the other players are waiting for. That is why the players are going to, you know, try to keep the pot small if they can, is just so they can simply outlast you. And so, you know, your options are going to be very limited in terms of the hands that you pick up and the hands that you choose to go with.
What's he got? 4, 5 hands?
I gotta say, this is a wild use of chip shuffling right here by Paul Renkin. It's so interesting to see. To see someone doing like the roll, like on an EPT final table while someone's trying to make a decision. Like, I'm telling you, he's got a certain swag to him. I dig it.
So it was a debate during the last session, Griffin, about whether it is exactly the same and no different to someone just riffling chips at the table or noisier and more annoying.
Yeah, interesting. Intriguing to me, I'm not sure.
Great answer, thank you. Let's put it this way, there are many people watching the stream who find it intensely annoying.
Oh, I'm sure.
But then there are people watching the stream who find everything intensely annoying. Been folded to Park, and he's all in. He's got ace-queen suited.
That's what he was waiting for.
Is he going to get through the blind?
Yes, the good part about not, you know, fold equity is that if you're lucky enough to pick up such a big hand as ace-queen suited, you will likely get a chance to double.
Just picks up the blinds and the ante. But that's going to take him back up to 9 bigs. That's something. Not that far behind Barracoz now.
We can work with 9. Arkesh, over that.
Yeah.
10 million mark.
80. 1.80.
No, please, please, no, please, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That must be the moment that Nick Walsh won.
Yeah.
His final spin and go.
Don't do it. When 5 clubs is open, I usually open my cards.
That's right, John Delano. Nick Walsh, the spin guy, a.k.a. Mr. Sag, a.k.a. Nick Saggy Walsh.
Spinny Nick. Yeah, Bergstrom obviously playing quite cautiously with the ace-jack, first to third in chips.
Cool.
Little flick in, the 4-3 suited from Capeller, the propeller. Ooh.
Crunchy.
Very crunchy. Bottom pair and a flush draw. And I'm going to be very curious to see how the incredibly accomplished and talented Anton Bergstrom reacts to this bet here with that ace of clubs in hand, with one player behind, with the 2 overs. It's just difficult to maneuver, I think, facing a bet that represents 7-8% of your stack. You really shouldn't be messing around. Yeah, look at that. And he knows it's tough because he could be up against something like King Deuce, and then, you know, the big blind could just have something like Queen 9 of diamonds and just fold, and you've probably folded the best hand, but that's not the case this time. Bottom pair, flush draw.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to, be out of position, especially multi-way. If it was heads up, there might be a little more playability to continue there.
And the SPR, if there's any more betting on the turn, things are going to get murky for the shorter stack. Just 2.5 million back, 1.7 in the middle. Got a lot of 10s in Capeller's range here. Yeah.
I do think if, for chips, we can maybe find some leads here as Capeller, but, with ICM, it's just so important to just try to realize your equity. You'd be so happy to get a free river card if Runken checks back here, with such a big draw.
Yeah, and I think, Maria, what makes it difficult as far as a 2-barrel here for Runken is because, and there's the full house on the river for Capeller, what I think makes it difficult as a 2-barrel is you've kind of defined your opponent's range with the big sizing on the flop. You're not expecting a lot of raggy 3s, maybe even a raggy 6 might fold on the flop. So you're expecting a lot of 10s and then some big combos that are going to be difficult to fold out on the turn.
Mm-hmm.
If it was just sort of button on big blind, it was a small bet, you can really open up the range.
Yeah, and now with, all of those busted draws, you wonder what sizing Capeller is thinking about here. Just hoping to get called by, some ace high, some high cards.
Bet 600 and fold to the shove.
1.4.
Oh, he goes big.
Just definitely a lot of natural bluffs. It's just about if Capeller is willing to, go for it in a situation where, again, you're staring at, an extreme short stack out there. Would you still be willing to fire here with all of your missed draws?
It's too bad we never play in this tournament. I feel like I waste time back.
Flop a flush draw, river a full house. Nice.
The professor waxing lyrical, making assumptions and implications to his opponent. I love it. What do you say? It's too bad you've never played this tournament? Wow, he really wants to be shown the 5-7 of clubs.
Miguel Brito says, bad look-alike for Capella. Gerard Piqué?
No, it's pretty good. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. No, you know who he looks more like? Djokovic. Tennis player.
How many times I used? 3.
Not Runken, Capella.
Okay.
Come on, that's Djokovic.
Do you think this is just a spot?
It's basically,
I see both.
It's a composite of Gerard Piqué and Novak Djokovic. I've used one of those face
it's just really, attractive.
Okay. I believe you this time.
Good fold.
Cost me 3 times.
You had aces?
No, I have king.
Well, it's worth it
King
if you
deuce.
made the right decision.
King deuce.
Ah.
Yeah. It's difficult.
Push or fold?
What push?
You had king deuce?
Sorry?
You had king deuce?
I have king deuce, yes.
So remember, the player sat between them is a 2-time EPT champion. Anton Bergstrom is What If God online, and he won both EPT Online main events in 2020 and 2021. Joe Stapleton, how excited are you that we can now talk about this?
You said ace high.
I'm just learning it for the first time. It feels like.
Ace high in the middle of the...
No, I said I didn't even have ace high.
You did not even.
By the way, now I think the EPT Online should count.
I said I don't have ace high.
Or did you hear
We
ace
said at
seven
the time that it would count, and we have to stay true to our word.
Well, no, now I'm glad.
I was waiting to see if I had it.
Yeah, maybe someone gave you a hint. Telling you what to do.
4-5.
You just hear fold.
And I'm glad that I forgot until now, because I probably would have said it.
That was so close.
Like, forgot who he was.
Yeah.
I'm not good with stuff like I'm a bad liar. I'm a bad secret keeper. Like, I won't tell someone something you told me not to say, but if I don't know not to say it.
But you're also a bad secret keeper when you've been drinking, because I remember distinctly one time I asked you, I was like, did you tell, I don't remember, like maybe it was Beth or something after one of our home games.
Oh, geez.
And you're like, oh, I don't think so, but I was too drunk. It wasn't about Beth, right? Just in case, because I know Beth sometimes watches the stream. Hello, Beth. But no, it wasn't about you. It was just about, I think, somebody else. And
Well, no. It definitely
Do you know
wouldn't
what
have
I'm
been.
talking
It
about?
definitely wouldn't have been something that I was asked not to say, though. I wouldn't remember.
I just want to
If
say,
you were like, did you have this conversation with someone while you were drunk? I would definitely go, I might have. I'm not really sure, but I can say for certain if it's something I didn't.
I think it was about Beth because you told me about it later that night.
Shut the hell up. Parks all in gets through.
He just calls me when he gets drunk. He's like, "Yeah, you want the tea? You want the tea? I brought the tea. I'm boiling the kettle, Griff. I got some good ones. I was chatting to Maria earlier."
Me too.
61-20, 120 here. EPT main event.
Someone change 25,000, please.
Hi, Beth. We've never met, but I know so much about you.
Well, you've seen Mad Men, haven't you?
I have.
And you're familiar with Beth's work.
Oh, wow.
Beth was Roger's assistant and had one of the biggest laughs in the entire series for me when Roger's mother dies and he doesn't care at all and Beth is like freaking out.
Good. I can put a green one, then it will change. Yeah.
And I was dying laughing. I thought it was one of the best scenes
Really? Did they have
in the
ace
whole
jack
series.
Who's assistant?
Sure, why not?
Rogers.
Rogers' assistant.
Which one?
Mad Men.
Which one?
She plays Caroline?
That's correct, yes.
Nice.
And she plays Wendy on the sitcom Mom.
Okay, yeah, of course.
9-10 suited for Eskes. Says to the Grafton. Spelunkin with Runkin. Still a dominating force at this final table. The dominating force. It's going to open ace-9. Is this Gerard Piqué?
No, it's Novak Djokovic.
A cappella with pocket eights, the Snowmen's. Gonna flat. Still waiting for anyone to get the a cappella reference. Ace Jack for Marcus.
5 seconds.
In the small.
Pretty nice spot to just make it like 1-6.
1.2 billion.
6-7, fold. 6-8 plus. Thank you. 10,000 change here. 10,000 change here.
No 1.6. Just coming along for the ride, which is 7 high. 8s are an overpair and have a gut shot. And have the only spade.
Yeah, Gates has ever been such a big favorite post against 2 players.
Marcus checks. Runkin.
What's that? A7. Is that A7? What did you say? A7? 6-7. Ah, okay.
Action is on Rockefeller.
I mean, if nobody has gotten it so far, don't you think it might just be like a little...
No, someone got
Want to
it.
just maybe tell us?
Someone got it.
I'm actually surprised Griffin hasn't
Drake
gotten it
F
yet. Like,
got it. Drake F said, I only know Rockapella, which was on the television series Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, which was one of the only TV shows I was allowed to watch as a kid. I was only allowed to watch PBS.
good.
Anytime they referenced the singing Clue team, Rockapella, they would say, Rockapella.
Rockapella.
I mean,
No, that's a different show altogether.
Just trying to help.
Not helping.
in the time of like everything getting it, why are they not bringing back Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
Well, because they found her.
Sorry, Maria. I know Joe's being really distracting, but was this a check call from Runkin?
Capeller, yes, that's right.
It's pretty smelly. I don't like that.
Don't like it.
I don't like check call with ace-9 here.
Why? He's gonna bomb the river. It's
bad play.
Capeller's gonna have to fold the overpair.
Listen, I'm just giving it to you straight. I really liked how Runkin's been playing a lot of the time. I just think it's stinky. I think it smells.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I think it's very overly ambitious, especially when Capeller bet against 2 players.
Yeah,
you know, it's not really a spot where Capeller, if check to, is just going to be firing away.
Yeah, he doesn't just have like King Jack of diamonds and taking a stab with like the 2 chip leaders. You know, like he has some protection there. He's not like doing it with a random hand.
Then I take 4. Okay.
Scavenen is saying they did Carmen Sandiego as an animated series on Netflix. So apparently it was rebooted. They did a really funny sketch on SNL when Bob Saget hosted where there was a game show called Where in the World is San Diego, California?
You have enough million. You don't
And they
need
got
to-
it on the first question. And then they didn't know what to do for the rest of the show. They were like, it's right there on the map behind you.
I cannot go against the rule. Doesn't matter, I need or no, but that's the rule.
Take 1 pass.
Eskis with Jack 9, probably not going to play this one. I have a very tenuous connection between Anton Bergstrom and Maria Ho, and it does involve a song that I need you to not sing, Griffin. Hey, and Bergstrom shipping with Jacks on this very hand. It's relevant.
6 pass. 6-7 pass.
And Oz is reshipping. He is the shorter stack. Oh, sorry, he didn't shove. Excuse me, I got that wrong. He just raised. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and Bergstrom with an opportunity to.
We are flipping either way. Like
Get
where?
Oz.
Like where in the world is Carmen Sandiego versus?
Make his way home.
So you're gonna sing the song and you're gonna step on my bid at the same time. Really great stuff, Griffin. They are flipping. And I'm not doing it now. I'm not doing it.
Oh, you can do
Nope,
it.
nope.
I'm sorry.
Wait, the moment's gone. The audience loses, not you. Top pair for Oz. Looking good for a double up. Just 1 out left for Bergstrom. I guess that doesn't really matter. Still needs to hit the jack. It feels bad, though. And that is a double up for the great and powerful Oz.
Yeah, that one seemed unlikely.
That's going to leave Jae Young Park, by far the shortest stack, which is 9 bigs. Barack Oz back up to 21 big blinds.
Thanks. Baracuza.
So Griffin did sing the song, which I really did not want him to sing. That is part of the clue. What is the tenuous connection between Anton Bergstrom, What If God, and Maria Ho?
Under the gun. Means? What did you have when you push? I followed. Under the gun, HJ.
That song, Griffin, do you know that it was the theme song to a particular TV show?
You remember? You said you want to call.
No, I didn't know that. Is this some sort of a...
No, you bought... okay.
Maria set?
I don't even know what you're saying, but no, the answer is no.
Well, the artist.
That's right, Ed K. What If God Was One of Us? Joan Osborne, yes, yes.
No, Alanis Morissette.
What?
Isn't it?
No, it is not Alanis Morissette. We're going to be sued by the Joan Osborne people, not the Alanis Morissette people.
What?
Before raise 240,000.
Runkin's going to take the opportunity to raise the Grafton.
I didn't think it was Alanis Morissette.
I don't know, there's a lot rattling around in that brain of yours.
No, she... Yeah, it's on her 3rd studio album, Jagged Little Pill. Did she cover it? It was made famous by Alanis Morissette, wasn't it?
I really don't think so.
Dude. Maybe I'm just Canadian. Maybe we just have a Canadian
David,
version
you only know the Canadian version.
of history. You're just rewriting everything. Canadian-centric over there.
Also now there's so many people that
confused.
get the same things wrong that there could just be a wrong answer on the internet. Lime Ricky says it was Joan Osborne and I'm Canadian.
Did you get water when you asked? Did you
Yeah.
Yeah?
You didn't get any?
No.
I even asked him to bring it to you specifically.
Really?
Oh, that's so kind.
Okay, I'm having like a bit of a meltdown here. Like
Regardless, the Joan Osborne version of it.
I know, but now I'm having a Nelson Mandela effect situation. And
Yeah.
I need to be talked through it. I need to be, you know.
Alanis played God in Dogma. Is that what you're thinking of?
No, I thought she did that song, but I guess I'm wrong. But then I looked it up, and people seem to be agreeing with me.
Why don't you look up the album tracks of Jagged Little Pill?
Okay.
Runkin opening pocket fives. Alonso in the small blind with queen suited. In the clurbs, we all fam. Escus in the big blind with the only ace in the hand. Okay, great. Wonderful. Too much to keep up with. Not every player deserves a hand named after them. Griffin's got me in a bad mood, so you're gonna get banned anyway. Ace, queen, 8, 2 spades. Pair of queens for Alonso is the best hand. Not a great flop for fives. No one has Googled what TV show that song was a theme song for. I figured that would have been the next step for someone. Runkin's going to continue.
Thank you, Roland.
And Alonso is sticking around at least one more street. He's going to call, knowing Runkin can be opening very wide. Joan of Arcadia, that's correct, Zakat. It was the theme song for Joan of Arcadia. Maria, how does that connect to you?
Because that is where I was raised.
That's right. Tenuous connection between Anton Bergstrom and Maria Ho. Wasn't it worth it? Wasn't it worth that?
I'm so glad we got
Well,
there. Yeah.
I'm very happy to be connected in any way to, you know, a 2-time EPT champion.
And to Alanis Morissette.
Tenuous or not. Yeah.
I think it's I'm noticing that there's a lot of other people that suffer from the same condition as me. It's actually a thing. Well, because they had a similar kind of sound. It was when like LimeWire was first started popping off, and everyone just kind of, I don't know. It sounds like a lot of people assumed it was her, but I guess it wasn't.
One of Us, a song by Joan Osborne, lyrics by Prince. Excuse me.
Super talented guy, that Prince.
Runkin not slowing down, betting 410,000, and Alontsov also keeping pace with him. We got a 1.8 million chip pot, and the river is a jack. The spades come in. A Broadway comes in.
I can't say I'm surprised by the double barrel from Runkin, just because, you know, again, just trying to play range advantage against, you know, a hand where if they do, and they should have a lot of queen X's here calling from the small blind, you're really trying to get those to fold out on the turn.
Runkin, again, not heeding the advice of Griffin Benger, not going all in, but just betting 1.2 million. And Alontsov folds.
Let's go.
Smelly? Or not smelly?
Oh, that smelled like roses.
Not to bluff. Sorry? No, I never bluffed you. You bluffed me twice. I never.
That in itself is a bluff. Paul Runkin up to 135 bigs. Well, 133 because he's posting this hand.
A good hand?
Did you? I guess you wanted the call when you had king deuce. I don't know about the other one. But with the king deuce, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my goodness! Someone else.
I mean, if
the
I
Prince
bluff,
thing
actually,
again.
I guess I
Fake
don't
news.
need to do, right?
Fake news. That's on me for just reading it without verifying it myself. There's no more truth. There's no more facts.
Yeah, I'm still pretty sure it was a Alanis Morissette. I didn't want to be.
Did you have a good hand or not?
I contend that Joan Osborne and Alanis Morissette don't even sound similar.
Better than queen, no?
Better than queen.
You probably got your first
You have queen.
to the in the same era. You know what I mean? You probably had your first little.
Not better.
Not better.
And that's why the songs meld together. They're probably back to back on the radio.
Yeah, that must be it.
Your first little hijack position. Hijack cutoff.
Yeah.
Park's all in with ace 10. Gonna get through the small blind.
My first my first jack king off in
This-
the jack king off in the cutoff jeans.
King jack, that's right. Runkin gonna make the call.
Bluffing him, man. What the fuck?
Has he looked yet?
No, it's okay.
He has indeed. Fair fight, as Griffin Benger would say.
Griffin Benger does say that.
Good luck.
Your chips ready here, yeah? 1 million 8, yeah?
I'm seeing a Nick Walsh in the room. I don't know if that. Have you played
And
your second
bringing
round
his
yet?
suitcase.
You won your second round also? Your first round, okay.
Are you finally moving out of your parents' house? Is that why you have the suitcase?
No, I shouldn't look. I should
He's been into the third round.
We do have a player all in for their tournament life here. Park the slight favorite. Park the bigger favorite now. Runkin's still looking
It's always a queen on the turn, isn't it?
a king or a queen to knock him out. Not this time. A 9 is kind of the queen of number cards, though.
I feel like it's more kings on the river than queens. If you had to choose.
Okay. Griffin is predicting a king on the river. Almost any other card is good for Park. Double up. Jay Young Park. And now it's Oz, Eskis, Alontsov, and Park all even. Ranging from 19 to 21 big blinds. Inconsequential Greenstein ensures the double up for Park.
Should we ask Griffin what he thinks about, that I don't know. I don't want to call it an angle. Stapes calls it an angle. I call it, I don't know, strategy. I don't know what I call it. But what Park was doing earlier, I mean, I think I know what Griffin's going to say, but
Griffin,
why not?
Do you know or aware with what happened earlier?
No, what happened earlier?
So Park intentionally time banked in a situation where he did not have a decision so that the big blind of the next level would hit the shortest stack on the next hand.
Yeah, that's pretty, that's playing dirty, and I like it. Within the rules, whatever, I don't know. I don't think I would ever do it, but I don't really have a problem with it. Unless it's happening to me.
Right.
What do you think, Maria?
Well, I had said that, yeah, it's not explicitly stated in the rules that you can't do that, and it's really hard to police because, unless we have a floor man standing there where if someone tanks, you ask to see their hand to see if they really actually have a decision, which I think just disrupts the flow of the game a lot. There's just no way to really know when someone has a decision or not. I kind of think it's like if everybody else is doing it, then you don't want to be the person that doesn't capitalize on what can be gained from doing that if that's happening to you as well. But I don't know.
Tang here writes, it's stated in the rules that they have time bank cards, IMO. I mean, that couldn't be further from the truth.
No?
No.
There's nothing in the rules.
It's stated in the rules that they have time bank cards for making a decision. If a player needs more time to make a decision, is what it says in the rules. So if you're not using it to make a decision, you're actually bending the rules. The only issue is whether or not it is enforceable. I also don't really mind angling, but it is an angle.
Beautiful hand.
4-6.
Their decision is to tank and make a decision whether or not they make the blinds go up. That's an insta ban. That's stupid. That I almost brought back a word you can't say anymore. The R word on the tip of my tongue. You banned. Reject.
But I will say though, and I mentioned this earlier, obviously the time banks are not that valuable if you're short stacked. You're not really, thinking, oh, I might need this later because you're really just trying to survive. But it's not that he's not losing something himself by doing that, right? Like if there was no consequence, no, bad negative effect to him to do that, it's kind of different. But like he is giving something up in this exchange in the process, which, I'm not saying it like makes it fair. I'm just saying it's something to consider. There's no repercussions in a way.
He made $30,000, 30,000 euros from Dan Keisho going out next. How many people at this table would trade 2 time bank cards for 30 grand?
Right. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. Obviously, it isn't more valuable to get the pay jump, but it is costing him something in exchange still. Whether it's, it's obviously not equivalent.
So are you saying that Dan Keisho busting had it was the blinds going up had an effect on it? Like it directly
He went from 8 big blinds to 6 big blinds when the blinds went up. Sorry, he had 10 big blinds, the blinds went up, then he had a post, so they had 6 big blinds, and he was the next player eliminated.
Okay.
6 check.
I'm not saying there should be a penalty, I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying it is a bit of an angle.
4 bet, 200,000.
I mean, I will say too, though, that, with live streaming, things like this just proliferates a lot more. It just gets spread because someone sees, usually a lot of these things starts at the top, right? Like it starts with the elite fields where someone kind of comes up with a way to, maneuver around what people are traditionally doing to find that extra edge in situations, right? Within, like with stalling and using time banks to stall for pay jumps, and all kind of started with, the high stakes players, and so did this. I think the first time I saw somebody really talk about it was, I believe, where it was used in a very important spot was it was done by Alex Foxen.
Yeah.
Not that he was the first person to do it. I'm just saying that it was like a high profile situation. And then, you know, these streams and they're like, well, if the top players are doing it, then this is definitely something I need to be doing.
I do want to take 1 second, one pause from this conversation to say that Capeller's just turned a straight in a spot where Runkin
turned a flush.
A flush, thank you. Where Runkin has the nut low.
Yeah, kind of just perfect spot for Capeller here. Duncan feeling like he has to barrel this wheel draw to attack the weakest part of Capeller's range, something like a 9x that would have to fold.
Yeah, it almost always feels like a bit of a mandatory bluff when you have you know, 0 showdown.
$1.4. Sit 6 raise, 1,400,000.
Runkin getting raised here.
Oh my God.
Oh, what?
Oh, wow.
It's really not good.
No.
How about,
no,
what's the smell factor here, Griffin?
This stinks.
Rotten eggs.
Runkin calls.
Yeah, this is just not.
What if the river is a spade? The board pairs.
It's very levelly poker. It's just not. You don't need to do this.
Yeah, it almost feels like so many things have been working out in Runkin's favor that he's just, you know, riding this wave of thinking he's kind of getting away with being in the right spots and zigging and zagging, but this is just incredibly ambitious.
I mean, it's just not. It's just everything. You can even just fold this button. Like, you don't need to just like raise 100% of buttons because you have the chip lead. And yeah, finding yourself on the river with 35 big blinds in the pot, and you have the nut low without even a spade blocker. It's just, yeah.
What's that smell? XY, who can see all the hold cards, says check and let Runkin bet.
I mean, Capeller's not thrilled by this river, by the way. You know, because Runkin should have something like pretty strong. You know, the 4 obviously creates some full houses. You could already be losing to a worse flush. There are versions of this hand going down, and so Capeller's a bit skittish here.
Rockapeller.
7 million back, 3.8 in the pot. Feels almost kind of like too thin to shove with when you're 4th or 5th in chips kind of thing. I don't know, it's strange.
Some of the people who are saying the time bank cards are for people to use however they see fit are wondering why Capeller's taking so long here.
He did all in right away.
Wow, he did.
He did it all in right away. Right over the
Capeller bet 1.7 million. Runkin shoved on him.
This is incredible.
My goodness.
So.
Okay, listen.
Take the lead, Maria.
You gotta put some respect. I mean, you gotta put some respect on Runkin's name, right? Sometimes.
Is it smelling any better?
It smells a little better. It does smell a little better.
Yeah, I definitely like it a lot better than if he just called the turn and not willing to go for it on the river.
Oh, he's talking now. Saying you made a big bluff.
Oh my gosh.
This
Give me
is
the content, right?
street poker.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like the table talk though.
Yeah, it feels weak to me, but I also can see the hold cards.
Sus.
Yeah.
But I mean, kudos all around.
5.
Oh my God. Oh, it worked! Oh my God!
Oh my God!
It worked!
You want, yeah? You want, you want? No, if you don't want, I don't shove.
Wow.
Oh my God! Runkin be Dunkin on ICM Fools.
Even Marquesh is smiling. The man is so hard to impress. So sick.
You take the low, you take the high.
Sorry?
I don't think anyone had you on that.
Yeah, good hand.
Well, we had him on it.
Nice hand.
Sorry?
Nice hand.
Yeah, it's
You
just
can't do anything else but wear it. If you're a capeller, knowing that everyone saw that.
You're sick.
I don't want you to check.
A man with a plan.
You can, but no all in.
Sick play.
What can we do?
Runkin up to 159 bigs.
I can lose for a million, no problem.
Not that easy. Still.
40, 60,
I lose for
80.
a million, it's no problem. I lose for a million, I take it back later.
Damn close to half
least
the
I
chips
tried.
in play. Something like 40% of the chips in play right now.
Class is in session for the professor.
Yeah.
240.
Yeah, just no relevant blockers there, but still willing to go for it is.
That's one of the sickest hands I've ever seen.
Me too. That was insane.
Just to go back to the... Oh, my God. Never mind.
My
Never mind. We're not going to have time for that. Aces for Alontsov. Runkin now with kings. How are you going to get him off this one? You're going to have to bluff. You're going to have to turn kings into a bluff and get aces to fold. Can he do it?
$680.
6-4. Raise 680,000. Plus 6, 6, plus 6, 7, plus.
Back to Alontsov.
After the hand, I get reward now.
You use your stack, I understand.
I don't use my
I would do the same. Even more, I would push every hand on your in your position.
Griffin Benger right now.
I couldn't remember if I have 3 of spades.
This is a check your privilege moment.
I have a 3 of spades. I don't know.
You have to have a board pair to a bluff pair. I mean, maybe he has.
He's chirping back.
Milking it.
He's chirping back. He's clapping back at Alontsov to get him to get it in here.
We're both the shortest, yeah?
You earned it.
You earned it. That's check your privilege 2024. Runkin all in. Sorry, Alontsov all in. Runkin calls.
Выставился.
I get punished, sir.
У румына короли, у меня тузы. Ну как есть что?
Can anything stop Runkin? Can aces stop Paul Runkin? Heat check time.
All flushes are open.
I hope you win. Honestly, I don't want to win this hand.
I hope you win too, but
I
not
believe
this
him.
hand.
No, this hand I don't want to win.
559.
Thank you so much. Mulțumesc.
No
I
suit.
already lost one big like this. So.
No flushes. Turn is a 10. Alontsov just has to fade the river.
When was it that I said kings always come?
You did say the river. And that river is a full house for both players. Aces hold. Double up for Alontsov.
Yeah, and that's going to take him all the way.
It's okay.
Fourth and
It's okay.
chips. Leapfrogging.
You know,
over
it's
Anton
the same amount I
That's
invested
third, baby.
in this guy, and now I took this back.
Which guy?
When I lost with kings, you know?
I took it back for you.
You took it back, and now I took my part.
I took it for
so
you.
we are in profit.
I took it for you.
Thank you so much.
I give it.
You better play.
Thank you so
Please, no kings, pocket kings.
No, it's okay. Sometimes I have to lose.
No
the
other
club.
option.
Yeah,
I
but you
understand.
don't need to play the same.
If I know that you have
not for
kings,
you.
for sure snap
Check
all
your
in,
privilege.
But I thought maybe you just
You try to trick me, yeah?
I thought maybe you just play aggressively because you understand that I
Then
see
just
short
call.
stacks.
Why shove? If I play aggressive, just call.
No.
Because
No, because I've watched how this guy lost with his aces. No call.
Yeah, I got outplayed. This is a smart move. Just get it in good.
Thank you.
At least just that way you win the pot, you know? Yeah, that's... I tried to get fancy, I got punished.
Sorry, just to go back to the whole time card angle thing. I have an opinion on it because I'm here on the air and I have to say one. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter what I think. It's up to the
I've
players.
learned that too.
Yeah, it's up to the players. I don't.
75.
I don't really have a dog in the fight.
Now we can play.
Of course we can play. This is why I'm happy. We can see flop.
75, 150.
Thank you so much.
We come tomorrow still 8. No worries. Tomorrow
You say we come tomorrow, but I'm not sure about you.
Runkin with another hand.
It's a joke.
So, no,
I'm not sure about myself for sure.
No.
I mean, because of the stack.
6-4 raise, 240,000. 6 pass, 6-7 pass.
Oh, and poor. Oh, man.
8 pass.
Yeah, so it's the raise and take it
Poor
for Runkin this
Capeller,
time.
just really wearing it right now. He can't help it.
I mean, what would you do?
Yeah.
Die, I guess.
I'd probably be texting friends incredulously about what just happened, but unfortunately, since he has no phone, he's alone.
It probably
Seems like
feels
he's
very
not.
lonely, yeah.
People around him, but he's all alone right now.
Denise asking, what is the next pay jump? So right now, everyone's guaranteed 137,000. The next elimination after that gets you 179,000. So you're looking at like 38K.
2.1, right?
42K.
42K. Thank you. Ace 5 suited, a little artisanal sourdough for Askus.
5.
Can't do it. Can't do it. Not with the 12 big blind stack out there for Rockefeller.
You know, it's bad when like everybody kind of remembers like a very good hand or a very embarrassing hand that happened to them, but when everybody else will remember it for a long time to come, like
Yeah,
that's
right.
how you know.
Yeah, people are going to remember this one. Like, I remember Georgi's bluff with 7 deuce, but I don't remember who he bluffed. I think in this hand, everyone's going to remember both players.
3 hours ago, Anna.
Sorry?
I was happier 3 hours ago.
Happier? Yeah. Still here. So it's okay.
2 million. 2 million.
2.2.
He was sad 3 hours ago, now he's happy.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, for sure, I'm happy that
I think.
I recovered it a little bit.
What a little
But
bit?
still, it's not
Very
too
good.
much.
It's not too much. It's too much. What do you mean it's not too
I
much?
started the day almost with the same amount.
So that's still good?
But you're still
I
here.
hope I can
You're
move
still
my
here with the
stuff
same
as well.
amount. No, that's good.
Did you see it?
Everybody else
Did you see
was
the
doing
card?
it.
No, I started same. I started.
It was a bit exposed when.
Now you wanna take back.
No, I never want to take back. I will, but not because I want to. Because I have to. That's the tournament structure.
You like to win, yeah?
No, that's the tournament structure. I will take.
Capeller now
like
sitting
it or
on
not,
12 big
because I
blinds.
never won any.
And the hijack is just going to put the whole stack in.
That's right, with ace queen offsuit.
How can I win any?
Count, please.
Oh, Marrakesh, that sounded like a pocket 9. Oh!
1.5.
That was nice.
Maybe like before, like a small one.
So it sounded like a pocket
Good
9's
line.
account. There it was. There it was.
9-9.
9-9. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. 3 people behind for Marrakesh.
Listen, look on the bright side for Capeller when you're all in pre, you can't get outplayed. So
6-7 call.
'Tis true.
We are flipping for Capeller's tournament life.
Yeah, just fresh off folding for what would have been a 9 or 10 million chip pot. Now suddenly you're all in and behind and staring down the barrel of an 8th place finish.
Like St. Nicholas versus Father Christmas, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
So festive.
We like to keep it seasonal. 9 in the window.
Oh, that's just, oh, I feel his heart. Do you feel his heart like with me right now?
What is left of it
Gotta be a 10.
is beating rather loudly.
Give him a 10.
It's going to be an uphill battle from here.
Let the man believe.
Turn card is a 10.
Let the man have life.
Capeller goes from 3% to 18%. Quite the equitable turn. River is an ace. Top pair, no good. Marquesh knocks out.
Thank you.
Capeller in 8th place. Siegfried Capeller, 137,900 euros. Just no way to sugarcoat that. Just
Your brother thought that it is
devastatingly brutal.
I mean,
but I've explained
look, it's easy to be in the chat and be like, worst fold ever, how do you fold a flush? Not a lot of players are erratically calling turn bets, drawing dead, and then shoving over a bet on the river less than 2x pot. I mean, 2x the bet.
Yeah, right.
The bet was 2x, like 1-7 all in 3.2. Like, it's a completely off the wall bonkers hand that you and I have seen very little like in our time. I mean, that was something special on EPT Final Table. I don't really blame him for folding. That's just the way it goes.
I remember very few hands. I will remember that hand forever.
Well, and it's just really unfortunate that the board paired on the river, right? There's just so many other river cards where Runkin's not really going to be able to get away with that. You know, but that just made it so that now he can't beat better flushes or boats either.
Yeah.
So,
If he goes,
No, if he bets
rough.
1.5. You still go all in or random 6, 7,
So
140,000.
now we are facing a situation where if we lose another player, we will be done for the night. But we are going to play one more level if we don't.
No, I mean, it's a very bon amount.
Yeah, but we are creeping towards the end of this level. Just
That is
a few minutes
correct.
left, so this might even be the last hand. So I think we will end up starting level 31 unless something crazy happens here.
That's right.
You mean if his spades is coming?
Pedro has made it to 240,000 with ace-5 of spades. Eskes 9-6 into clubs. Gonna defend.
I don't know what to represent.
Eskes,
I know how to represent.
the effective stack, not the shortest stack, but to be clear, Oz, Eskes, Park have 19, 17, and 17 big blinds.
He would not raise.
He was like pot committed with a flush.
All right, we got a 6 for Eskes and a club, but it's top pair for Marquesh.
Yeah, but it's the king 4 off to this guy.
It's nonsense. I mean, he shouldn't raise the turn first.
Of course he's allowed to do that.
He's allowed. But
Almost against
for me, I feel bad when I see the raise on the turn. Then I cannot...
6, 7 bet, 160,000.
I don't know, maybe he should. Maybe he should raise the turn, but that makes me want to get a pot.
Interesting strategy talk in the background from Professor. Always gives us his insight to think what he thinks about the hand and what he thinks people should do.
How does he think Marquesh played those 9s?
Well, you know, speaking to what he's saying about that hand against Capeller, saying that he shouldn't really be raising those low flushes on the turn, and I was really surprised by that as well.
Ooh, baby.
Very action.
2 pair for Marquesh on the turn.
Yeah.
Flush draw now.
And Eskes didn't start the hand with very many chips here, you know, only started with about 18 big blinds. So this pot's going to get up there once we see another sizable bet on the turn. Marquesh, a lot of reasons to go big. you know, something in the range of $500,000 plus, maybe something like 650.
I mean, it's not impossible.
Checks back.
That's nothing, and Eskes makes the flush.
So, cagey play from Marquesh here, perhaps anticipating that Eskes is just going to fold the draws.
I mean, Eskes could fold a flush here. We've seen it before.
Flush or? Yeah, I think you have a king high flush.
I also think so.
Nuts on the turn.
Yeah. And you showed like you have sevens full house.
Yeah.
225.
Nuts.
3 bet.
Amazing.
200.
Well played.
The good news is this should get called.
Or maybe he have a small.
So
I like the sizing. It almost feels like a deucey, though, right?
This might get raised. That's what Maria's saying as well.
Smaller than yours. Smaller.
Yeah, I mean, you could just be up against ace-9, ace-8. That's just sort of making a blockery size.
I know you're better than that, so I know you know it. 5.
Boss.
Just a call from Pedro.
Boss.
And Eskes ending this level a lot better than the last one, where his aces got cracked.
That's a really good end, man. really good end.
Did you get off cheap or what?
Yeah.
It's nice to see
Marquesh is playing so well.
Showing a little personality now, too.
Incredibly well.
To making no mistakes here at this final table. These are the stacks that will be coming back for at least the start of one last level tonight. One elimination to go or another 90 minutes of play. And as you can see, we have got 2 stacks in the danger zone. Danger zone! Jae-Young Park and Barak Oz both in the teens. Cheno Eskes not super healthy either, has 20 big blinds at least. All right, my babies, the players are going on a 20-minute break. You don't have to go anywhere. Lots of cool break content for you. But for the next 19 minutes, me and Griffin will smell you later. Back for more from Prague in a bit.
Pass, anderen Pass. More Pass. Lemon Pass. Small blind call.
Alexei Rubin completes in the small blind, and Tanduk Win is going to check his option with King 6.
The flop comes King of Clubs, 5 of Clubs, 10 of Diamonds. Check. Alexei check.
So top pair.
Time check. Turn cup 4 times. And check. Alexei check. Time bets. 90,000. Alexei call.
90,000 called by Rubin, going to the river.
River card, ace of diamonds.
Ace of diamonds. Rubin checks.
I know I'm supposed to be saying what's happening here, but I'm not feeling it. You guys are on your own.
Time bets. 140,000.
$140,000 is the bet from Win. Rubin with the decision. And again, one of those weird sweat-with spots where the decision is on this guy and we don't know his cards.
All in.
Wow. Now the tough decision is on win. Now I understand. So instead,
all right, I'm back invested.
Instead of just checking back the river, Win went for value with his king, now faces a shove from Ruben, and it's all into call.
Just fold. Just fold. I don't know how many of his entire stack he's invested in this hand, but he just fold. Whatever. Sometimes you get bluffed here. You just fold. You didn't even really have a value hand to begin with. See, what is it? Miss clubs sometimes, I guess. But what club? Right? Ace of clubs.
Hello, Russia. I can show you one for free and two for chips.
How many chips? All right, I'll see one. Let him show you one.
That makes sense.
Hold on, so I can show you one. One's gonna be a club, right? And the other one's the ace of clubs. So he shows to make it look like he has a flush draw. No, he made the flush.
Wow, backed his way into a diamond flush.
Anyway, yeah, it's a fold.
Allora, sono Silvio Vitelli, ho 32 anni e abito a Telese, in provincia di Benevento, in Campania. Power Pat, un'esperienza bellissima, un'emozione bellissima. Appena vinto, mi ricordo quella sera, non ci credevo. E quindi quest'anno, avendo la possibilità di fare i main, era perfetto.
We are going to continue play on the bubble.
Emozione unica, adrenalina sempre a palla, ogni spot era cuore a 3000. Poi sembrava che non scoppiava mai, molto lento è stata.
Just cashed in the biggest EPT here in Prague. Congratulations everybody.
Sono molto felice e soddisfatto soprattutto del mio gioco. Sofferta, però felicissimo ora di essere ITM e raggiungere questo traguardo per me è un sogno che si realizza.
Well, Alexei Rubin is not going to fold for 3 of hearts. Raises to 130k. Pocket queens for Jakob Karlsson.
So this is where having the young Swedish rep can pay off.
Re-raises to 310k. Still got a few players to act. Claudio Pachechi is our stressed out friend here.
Pachechi. Tim Tam, no flim flam.
I'm all in.
Ruben moves all in with 4-3. Carlsen calls.
What did I tell you? Get paid on that rep.
Ruben
More high to shove it in on you.
at risk and way, way, way behind.
Against Jakob. Pocket queens. Queen of hearts, queen of spades. One time, William.
One time has been invoked.
This would be just rude.
Hell of a flop.
5 of hearts. Jakob still on the lead with pair of queens.
The deuce is worse than the heart, right?
Alexei has a flush draw and a straight draw.
Monster draw.
Let's see the turn card.
Flush draw, wheel draw, turn card
It's an 8.
is the 8 of clubs. So Carlsen now a 3-1 favorite. Same outs needed for Alexei Rubin to survive. It's the 6 of hearts on the river. And he doubles up through Carlsen.
Can I break it now? Tips.
Oh.
Tips for leader. Yeah? Yeah? No. No? Later. Okay, I not forget.
He's actually very, very cute. It's hard to be mad at him. I mean, if you're Carlsen, of course, but I can't be mad at Alexei Rubin.
How much you got? 1.2.
That was really gross, though. One thing I'm glad to say, James, I'm very proud of the fact that now in 2020, suckouts like that don't happen anymore.
That's true. They were eliminated around 2017.
Yep.
Can't wait for Pachechi to play a hand. I want to see how stressed out he gets when he's actually got chips invested.
I think he folded ace queen suited.
Thank you.
Call. Eric on the small blind.
Tam calls Rubin's raise with a dominating hand, King Queen. And with Ramon folding the big, we're going heads up to the flop. And that flop is all clubs.
It is all Rubin.
10-5. Indeed, Rubin with top pair and the flush draw. Tam is open-ended though.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Now you have to put 150.
Sorry, I can. Huh?
Yeah.
Check.
Open-ended in 2 overs to the board.
So a little bit of controversy there with Rubin acting out of turn.
Oh.
Eddie, did you check before? Yeah. Check.
So Tam checks and the bet from Rubin is enforced. 250,000.
250,000.
Anyway, as I was saying, 2 overs and the open-ender.
I call.
Whoa, raise.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And before the size of the raise was even confirmed, Rubin verbally declares, I call.
I think that gives away a lot about his hand strength.
It's a 4 of hearts.
4 hearts, that's a brick for Tam, and Ruben now near enough a 4-1 favourite with 1 card to come.
But if I were Tam, I would give up on this. When Ruben calls that quickly, it's almost always like a pair and a draw. And I just wouldn't try to get someone to fold a pair and a draw.
Check.
Not on this board.
Action goes check, check. And we get the 10 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, maybe I just give this up too often, but I'm just check giving up here also. Nothing about this run out's gonna make anyone fold their pair and a draw. So maybe a 5. I think a jack calls, I think a 10 calls. Obviously 10 calls. Looks like Ruben's a little worried about the 10.
Yeah.
Tam's not supposed to be raising a random 10. He could have a flop flush. But when Ruben's shown so much interest in the pot, like the raise from Tam, yeah, I guess it could be a flush. It seems more likely to be a bluff to me, though. Always an interesting dynamic when there's a action out of turn or something like that. Wow.
Ruben.
I was wrong.
Folds the best hand.
I was wrong. I did not think a jack would fold.
We pick up the action late here. Alan Becker has opened with 9s. Eric Tam has got queens on the button.
Eric on the button, 300.
He 3 bets to 335,000. Now we've got the blinds to act. King 6 for Sarai in the small. He folds.
Such an aggro table.
Ruben in the big with ace queen.
Man. I don't know, man. Trying to get someone to fold ace queen suited after they just made a big laydown. Yeah.
So the shove is just shy of 3.2 million. It is all in for Alan Becker to call.
3-4 again.
Wow. Very, very good now.
So even better. Better than the flush.
English.
Better than flush.
Okay.
Becker folds the 9s.
Your limit is about 3,160,000.
Tam calls with the queens. Alexei Ruben at risk and behind.
On PokerStars, ace on the desk always.
There we go, he said it!
Flop shows. 10 of diamonds, 7 of hearts. So Eric is still on the lead, or an ace to stay alive. And it's 2 cards.
Туз на доску.
It's a trump card.
Дима,
It's a 10. So now
пиздец мне,
for Alexei,
если туза не будет.
he needs to catch 1 of the 3 aces.
Одна карта осталась. 3 аута, 6%.
Let's see.
Один раз можно выиграть 6% раздать?
3 outs are required. And there it is! Best ever Barry.
I must call to my friends because I need too much cash for tips. Slovenia, forward.
He did say it.
Call this shot.
Ace on the desk, always.
On PokerStars, don't forget.
3,100,000.
170. DK, я вам...
What?
Ace queen suit, not very bad. Kind. Not very bad. Ace queen suit.
Not very bad.
Not very bad for all in, huh?
No, it's a good hand. Is this a rub down or a genuine conversation?
3-4. Very bad.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, where it has been non-stop excitement. We reached the final table a couple hours ago, and right now we're at the final 7 live from the King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's day 5, the penultimate day of this event. We are deep into the money. Next player out receives 179,250 euros. Player after that receives 233,000. So we're talking more than a 50K prize jump if you can be the not next player out. So far at this table, we've lost Dan Kishu and Siegfried Kappeler in 9th and 8th respectively. The real story here, unfortunately, Paul Runken is overshadowing Pedro Marques, but I'd say between the two of them, some phenomenal poker is being played. Sergei Alonsov holding his own, as is Anton Bergstrom, recently revealed to be the online poker player What If God. So right now, Anton Bergstrom is in the running to become a 3-time EPT champion. What If God won 2 online EPTs during the 2 years of the pandemic when we did not have live events.
Yeah, Joe, we got narratives, we got storylines. We have some really exciting things going on the EPT Prague final table. As you mentioned, the very, very flashy, kind of showy play of our chip leader, Paul Runken, pulling off, I mean, really one of the best bluffs we've seen on an EPT final table with the 3-deuce off against the recently departed Kappeler. Marques, I think, has just been playing like incredible, really just so solid. Someone that we've seen, make deep runs in EPTs, doesn't yet have his title. Could this be his time as he sits just over 10 million? And then, of course, like you said, Anton Bergstrom. To hear that is What If God, the 2-time EPT online champion, a chance to be the first 3-time champion in style in Prague. That'd be something.
2.5. Bergstrom opening pocket 10s here, somewhat. Everyone at this table somewhat handcuffed by ICM pressure, which Paul Runken has been applying liberally.
You heard, no more bluff. No, this.
2.2.
Should I?
Do it. 50. Please.
We finally found a spot
You have more
where Runken doesn't want to F around.
Almost the same. 2,050,000?
I mean, to be fair, you did have a gut shot, right? So,
okay,
sorry. 2,000,005, right?
Yeah.
You didn't see the spades.
Quick reminder of what they're playing for. That's the remaining prize money. We're not going to get to that 1.1 million today, but tomorrow we sure will.
By the way, he didn't bluff you when you...
Sorry?
He didn't bluff you.
Of course he didn't bluff me.
No, but you told me you bluffed you. You didn't bluff. You said big bluff before. You didn't. You had pocket 8 and a full house. I don't know what the pocket 8 was, but...
You mean before?
Which one? Yeah, you told him I bluffed you.
Oh, and 7-6-4-6, he had pocket 8s, I think.
Yeah, and the 3-4s of club. He had a pair and a flush bar, he made a full house at the end.
Yeah, of course.
We are going to call it a day when we lose our 7th place finisher, or at the end of this level, 90-minute level. Marques opening 10-9 suited.
This is all the time bank for the bet instead for the decision.
Yeah. No, it's better. He used it. Should have used the other one. It's better. Look, he should borrow from you some time banks.
Runken with a dominating 10 in the small blind folds, and Bergstrom folds the big blind.
But obviously he put himself in a trap by himself.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
The first is when he decided to call from the big blind with a 6-3, but it's okay.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, but then when he decided to check raise with not a nuts flash. In my opinion, maybe I'm not right.
Only
Let's ask the professionals. Am I right or
I
not?
look at you. Yeah?
How do you see? How do you think?
Please, Mr. Professional.
It's so crazy.
I have nothing to say.
Are you allowed to race without the nuts?
What Maria said on the...
As long as you call the river, yeah.
Some of the players at the table trying to probe Markesh in particular, just ask him what he would,
But you know,
if it was allowed to
that's
check
right.
raise with 6-high flush, but he's not given an inch. A lot of interesting discussion about that.
Markesh, not much of a professor.
When you see someone
Yeah.
over bluff, it's difficult to call.
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe do 3-I fold this time.
And we've got the big chips in play now.
Raise.
Brunken gets to raise with a raisable hand from the button.
You want me to show a 3 or no?
I think you have a better end than
I have better, but I have this as well, so.
And that's 3 hands in a row without a flop. I'm sure everyone waiting for this exact moment for Barack Oz, the shortest stack to be in the big blind. One of the 2 short stacks, more or less tied with Jae-Young Park. Jae-Young Park will be under the, will be under the gun this hand and in the big blind next hand.
And if we get 6 hands in a row without a flop, Joe has agreed to give everyone in the chat a copy of Trapped.
If anyone in chat wants to come in tomorrow and get a free copy of Trapped
in Prague,
I will make that happen for you.
That's a good amendment.
I'm already losing enough money on Trapped.
Raise.
Raise 300,000. 5 fold.
Brunken's going to open Queen 5. Markesh folds King 9. Suited, and Oz gives up the big blind. King 7.
No 3.
I didn't have 3 this time.
Yeah. If no 3, don't show.
Is that just what you have to do there, Griffin? Peel King 7? You got the same amount of chips as Park, or Park's going to have slightly fewer chips in the big blind next hand? Do you wait that out now that he's technically shorter than you?
Yeah, you can't call with King 7.
What about King 7 suited?
Yeah, you can maybe flick it in, but even still, it's just like when flicking in a call is representing 10% or more of your stack, and like, you know, it creates scenarios where.
What if you're the shortest stack at the table by far?
Yeah, then you can peel.
Okay. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to learn myself, because I'm starting to play a little more poker and finding myself in these situations and pretty unclear what to do.
Whoa.
I had a 3. I should have gone.
And Park gets a walk. Man, that's huge in this situation.
9-3.
Back ahead of Oz.
Better. You saw? Or not look?
7-9.
7-9?
7-9.
This time it's going to be Alonsoff in the big blind. He's third in chips with 30 bigs. It's a 2-horse race at the moment. Markesh, Runken.
raise.
Runkin B. Duncan on Fools all the live long day. Jack 6, Clurbs.
Yeah, and Runkin, the professor, he also be flunking the other students.
That's right. There you go. That's good. Park folds to small. King 9. Wants off Queen 10. What's the point? Unless you flop the nuts, you got to fold.
Tight is right, man. Let these other players bust.
Oh, he did what I thought.
Yeah, tight is right. I mean, look, there's 3 guys with sub 20 big blind stacks. Another one with just 25. You're not trying to flop anything with these 30 bigs. If you finish 3rd place, you get 512,000 euros. If you finish 7th, 179,000. Queen 10's a trap, man. Get out of there.
Runkin under the gun this hand. So we've seen a lot of ICM at final tables the last 2 years. Just it's really been the most dominant theme of the final tables we've watched. Just some absolutely bizarre plays that you can only chalk up to players trying to ladder, people understanding ICM. This feels like ICM on steroids.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew McMillan, for purchasing Trapped. I appreciate you. I hope you enjoy it. Said he's putting it on his shelf with Super System in 12 days to hold him success. Very kind. Raise and take it for Bergstrom. Are we at 6 hands without a flop?
Oh, wow. I think that might be at least 5.
Can I get a count? Not a chip count. .5 plus 4.2 is 8.7, and that's another 10, and 11, and 13. Another 2 is 15. Trying to see if the percentage Paul Runkin has. I guess about 30%, if I had to guess.
Well, let's see. 1750 times 1050. That's 29 plus 4.5. It's 33.5 plus another 4.2. It's 38. 38 plus 4.6 is 42.6 plus 2 is 45.
45%?
45 million in play.
45 million in play. It's 17.
It's 17.5.
So yeah, like a third.
Yep.
Park's all in with pocket queens.
More than a third. Well, around a third, yeah, you're right.
And there's been 7 hands without a flop. So I'll make good on Griffin's stitch up. Anybody who comes to EPT Prague tomorrow can have a free copy of Trapped, the comic book. If you can't make it to Prague and want to buy one, twistedcomics.co.uk.
Yeah, and if you fly all the way here from wherever you are and show a ticket stub, Joe and I will buy you a beer.
Sure, yeah, I'll do that too. Why not? Joseph Kelly says they didn't call it ICM, but people have been playing to ladder up since I started playing years ago.
Well, that person's banned.
Pocket kings for Pedro Marques.
Kings. Patient Park, they call him. Park the Patient. We saw a King Jack fold earlier that was pretty conservative. We saw a Queen 10 on the cutoff that some people would have shoved and he folded. Now doesn't even think about the ace-8 suited, which I think is fair because of the early position King's open.
Just 9 hands without a flop now?
He's not going down. Park is sticking around. Park is parking himself in this event. He's double parked.
Buy me a flight from Australia to Prague. Are you going to get here on the Concorde jet? Because I'm not sure.
I don't think I'm making time, pal.
That journey is possible.
But I got to say, demanding that we buy you such an outrageous ticket.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Griffin.
That shows leadership.
W. Punter says, is there a stream without commentators? I want to hear the players talk. You know what? Let's let the players talk. Go ahead.
Okay.
Did you guys catch that? Sorry, I'll shut up. Griffin, don't laugh. I want to hear the players talk.
Oh. 1.6. No, 7.
Did you get that? 7.
Somebody clip that? Yeah, clip that. Thank God we were quiet. Oh, sorry.
Someone drinking a Pepsi?
That's me. Sorry, was there a player talking?
There wasn't. No, you didn't.
Okay.
You didn't drink over anyone.
Okay.
But now I want a Pepsi. Wait, I thought we had Coke. You're actually giving me a sip of your Pepsi?
Players, I want to hear the players talk.
You put it?
You think you can tell the difference between Pepsi and Coke? A taste test?
100%.
Do you have preference?
I realize that we will never, as a society, agree on politics as long as there are still people out there who think Pepsi is better than Coke.
Yeah.
How are we ever going to agree on something nuanced when it's so clearly...
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I forgot we were supposed to be quiet for the players to talk.
Do you think Barack Oz is related to the HBO TV series?
Yeah, he's the creator.
5 bet 175,000.
Kind of an annoying spot here for Oz because Ace High is beating all the pure bluffs from Bergstrom, but he doesn't really have a lot of room here. He's going to have to call over a big blind and then just be swimming without a paddle the rest of the hand. He knows that. He's recognizing that.
Tight fold.
Taking a little pause.
I had a 9, so. Oh, really? I had ace high.
Ace 10.
Ace 10?
No, ace high, not ace high.
Which one?
None of your business, Runkin.
One of the worst.
Why don't you stick to big, amazing bluffs where you ruin a guy's whole week?
By the way, that was our first flop in 11 hands.
Wow. You know what that means? It's a chunky.
That means I have to give away 2 copies of Trap. Almost.
Yeah, 1.8 copies. I think you can do without the ending anyway.
Oh, Griffin knows right when to twist the knife.
Raise.
Esques. Sticking his neck out there, raising ace-8 suited. Gets folds from Runkin and Bergstrom. Marquesh out too.
In the club.
That's right. Just has to get through Park's big blind. Also in the club. We all fam.
It was good winning a pot, you know. Hasn't happened much the last 2 hours, so.
No, I feel.
Look at our chip counts. Not much has changed since we resumed play here.
An hour ago.
Up 31.
I remember day 7.
I do remember, yeah.
Runkin,
forget.
17.35 million.
500k chips or whatever, right? 400k?
Nearly 11 for Marquesh.
Was in the river, yeah.
On the river, 500.
Onsov, very lucky to get that nice cooler
big,
ace
yeah.
to king sitting in third with 4.5 million.
That's I appreciate that gift. That's
Pardon me,
all the chips you put
fourth.
in the-
First and third.
It was
Then the
really
shorties.
good. So many reasons to check behind them. Yeah.
Oh, you had a read.
Happened.
Brunken finding a hand to open with. Hasn't been super aggro since the start.
Wow. And Park,
Flats queens in the small blind.
Maybe he didn't see Runkin open. Very surprised to see just a call.
And Runkin flops a 6 and has a very relevant ace of hearts.
Yeah, and Park, I mean, Runkin's just going to think, I have enough equity here to just, especially with the ace of hearts, to just probably just play for stacks.
If I have a ace of heart, they will hate me, so.
Yeah.
Why I bet?
Yeah, why did you bet? Exactly. Runkin, as usual, lecturing the class, letting us know what he thinks. We do appreciate it. The reason he so regrets having the ace of hearts is because this is just feels like a brutal fold, but with the ace of hearts, maybe you do want to make sure you don't get check jammed on. Well, listen, Park makes an extra 200 some odd thousand by
just call aces.
a very
I have aces.
You have ace of
unexpected small blind call.
Ace of clubs. Well, nothing. What? You hit the set.
I agree.
I fold.
Yeah, but you can make a flush.
Yeah, that's why I should have checked. Heart on the turn is better. Raise.
Runkin gonna raise under the gun with 10-7 of spades.
7 fold, 8 fold.
Folds around to Park, who folds. Oh, nope, those weren't his cards. Now he folds.
Not 2 in a row, yeah?
Alonsoff, ace tray, no thank you. Eskes, Jack 7 suited.
No, I need.
Let's see. Let's see.
Wow, and Eskis deciding to peel.
I like it.
Doesn't matter, you see. For me, it doesn't matter.
I am not a good poker player. King, queen, 6. See, when you smash the flop like this, you can just check and get paid all day when you peel with the Jack 7. You got a straight draw. You got a heart draw. You got the best hand with Jack high.
Oh, that's 150.
Runkin bets 150,000. You know what I think really is the thing for me, Griffin, as Eskis understandably folds. I think it's that I'm too emotional. And I don't like bullies in real life. Now I don't think that Runkin's a bad person, but like I want to see someone stand up to the bully. And that's really just a losing play at this stage of a poker tournament, which you're smart enough to know. But my lizard brain is like, I don't care about the money.
Yeah, your savior complex is more important.
Way more important.
I like these names for the chips. Tinsel, Cracker, and Snowman.
That's right.
It's almost like, I mean, it's clearly just a coincidence, but it's almost like festive themed.
Oh my God, you're right. It is a little like that, isn't it?
Yes.
5 raise 300,000. 7 fold, 8 fold.
Bergstrom. Pocket Johnnies.
10 fold.
Does raise with them. 6 is fold. King 10 for Alontsov.
1 fold.
I mean, you're raising Runkin's big blind here.
3 fold.
If you don't flop quad, you're in big trouble. Eskis folds ace 9. 5 tray.
Oh yeah.
I've been waiting a long time for that big pot, yeah? And now, to be last hand of the day. 1 pot between me and you.
These guys have been nice and friendly together. I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it.
Queen 10 4.
4 check.
Check out the door.
5 bet 225,000.
Wrong suit. It was hot.
Bergstrom's C-bet gets a fold. And he should consider himself lucky because that hasn't happened all that often against Paul Runkin. David Lippens on YouTube writes in to say, the seat matters only on stack sizes next to you, and important is more the position like button, etc. Thank you for your comment. The blinds creeping back up on Barak Oz, who has 9 of them at this point. 9 big blinds, I mean.
You're watching EPT Prague main event. Day number 5. Level 31, 7 left.
Hello, Kabir. Hello.
1 fold. 3 fold.
They want you to do it, you know?
How much do you think I'm gonna make it? Now, this is the question. How much is...
5 6.
Cool.
Blind on blind.
4 fold.
Runkin just calls. Bergstrom's got 5s. Yeah. No point in raising.
You get it.
I get it. I just don't like it.
5's a good hand. It's like a playable hand. It's like, I feel like I should raise. Like I should fold.
Check, check. What are the chances that Runkin lets Bergstrom get to showdown without putting any more chips in?
I would say there's a chance. And I think that's reflective of why he might be checking here, because he might think Jack High is the best hand sometimes. Not going to fold out a lot of better hands. Not going to fold out a 9 or a king. Might not even fold out Queen Highs. Now, getting to the river, you would hate to lose to a 4 or a 3.
Ooh, Bergstrom. Merry Christmas to you. You're right, Griffin.
Yeah, he's actually value betting now.
Go for value. Against me, you know, I have Jack High. And
Okay, this sounds like a call's not happening, or a raise.
Called him, yeah.
We did call.
Yeah.
So I guess a raise wasn't happening once he said that Jack High.
Nice. Jack High.
No.
No, I have Jack High, yeah.
No respect. I never bluff. Everyone knows.
I know, brother.
That's a great what if God
Thank you.
line.
Check back.
I never bluff.
I never bluff.
That's actually also in the Alanis Morissette song that the name is based off.
It's okay. You know, I told him as well.
You're trying my patience, Benger.
I think so.
Come
I was pretty mad at you last time. Well, I'm fine now.
You coming to my saloon?
The saloon, that's right. Also, it kind of works because you could just drop one of the O's, and because of my beautiful hair, I can
Yes,
salon.
yes.
My beautiful unruly hair. Barack Oz, pocket nines, shortest stack at the table. Will anyone be able to call? Esques will not. Runkin?
Why did I raise? I should have raised. Fucking. I was so sure I'm going to get
On the river, you mean?
Of course I did it.
You check it up?
Sorry?
You check shop?
Who's in the... Oh, Pedro's in the big. Can't do it.
I mean,
next time I'll be scared, yeah?
It's really... There's nothing to worry. Not shove. I just raised no playing shove. Too much of it. No, it's not easy. You have some shit that can check it. Made a flush, then it's fucking... No. It was good. I just... This time.
Maximum...
I would go on it.
I will check.
You will check next time,
Next time I'm scared, you know it.
We'll see what happens next time.
Maximum of 1 hour left to play tonight. Minimum of one hand left to play tonight. Park under the gun with King Jack, can't do it. Wants off. Ace 8, can't do it. Scannis, King Trey, can't do it. Runkin, Jack Trey, suited, can do it. Pocket deuces for Oz. Gonna do a little set mining. A very rare flop being seen.
Ducks fly together, baby.
Ducks fly together. You're my second favorite GB after Gordon Bombay. Bottom set for Oz. The great and powerful.
Don't you dare raise Oz.
Just a call. Just didn't have change.
You know how hard it is to make a set?
Really hard.
Against the chip leader that's just going to turn the 9 of spades and shove.
So the chip leader
Might even just shove here.
No, is Darling dead now? That's what I thought.
And just doing everything you can to bet small so that he can shove river. Give him the rope, Oz. Good man.
Bet to call.
He's hearing me through the ether.
Oz with
in the past.
Far less than pot behind. Not even a remotely scary river card. Couldn't get another bet out of Runkin.
You said gift before you saw my cards.
I mean...
You can't win, I guess.
No, I'm not winning.
Sorry, good I not raise. Okay.
That's gonna get...
It's too strong to raise, I'm sorry. I can't.
Barack Oz even with Esques. 16 blinds apiece, 19 for J. Young Park.
Nice hand.
Yeah, very nice.
How much you have now?
No, that's... I think it's... Now it's one? Yeah. 2.3.
Oh, card exposed.
2.450.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome gift, yeah?
Best hand I had in this finals ever, for sure.
A welcome gift.
Good, man.
Very good.
Day 5. 11 hours into play. Can't do it. Won't do it. Gonna do it. 5-4 suited. Oh, didn't do it. Look at that, Bergstrom with the Jables.
The J-Beans. The Jabberwockies.
As El Comontador used to call them. Pocket hacks. Rest in peace, El Comontador. 1941, 2020.
The Gene Smarts.
The hacks. The hacks, right. Yeah. The hacks. Got it.
And Gene, like it's, you know, like J.
The Gene's Smart. How about that?
All right.
Gene and Gene.
Same?
245.
245?
6.
Here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saren asks, what's the dead card? That would be a card that is broken, so it wouldn't be picked up by the card reader. Thank you for your question.
You get 3 cards all the time. You know pineapple?
Ace King for Estes.
But I wish I could play with 3. It'd be so much easier.
There is flip and go. I think it's like this with 3 and you fold 1. Raise. Spin and go.
Somebody finally found a hand they could raise with. Under the gun at that. Has the blinds to get through. Park will not play. What say you, Alonsov, in the big blind? Ooh, gonna peel. Gonna peel a Jack-9 suited. We might have a hand. We might have a hand here. It's 8-7-3, AKA Trey. Hey, Pun Dance, tell us the dead card. I will fight you. I will ban you. How about that? You banned. Oh, it was so easy, too. It was 2 clicks.
He only wants to fight the dead card because he knows the dead card can't fight back.
It's a good point.
Whoa, man.
Lamb.
That's a lot of action, that turn card, man.
Straight draw, diamond draw. Still
Nine
behind.
Draw. Jack draw.
That's right. Still behind Ace King. For the moment.
How will Eskis react, having started this hand 16 big blinds, if Alonsov starts betting but doesn't?
Eskis checks back. Free river. So disappointing.
So mad. So many ways to win.
You got to bluff all in here, right, Griff?
I know what Runkin would do.
Checks. Breaking on down to Showdownville. Well, we almost had a hand. There was,
Yeah, but...
no betting.
7. I win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw. Needs to bet.
Paul Carpenter, I have been over here painting all day and laughing my ass off at how funny the crew has been. Just so not corporate and amazing. And to that I say, how's that for not corporate, huh? You're welcome, Paul. Thanks for tuning in. WTF, Alonso, you know you don't have any showdown value with Jack High. You should have bet turn with that much equity. Griffin, rate the comment, scale of 1 to 5. 1 being idiotic, yeah, 1 being and 5 being, wow, astute. What an astute viewer.
I would say what an astute viewer.
What an ass, comma, toot viewer. Bergstrom has opened ace-king off.
No, don't do it. Okay.
Ace-a-deucey.
Okay, now you can take.
Ace-a-deucey, off and loosey.
Good lay down.
I didn't have aces, but I had a good one.
Bergstrom still third in chips with 40 big blinds. And right now we have 3 players below the 20 big blind mark. Park, Esques, Oz.
It's a long way to mark in this table.
In that order.
You can have a problem.
Yeah, and Alonso not too far behind. Didn't find any barrels with that straight flush draw. Perhaps being afraid of the downside of being called down there, which would be right in that pack with Park and Esques and Oz. Instead, does have a nice separation. 5 to 7 big blinds more than those 3 losers in the bottom.
It's a great point, to be honest. I rate that comment a 4.
Look, I'm a straight shooter, you know? I call them like I see them. Right now, those 3 guys in the bottom, hard to say they're winning. Sure, they've banked anywhere between 180,000 euros and 303,000 euros.
You're a straight shooter like Peter North?
You know, I used to think Peter North was my dad.
Really? Ooh, Lord.
The other one?
A walk for Runken in the big blind. This is pretty wild. I don't think I've ever seen
Pretty good.
play this passive.
Better than me. Prettier than what I had. Prettier than what I had.
I mean, it just feels really brutal to bust an 8th here. Heck, it would feel brutal to bust in 7th, which would make more sense since there are 7 left. But I digress.
Another banger from Benger.
I digress. Yeah, I mean, just such little chips of reparation between
You never have those, but you have
7th place right now and
if you actually
4th,
have those, that's a bad beat.
If you can find a way to ladder all the way up to 4th, that's doubling your money up to nearly 400,000. So
I've yet to see it.
Jasper asks, who is chip leader? That would be the player with the most chips. Thank you for your question.
Ooh, I like that. I like when we say it at the same time. It kind of has a nice rhythm. Is it too much your thing, or do you think I can jump in sometime?
If you can do it that well.
It was good, right? It was
Yeah.
like, I think people could start rating it and stuff.
Every time.
You got a 9 out of 10 on that one from BG Stewart.
Nice.
Action folds around to the small blind, Runken, ace jack. Shove.
I mean, he can. He really can. He wants 38 effective.
Pretty big raise.
Not really.
Not that big. Sorry, I thought I had the blinds wrong in my head. Let's go. Let's go, Anton. Fight back against a bully. All you got to do is bop them in the nose and they'll stop.
Like a shark.
7, 8, 9, 10. 1 heart for Bergstrom. Runken also with a straight draw. Also with ace high. Avatar asks, why is the small blind 100K? We have 25K chips, 75K as possible. They do it like that because of the big blind ante, right? There's something about the small blind is like 2/3 of the big blind now because of the big blind ante thing. I don't know, something in that range. We appreciate Crooks here. Runkin is checked. Deuce of clubs on the turn.
And what if God?
We are seeing our first bluff into Runkin in I don't know how long.
Paul Runkin, the professor studying the shifty Swede, Anton Bergstrom. What if God? Two-time EPT champ. Boom.
Wow, wait.
After for this is.
Sure.
No? You don't believe?
No.
And the lecture has begun.
Fat 10 deuce, I would have.
Yeah, I believe it.
I'm not sure if it was there. Nice. Nice.
I needed it
more than me.
So
you're about to get excited for the Sunday Million anniversary, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that's what you were getting excited for. Save the date. The PokerStars Sunday Million.
Opa!
Come on, jeez. Unbelievable. Turns 19 on Sunday, April 6th. More details to be revealed once the year is actually current, 2025. And expect the final day, at least, of the tournament to be streamed live on Twitch. I know you don't play much online anymore. Any shot? 19th anniversary Sunday Million?
Sorry, when it is it I was
April 6th. I know you're dropping a cup holder.
You say April 6th?
April 6th, that's right.
Yeah, I can do it.
Cool. I think it'd be great to see Flush Entity.
Let's do it.
Back in the online streets. Yeah. You play so little online now that I feel like you have a bet.
I have a bet not to play?
Yeah. Runkin's opened ace-jack. Marquesh, king 8. Ooh. Ooh. All right, things are starting to open up a little bit here. Yeah. Starting to play some pots. And that might be by virtue of the fact that the short stacks, all the sub 10 big blind stacks have doubled up. Queen,
okay. No,
4-4.
Oh. No, I'm good.
Check, check. Turn card. Still hits no one. Marquesh checks. Runkin. Also checks. Hey, it's an 8.
That river, everything changed.
Did change. Marquesh went from losing to winning. And with the way this action's gone, got to be feeling pretty good about this pair.
Find the bet, Marquesh. Find the bet. 350K. Find the bet. Find the bet.
275.
7 bet 275.
Wondering if peer pressure works through the screen.
It would work on me.
Just on the sample side.
That's how susceptible to peer pressure I am.
Yeah.
It would work on me.
Runkin does like to call light. We've seen him call with some jack highs and some. But wisely lets this one go.
We've seen Runkin fold a couple of times. We haven't seen the crazy aggression, but people haven't given him many opportunities either. Markesh still second in chips with 71 bigs. Paul Runkin finally has dropped below 100 big blinds.
Wow.
For the first time in hours.
Hello.
Bergstrom third with 44 bigs. Big drop off after that. 23, 18, 17, 14. What do we got in chat here? A little pie face poker, Mason Pie. Got to hang with Mason a bunch this week. Mason and crew. Taught him a drinking game.
Oh, yeah.
Ouch, Croaks says, sorry to hear that, Joe. Why is everyone so mean to Mason? English people are so mean to each other. It's so weird. Me and my friends are all nice to each other.
Alontsov, where the U is loud.
Yeah, that's right. I don't remember where Crooks is from. I'm sorry. But his English friends were very mean to him.
Who?
Mason.
Mason Pie.
375. 7 raised, 375.
Well, you spend too much time with English people, Crooks.
You know, Joe, never make me choose between a nice lemon meringue and a Mason.
What is that?
A Mason Pie.
It's been like 20 minutes of just stealing.
Try not to take out the entire commentary table, Griffin, with your antics.
You guys had some with the no, but when I opened, I've opened like 4 times with big hands, everyone just won't.
Oh, I called you one time with ace-5, ace something, and
Yeah,
you had a
that was
9.
yeah, but that was the only not good hand there. Otherwise, it's just open and take for everyone.
I feel like
usually you shove, I don't know. Now you raise. But maybe you're strong. I couldn't fight with this one.
I agree.
I feel like Bergstrom's pushing a little narrative that he's just like always has it, and he's kind of tight.
Definitely.
He knows what his image might portray.
For sure.
And that people aren't seeing all the hands. But like, you don't win back-to-back EPTs without being a bit of a bluffing maniac in some spots. I mean, we've already seen it with the 8 high, and then him saying like, "Oh, I had such a good hand. I'm glad you didn't have 10 deuce." Like, let's see what's going on here, Bergs. And I like it.
A narrative, and that he's selling rather well.
So well. Yeah, I still kind of believe it, even though I know that,
right, yeah.
It's just like, oh, he just always has it.
He's not
No,
lying.
Come on.
But he is. Markish opening. King Trey from the button. He has Park crushed. Park folds. Someone just asked how many minutes left on the level. 38 minutes left on the level. We will be stopping for sure in 38 minutes. Of course, there is always the chance that a player goes broke before then, at which point we will stop immediately.
50 more, yeah. But you have this. Yeah. How much you have?
2.65.
Pretty close. He needs to pay the blind.
Paying the blind. This
You
hand
both
will
have
be
2.1 or something?
Sergey
Yeah, something like that.
Alontsov. General under the gun. King 6 of diamonds. Runkin with 9 deuce of hearts. Bergstrom 9 Trey. Markesh. Pocket fours.
And with the effective stacks behind, we have Eskis here with 17, Park with 16.
He's just shoves
Berg
on
Oz for
all of
13.
them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the move for sub 20 big blind stack. And Oz, being the bottom stack, says, you know what? This is too strong. It's suited.
Let's go.
Calls it off for the 2 million, and we are going to have a flip here.
Alontsov does get out of the way. Griffin is right. We are flipping potentially for 7th place. Like stockings hung by the chimney with care versus a sleigh full of toys
Yeah, and frankly, it's a bit unlucky for Oz. Marrakesh might be shoving pretty much, any ace, king jack, queen jack, jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited, maybe at these stack depths, the pressure you can put on. So to actually be in a pure flip, actually be behind. I'm not ahead.
Ahead statistically,
wow.
given the fold cards.
The fold cards.
2 spades on the flop.
For a spade.
Do we have a T-Moss situation? Too many out syndrome?
I mean, he didn't really go up in equity very much. Just 6% more equity. That doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah, some like counterfeit outs and stuff. Yeah.
Turn is a 3. Marrakesh with the 60% equity now. Oz needs to hit to survive.
Ozzy!
A spade, a jack, an ace. That's a spade. He does survive.
He doubles up.
Wow.
I already put my jacket on.
Wasn't too many outs.
Just the nuts.
It's a nice flop.
Just the nuts.
Got there. It was also an ace, wasn't it? Oh, it was a king. Never mind.
King of spades. King always comes on the river. What'd I say?
You did say that. Double up. That is correct, T-Bev. My Christmas metaphors aren't working. If Griffin manages to not step on one, it would be great.
How much? Now more than 4 million?
And you're right. You're right. You are banned.
Back to game.
Now you can
Andrew Marrakesh with that.
Oh, you.
Just a scratch.
4 million
Energy.
is not enough to back in the game.
There are the chip counts. Losing that pot, Marrakesh has been kicked out of that
We'll come back tomorrow 7.
8-figure club.
We play 35.
Only remains is Runkin with 14.6 million.
It's only F
3 players in
wanted me
that
to lose
15 to 20 big blind range.
Yeah, that chip count's slightly off because everyone's so close at the bottom, meaning Park and Eskis, and
it's a good number.
Eskis has posted this hand.
7 is good.
Sit 4 pass. Sit 5 pass.
300.
Sit 7. Raise 300,000.
Marker's going to open a little light here, 6-5 of hearts.
Yeah, pretty loose. But I think you have the seat to do it, right? Frankly, Alonsov is playing extremely tight, which by all amounts he should be.
And now it's Eskis' turn with ace-jack suited.
All in.
Nice one.
Very nice. Very nice.
7 pass.
Take him, Cheno. So that clearly puts Jae-Hyung Park in last place by a margin of about 3 big blinds. Bougie says, easy fold. What do you think of that? 6-5. On a scale of 1 to 5.
I'm not falling for that. That's a bougie trap.
Bougie trap? Okay, never mind then. I think that might be the most accurate chat pro comment of the day, that folding 6 high there is easy.
7 pass. 8 pass. Sit 10 pass.
Actions folded around to Alonsov. Jack 7 on the button would be opening into the chip leader's big blind. Not recommended. Eskis with ace 6 of spades. Limps in. Runkin with king 10 of clubs.
Yeah, I mean, Runkin might just shove here, and Eskis is probably going to need to fold ace 6 of spades. Does elect to just raise, which I think is a bit ill-advised. I think this hand is too strong for that. Would have been nicer, I think, to play just as a shove. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it kind of feels brutal to raise fold this hand, right?
All in.
Esques jams.
I think it's important to have a plan in a situation like this. If your opponent expects you to raise 100% of your range here, why are you going to raise the hands that you really want to play post flop with that might just get check shoved on? So I think this is a mistake from Runken.
How much?
He might just go for it anyway.
He hasn't folded yet. I mean, I guess law of averages says you're going to be live a lot of the time with King 10 of clubs, but
the problem is
you're never going to be ahead, I don't think.
Never, ever.
Yeah.
You're just never, he's never going to turn up King 7 suited here or King 8 off. He's going to turn up King Jack off, King Queen off. He's going to turn up Ace X suited, pocket pairs. You're just not really doing well enough to call another. You have to just kind of chalk this up to a little bit of a mistake in raising this combination of cards.
No wasting time, yeah?
No wasting time.
Wow.
Runken makes the call. Esques the slight favorite, and I hate to say it, but Esques hasn't exactly been running great today.
Король 10 туз 6.
I mean, this is really going for it, poker.
When it's me.
Really unnecessary.
Runken trying to do the table a favor.
I love it. It's gonna, you know, let's force the showdown. Everything's been going Runken's way.
Oh, this is such a sick moment for Cheno Esques, who is going to lose this pot 41% of the time. 60% will survive and double up.
Wow.
Wow.
And Runken flops the straight.
I'm not surprised. All right.
Esques' only hope is to make a bigger straight.
Yeah.
I've seen I've seen worse.
Just 10 and a queen, right?
Oh, okay.
I mean, if it drops.
Just a 10 and a queen, a king, bro.
Yeah.
And that is being blocked.
Wow.
Game over on the turn for Cheno Estes,
Good game, nice playing with you.
who just got beaten up left and right today
Big survivors.
through no fault of his own.
Will call. King high. King 10 will call.
And Runken
I've heard
continues to be an unstoppable rebel force.
Second time I would.
I wouldn't do the...
Cheno Esques out in seventh for 179,250 euros. And man, at least his suffering is over. Paul Runken back up over 100 big blinds. Everyone else, by the way, now guaranteed 233,000.
If it's this guy,
I'm sure we'll have a look at the remaining payouts as we close things out tonight, but that's it.
Several years.
That's all she wrote.
I know how it
Till
goes.
tomorrow. Then we rate more.
See you tomorrow, guys.
See you tomorrow.
Don't go anywhere. There's a little paperwork that needs to be done, or plastic work,
Just have one night for.
just leave it.
as it
You
were.
have no bags today?
It's bags, guys. Come down.
Really?
Hi.
Congratulations, final six. What's going to happen now is we're going to make a perfect chip count, all right? We're going to bag everything up, and we're going to bag the button up as well. Who's got the button?
The big blind. It's here. The button is that button.
I think he was
It's supposed to be small, big.
He was big.
It's that
No,
button.
it was small a little bit.
I'm big blind and he's small blind. Next
It's
time.
that
Yes, you raised on the big blind, yes.
I can back
He
with
was
him,
small,
yeah?
he called, you made a raise.
I can back with him, yeah?
He's going to bag.
Good to work that out now.
I will be big,
You want the
blind.
button?
No.
It's very important.
How you big blind?
Yes, button is mine.
Lots of laughs right now.
Okay.
We just decided you're gonna be big blind.
Jubilation.
Big blind early as well.
Yeah, nice to make the
Final day.
the second level of the official final table. You know, it's the
We just say the final day.
yeah. Do we?
The final day. Yeah.
I feel like I was getting to something there.
Final table part 2, sure.
Yeah,
That's what you're talking about, I think.
like the penthouse floor of the final
Too much again.
Too much. Yeah. Okay. The secret level of the
Final table plus.
Fourth place.
That's good. That's
Final
good.
table
We
select.
could get some people to subscribe to that.
Yeah.
I feel like we should start charging people for tomorrow.
For the stream.
Final table plus. Yeah.
The only reason why people like us at all is because it's free. Don't make that mistake.
18,025,000.
I don't have an ID.
You know what I've always liked about British people is they call it, they call them a final. That's it. A final table.
Final.
Yeah, I'll be talking to Sam and be like, yo, bro, you see who's on the final? I'm like, what's that? Final table.
I thought he was talking about a test.
500,000, 7, 25.
6, 7, 25. Check. 6.
And this little bit of paperwork, crucially important. Get those chips into the bags.
So, X-Finch ZZ says, Jamie Gold WSOP 2006 vibes. I'll allow it.
All right.
All right, it is officially time to bring day 5 to a close. These are the stacks they'll be bringing back tomorrow. 30 minutes left on level 31. Jae-Young Park and Sergey Alonso not out of the woods yet. They've all laddered up to at least 233K, but still short stack. Barack Oz doing a little bit better. Anton Bergstrom, potential 3-time EPT winner, still in the mix, but it is really all about Runken and Markesh at this point. This is what is still left to be handed out. Big pay jumps tomorrow. 70K, 90K, can't do that math. 200K, and nearly 430,000 between second and first. And of course, if you should win this and there should be no deal, we're talking about a 7-figure payday. Check out the PokerStars blog for all updates, stories of the rest of the things happening here in Prague, the Spin and Go Championship, lots of side events. Great way to supplement the stream. Join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock local time for the rest of the main event plus, the final table plus. But for now, for Hartigan, Benger, Ho, and Walsh, and Sam Grafton, this is Joe Stapleton saying, smell you later.